human habitation. There were food smells, stews and smoked meat and spilled wine, and the odour of cured hides and gathered people. It could have been a stench, but it was not. Rather, it was a homey smell, of safety and family. The entrance gave immediately onto a great room with supporting pillars as the only dividers. There were 3 hearths, all with cook fires on them. The stone-flagged floor was strewn with fresh rushes. Benches and shelves ran around the walls. The lower benches were wide, and the rolled sleeping skins proclaimed that these were beds by night and seating and tables by day. The higher, shallower shelves above the benches held foodstuffs and personal possessions. Most of the light in the room came from the hearths, though there were ineffectual candles in sconces on many of the pillars. In the far left corner, a wide staircase wound up into the dimness. It was the only access I could see to the upper regions of the house. It made sense. Even if an attacking force gained control of this level of the mother's house, the folk above would have only one entrance to defend. Invaders would pay dearly to gain the upper floors of the mother's house. All this I saw through the gathered people. Folk of every age were clustered everywhere, and there was a sense of anticipation in the air. We were obviously late. At the end of the long room, before the largest hearth, Prince Dutiful waited. Ranged on his side of the hearth were Chade and his wit coterie, and beyond them his guard drawn up in 3 rows. The Narwhal clan folk parted to make way for us to assume our correct positions. Webb and Swift advanced to stand with Cockle the minstrel and Civil and his wit cat. I took a place at the end of the front row of guardsmen. Eliania was not there. Those gathered at the other side of the hearth were mostly women. Piotr was the only adult man in his prime. There were a few old grandfathers, 4 lads about the Narcheska's age, and then 6 or 7 boys ranging down to toddlers clinging to their mothers' skirts. Had the Red Ship War so decimated the Narwhal clan? The Boar warriors from the ship were present, but they stood in a group off to one side, witnesses to rather than participants in whatever was about to happen. The people who crowded the rest of the room were almost entirely Narwhal clan, as evinced by their jewellery, clothing adornments and tattoos. The exceptions seemed to be almost entirely males, standing alongside women, and were probably men who had married into the clan or were partners in a less formal arrangement with a Narwhal woman. I saw bears, otters, and 1 eagle amongst them. Without exception, the women were strikingly arrayed. Those who did not wear jewellery of gold or silver or precious stone were still bedecked with ornaments of shell, feather, and seeds. The artful arrangement of their hair had not been neglected, and added substantially to the height of several women. Unlike Buckkeep, where the women seemed to shift their finery in mysteriously feminine coordination, I saw a wide variety of styles. The only unifying theme to the beaded or embroidered or woven patterns of their dress seemed to be the brightness of the colours and the narwhal motif. Those in the first circle, I surmised, were relatives of the Narcheska, while those who stood closest to the hearth would be her most immediate family. They were almost all women. All the Narwhal women shared an intent, almost fierce air. The tension in that part of the room was palpable. I wondered which one was her mother, and wondered, too, what we awaited. Absolute silence fell. Then 4 Narwhal clansmen carried a wizened little woman down the stairs and into the hall. She rode in a chair fashioned from twisty pieces of gleaming willow wood and cushioned with bearskins. Her thin white hair was braided and pinned in a crown to her head. Her eyes were very black and bright. She wore a red robe, and the narwhal motif was repeated in tiny ivory buttons sewn all over it. The men set her chair down, not on the floor, but upon a heavy table where she could remain seated and still look out over those who had gathered in her house. With a small whimper of complaint, the old woman straightened herself in the chair, sitting tall and gazing at the folk who had gathered. Her pink tongue wet her wrinkled lips. Heavy fur slippers dangled on her skinny feet.
"Well, here we all are,"
she proclaimed. She spoke the words in Outlander loudly, as old folks who are going deaf are prone to do. She did not seem as mindful of the formality of the situation, nor as tense as the other women. The great mother of the Narwhal clan leaned forward, her gnarled hands gripping the twisted wood of the chair arms.
So, send him out then. Who seeks to court our Eliania, our Narcheska of the narwhals? Where is the warrior bold enough to seek the mother's permission to bed with our daughter?
I am sure those were not the words Dutiful had been told to expect. His face was the colour of beetroot as he stepped forward. He made a warrior's obeisance before the old woman, and spoke in clear Outlander as he proclaimed, "I stand before the mothers of the Narwhal clan, and seek permission to join my line with yours." She stared at him for a moment, and then scowled, not at him, but at one of the young men who had borne her chair.
What is a Six Duchies slave doing here? Is he a gift? And why is he trying to speak our language and doing such a horrible job of it? Cut his tongue out if he attempts it again.
There was a sudden silence, broken by a wild whoop of laughter from someone in the back of the room, quickly muffled. Somehow Dutiful kept his aplomb, and was wise enough not to attempt to explain himself to the incensed mother. A woman from the Narcheska's contingent stepped to the mother's side and stood on tiptoe, whispering frantically to her. The mother waved her off irritably.
Stop all that hissing and spitting, Almata. You know I can't hear a word when you talk like that. Where is Piotr?
She glanced around as if she'd misplaced a shoe, then lifted her eyes and scowled at Piotr.
There he is. You know that I hear him best. What is he doing way over there? Get here, you insolent rascal, and explain to me what this is about.
There would have been a sweet humour watching the old woman order the seasoned warrior about, if his face had not betrayed such worry. He strode over to her, went down briefly on one knee, and then stood up. She lifted one root-like hand and settled it on his shoulder.
"What is this about?"
she demanded. "Oetr," he said quietly. I suspect his deep voice reached her old ears better than the woman's shrill whisper had. "It's about Oetr. Remember?"
"Oetr,"
she said, and her eyes brimmed suddenly with tears. She looked around the room.
"And Kossi, little Kossi too. Is she here then? Come home to us at last?"
"No," Piotr said shortly. "They're not here, neither one of them, and that is what this is about. Remember, we talked about it in the garden this morning. Remember?" He nodded at her slowly, encouraging her. She watched his face and nodded slowly with him, and then stopped. She shook her head once.
"No,"
she cried out in a low voice.
"I don't remember. The alyssum has stopped blooming, and the plums may be sour this year. I remember we spoke of that, but no. Piotr, was it important?"
"It was, Great Mother. It is. Very important." She looked troubled, and then suddenly angry.
"Important, important, important, says a man. But what do men know?"
Her old voice, cracked and shrill, rose in anger and derision. Her thin hand slapped her thigh in disgust.
"Bedding and bloodshedding, that is all they know. That is all they think is important. What do they know of the sheep to shear and the gardens to be harvested? What do they know of how many barrels of salt fish for the winter, and how many casks of sweet lard? Important. Well, if it's important, let Oetr handle it. She is the mother now, and I should be allowed to rest."
She lifted her hand from Piotr's shoulder and gripped the arms of her chair.
"I need my time to rest,"
she complained piteously. "Yes, Great Mother. Yes, you do. And you should take it now, and I will see that all is handled as it should be, I promise." And with these words, Eliania emerged from the shadows at the top of the stairs, and hurried down to us. Her lightly shod feet seemed to skim each riser. Half of her hair was pinned up with tiny star pins, the rest flew loose to her shoulders. It did not look intentional. Behind her on the stairs, 2 young women started to follow her, then halted in horror, whispering to one another. I suspected they had been readying her for her appearance, and she had bolted free of them when she heard the raised voices. I recognized her bearing more than her form as people parted to let her through. Like Dutiful, she had grown taller in the months since I'd last seen her, and all her childish plumpness had melted away, replaced by woman's flesh. As she came past the line of her women, I was not the only Six Duchies man who gasped. Her gown covered her shoulders and back, but left bare her proudly up-tilting breasts. Had she rouged her nipples to make them stand so pink? I wondered, and felt my flesh stir in response. An instant later I had flung up my walls, and "Guard your thoughts," I chided Dutiful. He must have heard me, yet he did not flinch. He stared at the Narcheska's bared breasts, as if he had never seen a woman's breasts, and in all likelihood that was possible. She did not spare a glance for him and his gawking, but went straight to the Great Mother. "I will deal with this, Piotr," she said in her new woman's voice. Then she spoke to the men who had carried her chair. "You have heard our Great Mother. She requires her time of rest. Let us all thank her for gracing our gathering this evening, and wish her calm sleep and easy bones." There was a murmur of response, echoing the Narcheska's good night to the Great Mother, and then the young men took up the old woman's chair and carried her off. The Narcheska stood straight and silent, turning to watch after her until she disappeared into the shadows at the top of the stair. She took a deep breath. The prince was now staring at her back, at the knob at the top of her spine bared by her upswept hair and her graceful neck above it. The seamstress had cut it well, I thought to myself. Not even the edge of her tattoos peeped over it. I saw Chade give Dutiful a tiny jab in the ribs. The young man started as if waking from a dream, and discovered a sudden interest in Piotr's feet. Piotr was staring at him flatly, as if he were an ill-mannered dog that might steal meat from the table if he were not watched. I saw the Narcheska square her shoulders. She turned back to face us all. Her eyes roved over the assembly. The ornament in her hair was made from narwhal's horn. I have no idea how they had wrought that iridescent blue upon it. The tiny star pins sparkled around it, and I no longer had any doubt that the carving that Prince Dutiful had found upon the treasure beach had presaged this moment. I was no closer to knowing what that meant, and had no time to think upon it. Somehow the Narcheska had found a smile. It was a bit wry at the corners as she gave a small laugh and a shrug. "I've forgotten what I'm supposed to say now. Will someone speak the mother's words for me?" Then, before anyone could reply to her request, she let her gaze come to meet Dutiful's. He had blushed before, now he burned as he met her eyes. She ignored his fluster and spoke calmly. "You see, we combine 2 of our traditions tonight. By chance, it is my time to show myself as a blooded woman before my clan. And on this very day you are come here to offer yourself as mate to me." His lips moved. I think they muttered the words, "blooded woman," but no sound came forth. She laughed, but the lightness had gone out of it. It was brittle as ice shards breaking. "Have you no ceremony among your folk for this? A boy bloodies his sword to become a man, no? In his ability to kill, he announces that he is now complete. But a woman has no need of a sword. Edda herself bloodies us, and announces us as complete. What a man can take with a sword, a woman can give by her flesh alone. Life." She set both her ringless hands on her flat belly. "I have shed my first woman's blood. I can bring forth life from within me. I stand before you all, a woman now." There was a muttered response of "Welcome, Eliania, Narwhal clan woman." I sensed that she had stepped back into the ritual and taken up the words too. Pyotr had retreated into the row of her clansmen. Women came to stand around her, a formalized greeting passed between every woman of the Narwhal clan and Eliania. A group of wide-eyed girls, hair loose upon their shoulders, stood in a cluster watching her. One, taller than the others and close to being a woman herself, pointed at Dutiful and said something approving to two of her fellows. They giggled and drew closer to her, whispering and nudging one another. I sensed that these girls had been Eliania's playmates and companions, but that Eliania had stepped apart from them now and into the ranks of the women. The effortless way in which she had assumed command of the situation told me that she had, in many ways, been a woman amongst them for a long time. This ceremony was a formal recognition that her body was starting to catch up with her spirit. When every woman had greeted her, Eliania stepped back out of the circle of firelight from the hearth. A stillness came over the crowd, replacing the murmur of comment and welcome. For a brief time I felt their awkwardness. Pyotr shifted on his feet, then forced himself to stand still. Dutiful remained where he had been, and I sensed that these minutes were passing like hours for him. Finally, the same young woman who had whispered to the Great Mother stepped forward. A faint blush suffused her cheeks. Obviously she felt she was stepping above her station, but no one else had offered to take charge. She cleared her throat, but there was still a tremor in her voice as she said, "I am Almata, a daughter of the mothers of the Narwhal clan. I am cousin to the Narcheska Eliania, and 6 years her senior. Unworthy as I am, I will speak for the Great Mother." She paused a moment, as if to allow time for someone to challenge her in this role. There were older women present, but none of them spoke. A few gave tiny, encouraging nods. Most looked heartsick. Almata took a deep breath, visibly steadied herself, and spoke again. "We are gathered in our mother's house because one not of our clan has come among us, seeking to join his lines to ours. He asks not just for any woman, but for our Narcheska Eliania, she whose daughters will in turn be Narcheska, and mother, and great mother to us all. Stand forth, warrior. Who seeks to court our Eliania, our Narcheska of the Narwhals? Where is the warrior bold enough to seek the mother's permission to bed with our daughter and give her daughters to raise up as mothers of the Narwhal clan?" Dutiful took a shuddering breath. He should not have. He should have been steadier than that, and yet I could not blame him. All could sense that something was awry here tonight, and it was something more than foreigners intruding on an Outylander ceremony. I had a sense of people stretching to close a gap, of trying to mend a tragedy by retreating to tradition. Yet there was no space left for us to be cautious. Dutiful's voice was steady as he proclaimed, "I come. I would have the Narcheska Eliania of the Narwhal clan as the mother of my children." "And how will you provide for her, and the children that you will give her? What will you contribute to the Narwhal clan that we should let your bloodlines mingle with ours?" And suddenly we were on solid ground. Chade had prepared well for this. Riddle nudged me, and I stepped aside almost in rhythm with the other guards. Behind them was a canvas-draped heap. Longwick dragged the cover from it, and each guardsman in turn took up an item and brought it forward as Chade announced what it was. Dutiful stood silent and proud as his gifts were presented to both Almata and the Narcheska, as well he might be. Nothing had been spared. Some of the trove had come with us, hastily transferred from the Maiden's Chant to the Tusker. Casks of brandy from Shokes, a bale of ermine skins from the Mountain Kingdom, and coloured glass beads from Tilth, wrought into a tapestry that could be hung over a window. Silver earrings, Catricken's own handiwork. Cotton, linen, and fine woolen cloth from bairns were among the offerings. Other gifts were merely mentioned as promises, cargo to be brought from Zillig on the next trip. The reading of that list took some time. The labour of 3 skilled smiths for 3 years, a bull and 12 cows of our finest bloodlines, 6 brace of oxen and a team of matched horses, hunting hounds and 2 merlins trained to be ladies' birds, and some things that Chade offered on Prince Dutiful's behalf were only dreams yet. Trade and peace between the 6 duchies and the Outislands, gifts of wheat when their fishing harvest was poor, good iron, and the freedom to trade in all the 6 duchies' ports. It was a long list, and I felt the day's weariness catch up with me as Chade catalogued it for them. But all weariness left me when Chade concluded, and Almata spoke again. "This is the offer made to our clan. Mothers, daughters, and sisters, what say you? Do any speak against him?" Silence followed her words. It evidently expressed approval, for Almata nodded gravely. Then she turned to Eliania. "Cousin, woman of the Narwhal clan, Eliania the Narcheska, what is your will? Do you desire this man? Will you take him as yours?" The muscles stood out in Piotr's neck as the slender young woman stepped forward. Dutiful held out a hand, palm up. She stood beside him, shoulder to shoulder, and placed her hand flat upon his. When she turned to look at him, and their eyes met, my lad blushed again. "I will take him," she replied, gravely. A part of me noted she did not reply as to whether she desired him or not. She took a deeper breath and said more loudly, "I will take him, and he will bed me, and we will give daughters to the mother's house. If he performs the tasks I have already named to him, if he can bring here to this hearth the head of the dragon Icefyre, then he may call me wife." Piotr's eyes flickered shut and then open again. He forced himself to watch as his sister-daughter sold herself. His shoulders moved once in what might have been a sob denied. Almata held a hand out, and someone placed a long strip of leather in it. She stepped forward and continued speaking as she bound Dutiful's and Eliania's wrists together. "This binds you as your words have bound you. While she accepts you, bed with no other, Dutiful, or that woman's life is forfeit to Eliania's knife. While he pleases you, Eliania, bed with no other, or that man must face the challenge of Dutiful's sword. Now, mingle your blood upon the hearthstones of our mother's house in offering to Ada for the children she may send you." I had no desire to watch, but I did. First the knife was offered to Dutiful. He betrayed no pain as he sliced his forearm until it bled freely. He cupped his bound hand and waited for blood to trickle past the leather strip and into his palm. Eliania did likewise, her face grave and somehow impassive, as if she had transgressed into an area so far beyond disgrace that nothing could move her now. When each hand cupped a small amount of blood, Almata guided their hands into a clasp. Then they knelt, and each left a palm print of the mingled blood on the hearthstone. When they turned to face the gathered folk again, Almata freed their hands of the leather cord and offered it to Dutiful, who accepted it gravely. Almata moved to stand behind them, a hand on each of their shoulders. She tried to put a note of joy into her voice, but it sounded flat to me as she announced, "They stand before you, joined and bound by their words. Wish them well, my people." The murmur of approval that rose from the gathered folk was more as if they applauded a deed of great courage than if they had just witnessed the happy joining of a loving couple. Eliania bowed her head before it, sacrifice for them in some way I did not yet comprehend. "I'm married." Wonder, dismay, and outrage mingled in Dutiful's flung skill thought. "Not until you give her a dragon's head," I warned him. "Not until we hold the real ceremony in Buckkeep Castle," Chade comforted him. The prince looked dazed. All around us, the hall erupted into activity. Boards were brought out, and then food to grace them. Outislander minstrels struck up a song upon their windy instruments. True to their tradition, the minstrels so twisted the words to fit the tune that I could scarce understand it. I noticed that 2 of them came to greet Cockle and invite him to their corner of the hall. Their welcome seemed genuine, and again I was struck by the universal understanding that seems to exist amongst musicians. Dutiful skill shared with me the words Eliania had said quietly to him. "Now you must hold my hand and walk with me as I present you to my older cousins. Remember they are my elders. Although I am the Narcheska, I still owe them the deference due to my elders. So do you." She spoke as if instructing a child. "I'll try not to humiliate you," he replied, rather stiffly. His words did not please me, and yet I could not completely blame him for saying them. Then smile, and keep quiet, as befits a warrior in the mother's house that is not his own, she retorted. She took his hand and let it be obvious that she led him, rather as one might lead a prize bull by the ring in his nose, I thought to myself. The women did not come to meet him. Instead, Eliania took him from group to group. At each he made the warrior's obeisance accepted in the Outislands. That is, he offered his sword hand, empty and now bloodied, wrist up to them while bowing his head. They smiled upon him, and offered comment to the Narcheska upon her choice. I sensed that in another time and place the words would have been light-hearted and teasing, but at this ceremony and with this man, the compliments offered to her were moderate and well-mannered. Instead of relieving the tension of the formal pledging, they prolonged it. Seeing the other groups of warriors dispersing throughout the feast, Chade dismissed us from our ranks. "Ears and eyes open," he cautioned me as I wended my way through the throng. "Always," I replied to him. He did not need to suggest that I keep the prince in sight. Until I knew what was behind this facade, I had no idea who might or might not wish him harm. And so I drifted about the wedding feast, never too far from my prince, keeping a light skill contact with him. The gathering was very different from any Buckkeep celebration. There was no seating of the guests according to rank or favour. Instead, the food was set out and people helped themselves to it and wandered the room as they ate it. There was roast mutton on spits, kept warm near the hearth, and trays heaped with fowl cooked whole. I sampled from a platter of smoked candlefish, seasoned and crisp, and remarkably tasty. Outislander breads seemed to be dark and unleavened, cooked in huge flat rounds. Diners tore off a piece of an appropriate size, and then heaped it with sliced and pickled vegetables, or dipped it in fish oil and salt. All the flavours of the food seemed overly strong to me, and much of it was pickled or smoked or salted. Only the mutton and the chicken were fresh killed, and even those had been seasoned with some sort of seaweed. The eating and drinking, the talking and the music, and some sort of juggling contest, with betting, all happened simultaneously. The roar of raised voices was nearly deafening. After a time I became aware of something else. Young Outislander women of the Narwhal clan were approaching not just our guardsmen, but even Civil and Cockle. I saw several guards grinning fatuously as their young partners led them outside or up the shadowy staircase. Are they deliberately luring Dutiful's guard away? I skilled anxiously to Chade. Here it is a woman's prerogative, he replied. They do not have the same customs regarding chastity. The guardsmen were warned to be cautious but not cool. The prince's warriors and companions are expected to be available for the evening, but only if they are invited. It would be a breach of hospitality if they approached a woman who had not first signalled her interest. If you have not noticed, there is a lack of men here, and far fewer children than there should be for this many women. An empty womb filled on a wedding night foretells a lucky child here. Was there a reason I was not told of this before now? Does it bother you? After a moment of surreptitious peering, I located my old mentor. He was sitting on one of the bed benches, nibbling on a fowl's leg and conversing with a woman half his age. I caught a glimpse of Civil and his cat disappearing into the upper reaches of the house. The woman who led him was at least 5 years older than he was, but he did not look intimidated. I had no time to wonder nor worry where Swift had vanished to. Surely he was too young to be of any interest to these viragos. In that moment I realized that Dutiful was leaving the mother's house in the company of a gaggle of the Narcheska's girlish friends. Eliania did not look particularly pleased, even though she still held his hand and led him out of the door. It was not easy to follow him. A woman with a tray of sweets stepped between me and the door. I managed to feign a thick-witted indifference to her offering of more than the sticky confections, as I helped myself to a handful in a boorish display of greed and ate them in 2 mouthfuls. Somehow this flattered her, and she set the tray aside and followed me as I ate them. She was still at my elbow when I reached the door. "Where's the back house?" I asked her, and when she did not understand the Six Duchies' euphemism, I mimed what I sought. With a puzzled look, she pointed out a low building to me, and returned to the feasting. As I walked towards it, I cast a wide glance for Dutiful. There were several couples in the courtyard, in various stages of dalliance, and 2 boys carrying water from the well back into the mother's house. Where had he gone? I saw him at last, not far away, sitting beside Eliania on a grassy rise near some young apple trees. The other girls had settled around them in a ring. These were girls not yet women. as their loose hair proclaimed. I guessed that their ages ranged from 10 to 15 or so. Doubtless before this night they had been Eliania's playmates for years. Now she has left their companionship behind her with her change to woman's status. Not quite, Dutiful informed me sourly. They have evaluated me as if I were a horse bought cheap at the fair. If he is a warrior, where are his scars? Did he not have a clan? Why does his face not bear her tattoo? They tease her, and one of them is quite a nasty little vixen. Lestra is her name, and she is Eliania's older cousin. She is mocking Eliania, saying that perhaps she is a woman, and even wed in name, but that she doubts that she has ever been kissed. Lestra claims to have been kissed several times, quite thoroughly, even though she has not bled yet. Fitz, have the girls no shame nor reticence in this land? I grasped it on an intuitive level. Dutiful, it is a driving out. Eliania is no longer one of them, and so they will peck and tease her tonight. Doubtless it would have happened in any case. It may even be seen as a part of her womanhood ceremony. And then, needlessly, I added, be careful. Follow her lead, lest you shame her somehow. I have no idea what she wants of me, he replied helplessly. She glares at me out of the corner of her eye, and yet holds to my hand as if it were a line thrown to her in a wild water. As clearly as if I sat beside him, the words reached me through our skill link. The girl who flung the challenge was taller than Eliania, and perchance older. I knew enough of women to know that age alone did not determine their blood time. Indeed, save for her loose hair, I would have guessed her a woman already. Lestra spoke saucily, taunting Eliania with, "So, you'll bind him to you? So no one else can have him, but you dare not even kiss him?" "Perhaps I do not wish to kiss him yet. Perhaps I intend to wait until he has proven himself worthy of me." Lestra shook her head. She had little bells wired into her hair, and I heard the jingle of her mane as she said mockingly, "No, Eliania, we know you well. As a girl you are always the most meek and least daring of us. I dare say you are the same as a woman. You don't dare kiss him, and he is too timid a man to take one for himself. He is a smooth-cheeked boy masquerading as a man. Isn't that true, Prince? You are as timid as she is. Perhaps I could teach you to be bolder. He does not even look at her breasts, or perhaps they are so small he cannot see them." I did not envy Dutiful. I had no advice to offer him. I sat myself down on the low stone wall that marked the edge of the young orchard. I lifted my hands to my face and rubbed my cheeks, as a man does when he has too much to drink and seeks to drive the tingle from his face. I hoped folk would think me drunk and leave me sitting. I did not relish watching Dutiful go through his dilemma, but I dared not leave him. I sagged my shoulders and set my head as if staring into the distance, while watching out of the corner of my eye. Dutiful made an effort, speaking stiffly. "Perhaps I respect Narcheska Eliania too much to take what she has not offered." I could feel his steely determination not to look at her breasts as he said this. His awareness of them, bared and warm so near him, was taking its toll. He could not see the look Eliania cast to one side. That answer had not pleased her. "But you do not respect me, do you?" the little minx taunted him. "No," he replied shortly. "I do not think that I do." "Then there is no problem. Show your boldness and kiss me," Lestra commanded him triumphantly. "And I will tell her if she is missing anything worth having." As if to force him to the act, she leaned forward suddenly, thrusting her face at him, even as one sly hand flew towards his groin. "What's this?" she crowed mischievously, as Dutiful shot to his feet with an exclamation of outrage. "There's more than a kiss he has waiting for you, Eliania. Look at it. An army of one has pitched a tent for you there. Will the siege last long?" "Stop it, Lestra!" Eliania snarled. She, too, had come to her feet. Her cheeks blazed with colour, and she did not look at Dutiful but scowled at her enemy. Her bared breasts rose and fell with her angry breath. "Why? You've obviously no intent of doing anything interesting with him. Why shouldn't I take him? By rights he should be mine. just as by rights I should be Narcheska, and will be when he takes you off to be a lesser woman in his own mother's house." Several of the girls gasped, but Eliania's eyes only blazed hotter. "That is among the oldest of the lies you tell, Lestra. Your great-grandmother was the younger twin. Both midwives said so." "First out of the womb is not always oldest, Eliania, so many say. Your great-grandmother was a mewling, sickly kitten of a babe. Mine was the hearty, healthy child. Your great-grandmother had no right to be Narcheska, nor did her daughter, or her granddaughter, or you." "Sickly? Indeed? Then how is it that she lives still, as great mother? Take back your lie, Lestra, or I will cram it down your throat." Eliania spoke in a flat, ugly voice. It carried well. I was not the only one who had turned to watch the quarrel. When Dutiful stepped forward, mouth open to speak, Eliania put her hand flat in the centre of his chest and thrust him back. The young girls formed into a ring now around the potential combatants, and he found himself outside it. He looked toward me as if for help. "Don't intervene. Eliania has made it plain that she doesn't want you to." I hoped my advice was good. Even as I attempted to skill the situation to Chade, I saw Pyotr. He had probably been lurking just out of my line of sight at the building's corner. He strolled over to the low wall where I sat and leaned one hip on it casually. "You should stay out of that," he said to me casually. I swung my head and regarded him blearily. "Who?" He stared at me, levelly. "Your prince. He should leave this to Eliania to settle. It's woman's business, and she won't welcome his interference. You should convey that to him if you can." Pyotr says, "Step back from it. Let Eliania settle it." "What?" Dutiful demanded in consternation. "Why is Pyotr speaking to you?" Chade demanded. "I don't know." To Pyotr I said, "I'm just his guardsman, sir. I don't advise the prince." "You're his bodyguard," Pyotr replied pleasantly. "Or his... what would it be in your language? His chaperone? As I am for Eliania. You're good, but you're not invisible. I've seen you watching him." "I'm his guardsman. I'm supposed to guard him," I protested, letting the words slur a little. I wished I'd thought of having a glass of wine. The smell of spirits can be very convincing. He was no longer looking at me. I turned to stare up the hill. There was a shout behind me from the door of the mother's house, and I heard other people emerging. The two girls had gone into a clinch. With apparent ease, Lestra threw Eliania onto the ground, on her back. Even at that distance I heard her breath whoosh out of her. Pyotr made a frustrated sound, and he twitched in that small way that experienced fighters do when they are watching a prized student compete. As Lestra flung herself on top of Eliania, the smaller girl suddenly drew her knees up to her chest and firmly kicked her opponent in her midsection. Lestra shot backwards, landing badly. Eliania rolled to her knees and, careless of her fine gown and coiffed hair, flung herself on top of Lestra. Every muscle in Pyotr's neck and arms was taut, but he did not move. I came to my feet to gain a better vantage and gawked, just as the other Buckkeep guardsmen were doing. The Outislanders who had emerged to watch the struggle were interested, but not intent. Evidently for girls or women to wrestle in this manner was not shocking to them. By sitting high on Lestra's chest, her knees on her arms, Eliania had effectively pinned the larger girl to the earth. Lestra was kicking and struggling, but the Narcheska had gripped a handful of her loose hair to fix her head to the ground. With her free hand, she rubbed a handful of dirt into Lestra's mouth. "Let honest earth cleanse the lie from your lips!" she shouted triumphantly. Dutiful stood back from them, his mouth ajar. He was aware of the wild jiggle of Eliania's bared breasts as her chest heaved with exertion. I sensed he was as horrified at his physical reaction to that as he was by the girl's struggle. All around them, the other girls leapt and yelled, encouraging the combatants. With a wild shriek, Lestra tore her head free of Eliania's grasp, leaving her clutching a goodly handful of hair. Eliania slapped her hard and then seized her by the throat. "Call me Narcheska, or you will not draw another breath," she shouted at her. "Narcheska! Narcheska!" the older girl shrieked, and then she began to sob wildly. more from frustration and humiliation than pain. Eliania put her hand flat to Lestra's face and pushed up off it as she stood. "Leave her alone," she warned two of the girls who stepped forward to aid the loser. "Let her lie there and be glad that I didn't have my knife. I am a woman now. From now on my knife will answer anyone who dares to dispute that I am Narcheska. From now on, my knife will answer anyone who dares to touch the man I have claimed for myself." I glanced at Pyotr. His grin was hard, showing every tooth he had. Eliania reached Dutiful in 2 strides. He stood gawking down at his dishevelled bride. As casually as I would seize a horse's mane to mount him, she reached up and gripped his warrior's tail. As she pulled his face down to hers, she commanded him, "You will kiss me now." An instant before their mouths met, he snatched his skill awareness away from me. Yet neither I nor any man watching needed the skill to sense the fervour in that kiss. She locked her mouth to his, and as his arms came awkwardly around her to draw her closer, she leaned into his embrace, deliberately brushing her bared breasts against his chest. Then she broke the kiss, and while Dutiful drew an uneven breath, she met his eyes and reminded him, "Icefyre's head, on my mother's hearth, before you may call me wife." Then, from within the circle of his embrace, she looked at her old playmates and announced, "You girls may stay here and play if you wish. I'm taking my husband back inside to the feasting." She stepped clear of his arms and took his hand again. He followed her docilely, grinning vapidly. Lestra was sitting up, alone, staring after them with fury and shame. There were approving whoops from several women and some envious groans from the watching men as she triumphantly led her prize past them. I glanced at Pyotr. He looked stunned. Then his eyes came to mine. "She had to do that," he told me sternly, "to make her point with the other girls. That's why she did it, to establish herself in their eyes as a woman, and to make clear her claim to him." I could see that, I agreed mildly, but I did not believe him. I suspected that something had just happened that was outside his plan for Eliania and Dutiful. It made it all the more essential for me to discover just what his true intent was. The rest of the evening seemed bland. Eating, drinking, and listening to Outislander bards could not compare to the claiming of power that I had just witnessed. I found a meat pie and a mug of ale, and took it to a quiet corner. I pretended to be absorbed in it as I skilled to Chade all that I had witnessed. "This is moving more swiftly than I had dared hope," he skilled in return. "And yet I mistrust it. Does she truly want him as a husband, or was it only to establish what she claimed, that no one can take him from her? Does she hope lust will spur him to kill the dragon for her?" I felt foolish as I told him. This is the first time I have realized that if she becomes his bride and moves to his house, some will say she has forfeited her place here. Lestra spoke of her becoming a lesser woman in his mother's house. What did it mean? Chade's reply came reluctantly. "I think the idiom is the same used for a woman captured in a raid, but taken as a wife rather than a slave. Her children have no clan. It is like being a bastard, somewhat." Then why would she agree to this? Why would Pyotr allow it? And if she is not the Narcheska when she comes to Buckkeep and remains there, do we gain any advantage by this wedding? Chade, this does not make sense to me. There is still too much that is not clear here, Fitz. I sense an unseen current in all this. Stay alert. And so I did. Through the long evening and longer night, the sun lingered as it does in that northern clime, so that night was just a long twilight. When the time came for the bridal couple to retire, it was Dutiful who announced that he would remain below in the common room, lest any say that I have taken what I have not earned. It added another awkward moment to the day, and I saw a puff-lipped Lestra gloating about it with her cohorts. The couple parted at the foot of the staircase, Eliania ascending and Dutiful going off to take a seat beside Chade. This night he would sleep within the mother's house, as befitted a man properly wedded to a woman of the clan, but down here, on the bedboards, not above with Eliania. His guards were dismissed for the night, to return to the warriors' housing or warmer welcomes, so long as their partners bedded them outside the mother's house walls. I longed to move closer to Chade and Dutiful and have some quiet talk with them, but I knew it would look odd. Instead, I decided that it was time for me to return to my own lodgings. I had not gone far when I heard footsteps crunching on the pathway behind me. Glancing back, I saw Webb. Beside him slogged a weary Swift. The tops of his cheeks were very pink, and I suspected the boy had overindulged in wine. Webb nodded to me, and I slackened my pace to allow them to catch up with me. "Quite an occasion," I remarked idly to Webb when he walked beside me. "Yes. I think the Outislanders now regard our prince as wed to their Narcheska. I thought this was only to confirm the betrothal before her mother's hearth." There was a note of question in his statement. "I don't think they make any distinction between couples marrying and couples announcing that they will marry. Here, where property and children belong to the woman, marriage is seen in a different light." He nodded slowly. "No woman ever has to wonder if a babe is truly hers," he observed. "Does it make that great of a difference if the children belong more to the woman than they do to the husband?" Swift asked curiously. His words were not slurred, but when he spoke I could smell the wine on his breath. "I think it depends on the man," Webb answered gravely. After that we walked for a time in silence. Whether I would or no, my thoughts wandered to Nettle and Molly and Burrick and me. To whom did she belong now? As we drew near the cottage, the town around us was silent. Any folk who were not at the wedding festivities in the mother's house were long abed. I opened the door quietly. Thick needed all the rest he could get. I did not wish to wake him. The slice of light that we admitted to the cottage showed me Riddle lying on the floor beside Thick's bed. One eye was open, and his hand was on his bared blade, arranged beside him. When he saw who it was, he closed his eyes and lapsed back into sleep. I remained standing motionless by the door. There was another intruder in the cottage, one whose presence Riddle had not noticed. Large and round as a fat cat, yet masked like a ferret, he crouched on the table, his bushy striped tail sticking straight up behind him. He looked at us with round eyes over the hunk of our cheese that he clutched in his front paws. The marks of his sharp teeth were clearly visible in it. "What is it?" I breathed to Webb. "I think they call it a robber rat, though rat it is clearly not. I've never seen the like of it before," he replied as softly. The robber rat stared past us both, his entire attention fixed on Swift. Like a whisper against my senses, I became aware of the wit flowing between the two. There was a smile on Swift's face. He stepped forward, pushing between Webb and me to do so. I lifted a hand to reach after him, but before I could do so, Webb's hand fell on the boy's shoulder. He jerked Swift back, startling the robber rat with the abruptness of his move. Aloud he told the creature, "Take the cheese and go!" Then, in the harshest voice I'd ever heard him use, he demanded of Swift, "What did you think you were doing? Have you not heard one word of anything I've tried to teach you?" Robber rat and cheese were gone in a flicker of motion, vanishing through the open window with a flick of striped tail. Swift gave a cry of disappointment and tried to wrench himself free of Webb's grip. The stout man's hand held him firm. The boy was angry, mostly, I think, in response to Webb's visible anger with him. "All I did was greet him. I liked the feel of him. I could sense that we would go well together, and I wanted—" "You wanted him like a child wants a bright toy on a tinker's tray." Webb spoke severely, and there was no mistaking the condemnation in his voice as he released Swift's shoulder. "Because he was sleek and swift and clever. And he is as young and foolish as you are. And as curious. You felt him reach back to you not because he was seeking a partner, but because you intrigued him. That is not a basis for a wit bond, and you are not old enough nor mature enough to be seeking a partner. If you attempt that again, I will punish you, just as I would punish any child who deliberately put himself or a playmate into danger." Riddle had sat up and was regarding the discussion with open-mouthed astonishment. It was no secret to anyone that both Webb and Swift were part of Dutiful's witted coterie. I shuddered to think how close I had come to betraying myself as old blood. Even Thick had opened one sleepy eye to scowl at the argument. Swift flung himself disconsolately into a chair. "Danger?" he muttered. "What danger? Is it dangerous that I might have someone that cared about me at last?" "Danger that you would bond with a creature you know nothing about." "Has he a mate and kits at home? Would you take him from them, or remain here on this island when we sailed? What does he eat, and how often? Would you stay here with him for his lifespan, or take him away from all others of his kind when we left here, condemning him to remain forever mateless? You took no thought for him, Swift, nor for anything beyond the connection of the moment. You're like a drunk, bedding a young girl tonight with no thoughts for the morrow. It is not a behaviour I can excuse. No true old blood would. Swift glared at him. Riddle spoke thoughtlessly into the tense silence. I did not know the wizard had any rules about bonding with animals. I thought they could bond with any creature, for an hour or a year. A false perception, Webb said heavily, that many folk not of old blood have about us. It is bound to happen when one people must keep their way secret and unseen. But it leads to the idea that we use animals and then discard them. It makes it easier for folk to think we would bid a bear savage a man's family or send a wolf to kill a flock of sheep. The wit bond is not a man taking mastery over an animal. It is a joining founded on mutual respect for life. Do you understand that, Swift? I meant no harm, he replied stiffly. There was no repentance or apology in his voice. Neither does the child who plays with fire and burns a cottage down. Meaning no harm is not enough, Swift. If you would be old blood, then you must respect our rules and ways all the time, not just when it suits you. And if I don't? Swift asked sullenly. Then call yourself a piebald, for that is what you will be. Webb drew in a heavy breath, and then sighed it out. Or an outcast, he said softly. I felt that he tried not to look at me as he spoke those last words. Why any man would wish to remain apart from his own, I do not know. Chapter 11. Outislanders. The attachment that the women have to their clan lands is remarkable. They often refer to tales that the earth itself is made from Ada's flesh and bones, while the sea belongs to El. All land belongs to the women of the clan. The men born into a clan may tend the land and help with the harvest, but the women determine the distribution of the harvest and also decree what crops will be planted, and where and in what proportions. It is not merely a matter of ownership, but a matter of Ada's worship. Men may be buried anywhere, and most often are given to the sea, but all women must be buried within their own clan fields. The graves are honoured for 7 years, during which time the burial field is left fallow. After that, they are ploughed again, and the first harvest from such a field is served in a special feast. While the Outsilander men are wanderers and may remain away from their home ports for years, the women tend to stay close to the lands of their birth. In marriage, they expect their husbands to reside with them. If an Outsilander woman dies away from her clan lands, extraordinary efforts will be made to return her body to her clan fields. To do otherwise is both great shame and serious sacrilege for the woman's clan. The clans will willingly go to war to repatriate a woman's body to her home. An Account of Travel in a Barbarous Lands, by Scribe Fedren. We were guests at Outislanders at the Narcheska's mother house for 12 days. It was a strange hospitality they offered us. Chade and Prince Dutiful were allotted sleeping space on the benches in the lower level of the house. The witted coterie was housed alongside the guardsmen outside the walls. Thick and I continued in our cottage, with Swift and Riddle as frequent visitors. Each day Chade sent 2 of the guards into the village to purchase victuals. They brought a share to us in the cottage, some to the guards, and the rest back to the mother's house. Although Blackwater had promised to feed us, Chade had chosen this tactic shrewdly. To be seen as dependent on the narwhal mother's house largesse would be seen as a weakness and a foolish lack of planning. There were good aspects to our extended stay. Thick began to recover his health. He still coughed and was short of breath if he went for a walk, but he slept more naturally, took an interest in his surroundings, ate and drank, and generally recovered some of his spirits. He still held it against me that I had forced him to travel there in a ship, and that he would eventually have to leave in the same way. Every effort at casual conversation that I made always seemed to lead us back to that bone of contention. Sometimes it seemed easier not to speak to him at all, but then I sensed his anger for me as a simmering displeasure. I hated that things had become uncomfortable between us when I had worked so hard to gain his trust. When I said as much to Chade during one of our brief meetings, he dismissed it as necessary. It would be far worse if he blamed it on Dutiful, you see. In this, you will have to be the whipping boy, Fitz. I knew it was so, and yet his words were no comfort. Riddle spent several hours daily with Thick, usually when Chade wanted me to keep an unobtrusive eye on Dutiful. Webb and Swift often came to the cottage. Swift seemed chastened by Webb's rebuke, and appeared generally more respectful to both Webb and myself. I kept the lad busy with daily lessons, and demanded that he practice his bow as well as his swordsmanship. Thick would come to sit outside the cottage and watch our mock battles in the sheep enclosure. He always cheered for Swift, bellowing his pleasure every time the boy landed a blow with the bound swords we used. I confess that bruised my feelings as much as Swift's thwacks bruised my flesh. It was my own skills more than his that I wished to keep sharp, but teaching the boy not only gave me an excuse to practice, it also allowed me to demonstrate my proficiency to the Outislanders. They did not gather to watch, but from time to time I would glimpse a lad or two perched on a nearby wall, eyeing us. I resolved that if I must be spied upon, I would see that the reports of me were that I was not easy prey. I did not think that their scrutiny was casual curiosity. I felt constantly watched in that place. Wherever I went, always it seemed there was someone nearby, idly lingering. I could not have pointed to a single boy or old woman that spied on me, and yet there were always eyes on my back. I felt, too, a sense of danger to Thick. It was in the glances he received whenever we went out, and in the reaction of the folk we encountered. They drew back from him as if he carried contagion, and stared after us as if he were a two-headed calf. Even Thick seemed aware of it. I realized that, without consciously thinking of it, he seemed to use the skill to be less noticed. It was not like his blast of "you don't see me" that had once nearly laid me low, but more a constant announcement of his unimportance. I stored the knowledge away as something worth discussing with Chade. I had little true time with my old mentor, and the skill messages I relayed to him were brief. We all felt it was more important that he use his skill strength in being available to Dutiful. Chade had also decided that as Peota Blackwater had already discerned that I was a bodyguard for the prince, there was no harm in my more openly pursuing that role. "As long as he does not realize you are any more than that," Chade cautioned me. I tried to be an unobtrusive observer and guard to the prince. Although Dutiful never complained, I think he was uncomfortable with my constant lurking presence. The rest of the settlement regarded Dutiful and Eliania as a married couple now. There was no effort to chaperone them in any way. Only Peota's presence, as subtle as a standing stone, reminded us that some in the Narcheska's family would see that their relationship remained chaste until Dutiful had fulfilled his end of the bargain. I think Peota and I watched one another as much as we watched Dutiful and the Narcheska. In a strange way, we became partners. I discovered in that time one of the reasons why the Narcheska was held in such regard by all of the clans, not just Narwhal. This was a culture in which women owned the land and what it produced. I had assumed the wealth of the Outislanders Isle was in its sheep. It was only when I trailed Dutiful and Eliania on one of their hikes across the rocky hills of the island that I came to discover its true wealth. They crested a ridge, with Peota a discreet distance away from them, and me a distant fourth. As I too reached the rise and then looked down into the next valley, I gasped. There were 3 lakes in the valley, and 2 of them steamed even in the height of the summer day. Greenery was lush all around them, as were the precisely planted and tended fields that patchworked the valley. As I followed them down into the valley, the constant cooling wind faded. I walked down into cupped warmth and the smell of mineral-rich water. The boulders and stones had been cleared from the fields to neatly divide the crops as stone fences. Not only did the crops grow better in this warmer valley, but there I saw plants and trees that I would have judged too tender to flourish this far north. Here, in the harsh out-islands, was an island mellowed by bubbling hot springs into an oasis of gentle warmth and plenty. No wonder the winning of the Narcheska was seen as such a prize. An alliance with she who controlled the food produced here was a valuable thing indeed in these harsh lands. Yet I also had to note that, even in the midst of the summer, many of the fields were left fallow, and workers on the land were not as numerous as I would have expected. Again, the women and girls outnumbered the men and boys, and few of the males were in their prime years. It presented a mystery to me. Here were women, wealthy in land and lacking the workers to farm it. Why were there not more men courting here from other clans, seeking to contribute children to this island of plenty? One early evening, Dutiful and Eliania were jumping two of the scrawny little island ponies that her people used for a multitude of tasks on mail. Their course was a stony meadow at the gently sloping base of a hill littered with boulders, and their makeshift jumps were cut saplings laid across paired boulders. The little ponies amazed me with how high they could leap when badgered into jumping. Sheep had cropped the grass short, and scrub brush fringed the meadow. The deepening blue of the sky arched over us, and soon the first stars would show. They were riding bareback, and Dutiful had already taken 2 tumbles from his scrawny and wilful steed, in his attempts to keep pace with his fearless consort. The girl was wholeheartedly enjoying herself. She rode astride, her yellow skirts bunched and blossomed around her legs. From the knee down, her legs were bare, even her feet. Her cheeks were flushed, her hair wild as she rode with a disregard for everything except showing the prince she could excel him at this. The first time he fell, Eliania had ridden on, her mocking laughter reaching all of us. The second time she actually rode back to see if he was injured, while Pyotr caught the nasty little beast and led it back to them. Most of my attention was focused on Dutiful. I felt proud of him for how genial he had been about both falls. These ponies are as skinny and bony as calves. Trying to keep a seat on one is more bruising than taking the fall when it hops sideways. Eliania seems to manage it well enough, I pointed out teasingly. At the look he shot me, I hastily added, "It doesn't look easy. I think she admires your tenacity. I think she admires my bruises, the little vixen." I caught a note of fondness in the epithet. As if to distract me from that, the prince added, "Glance to your left, and tell me if you see someone behind the boulders at the edge of the scrub brush." I flicked my eyes that way without turning my head. Something was there. I was not sure if it was a person or a large animal crouched there. The prince remounted and clung to his seat while the pony did a series of wild crow hops across the meadow. His mount was obviously weary of the game, but Eliania's merry laughter rewarded Dutiful's effort to stay on top. He cleared the jump that had previously defeated him, and she saluted him with a flourish. Her enjoyment of the spectacle seemed genuine, and a glance at Pyotr showed that a grudging smile lit even his dour face. I joined my laughter to theirs and walked closer to them. "Ride toward that area and take a tumble, and when you do, make sure the pony flees toward the boulders." He skilled a disgusted groan at me, but did as I asked. And when the pony bolted, I sprang up and raced after it full speed, deliberately more chasing him than attempting to catch the creature. Together we flushed a woman, clad all in moss green and brown from her hiding place. She fled with no pretense of doing anything else, and I recognized not only how she moved, but the very faint scent of her that I caught. Much as I longed to chase after her, I did not. Instead I skilled what I now knew to both Chade and Dutiful. That was Henja, the Narcheska's servant from Buckkeep. She's here on the island, spying on us. Neither replied to me save with a wave of dread. I was deliberately awkward at catching the pony. Finally Pyotr came to help me. "We gave that old woman quite a fright," I observed to him as I herded the pony toward him. He seized the recalcitrant little animal by the forelock and looked up at the sky. He never met my gaze. "It grows dark. We are fortunate the prince did not take a worse fall and severely injure himself." Then to our wards, "We should go back now. The ponies are tired of jumping and night draws on." I wondered if he had tried to warn me of a worse danger to the prince than falling from a pony's back. I took him around again. "Do you think that poor old woman is all right? Should we look for her? She seemed quite frightened. I wonder what she was doing behind those boulders." Face and voice impassive, he replied, "She was probably just gathering kindling, or herbs or roots. I do not think we need bother about her." He lifted his voice. "Eliania, the time for fun is over. We should return to the mother's house." I saw Eliania's face when you made Henja run. The Narcheska was startled, and now she is frightened. The brusque nod she gave to Pyotr's words confirmed the prince's opinion. She slid immediately from her pony's back and then lifted the hackamore from his head. turning him loose on the hillside. Pyotr did the same for the beast the prince had been riding, and suddenly I found myself walking back to the mother's house alongside them. Eliania and Dutiful led the way, and the silence between them contrasted sadly with their earlier merriment. My heart was heavy for him. He was learning to love this Outylander girl, but every time they drew closer to one another, the damned politics of throne and power wedged them apart. I felt a sudden rush of anger and spoke rashly. That was Henja, wasn't it? That woman hiding in the bushes. She was the Narcheska's servant in Buckkeep Castle, if I recall correctly. I give the man credit for his composure. Although he could not look at me, his voice was calm. I doubt it. She left our service before we departed Buckkeep. We both believed she might be happier in the Six Duchies, and thus were glad to release her. Perhaps she returned to Outislanders on her own. Perhaps she became homesick. This is not her home. She is not of our mother's house, Pyotr announced firmly. How odd. I was determined to be relentless. As a mere guardsman, I would not be expected to possess tact, only curiosity. I thought that in this country the mother's family was all-important, so anyone attending the Narcheska would be of her mother's line. Ordinarily, yes. Pyotr's voice was growing stiffer. No woman of the family could be spared at the time we sailed, so we hired her. I see. I shrugged. I have wondered, why do not Eliania's mother and sisters attend her now? Are they dead? He shuddered as if I'd struck a dart in him. No, they aren't. Bitterness came into his voice. Her two older brothers are. They died in Kibal Robred's war. Her mother and her younger sister live, but they are detained elsewhere, on an important matter. If they could be here with her now, they would. Oh, I'm sure of that, I replied blandly. I was convinced of the truth of every word he had uttered, and just as certain that I did not have the entire truth. Late that night, while Fitz slept heavily, I skilled as much to Chade. I tried to keep my thoughts to the old man private and separate from my skill link to the prince. I could sense his restless sleep. The undercurrent of the boy's frustration and impatience set my nerves on edge. I tried to set his emotions aside as I communicated to Chade all that had passed between Pyotr and me. Chade was annoyed with my bluntness with Pyotr, even as he was avidly interested in the man's responses. There are designs within designs here, like one of the fool's wooden puzzle balls. I am convinced that he and the Narcheska have an agenda of their own, and that not all in her mother's house knows of it. Some do. Almata, for example, and the Narcheska's great-grandmother has been told, but I do not think she can hold the significance in her mind. Lestra and her mother interest me. Lestra stands to become Narcheska when Eliania goes off to Buckkeep to wed Dutiful, yet she seems to vie with Eliania for Dutiful's attention, and I suspect her mother encourages it. Does she grasp that eventually becoming Queen of the Six Duchies might be a loftier ambition than stealing the Narcheska title from Eliania? I do not think Lestra and her mother attach any importance to Eliania's demand for the dragon's head. I think that Lestra's ambition should give both Eliania and Pyotr concern, yet they seem to remain aloof, their thoughts elsewhere. Eliania only drives Lestra off when the challenge becomes too blatant to ignore. Like their fistfight on the night of the wedding. Betrothal, Fitz, betrothal. We do not recognize that ceremony as a true wedding. The prince must be wed at home, in Buckkeep, and the marriage must be consummated. But no, not just that confrontation. Lestra has made several attempts at him since then, usually when the Narcheska is not about. Does Eliania know? How could she? He might tell her, I speculated. I wonder what would happen if she knew. I have no desire to find out. The situation is quite complicated enough as it is. Perhaps this is just a rivalry between girl cousins. I wish I understood Henja's role in all this. Is she just some dotty old woman? Or more? Are you quite sure it was her? Quite. It had not been just my eyes that confirmed it, but I would not tell Chade I had scented her, and that enough of the wolf remained in me to be certain of that sense. Our conversation had wearied Chade, and I let him go to his rest. I checked to be sure the cottage door was latched, and then regretfully closed the window shutters as well. I did not like sleeping in such a tightly closed place. I always slept best when I could feel air moving freely on my face. But after my sighting of Henja that day, I would not give anyone the opportunity to have a clear shot at me. Such was my frame of mind as I settled myself for sleep, and the next morning I tried to use it to account for my nightmares. Yet it was not fair to call my dreams that. There was nothing of terror in them, only uneasiness, and a vividness that was not skill-walking but something else. I dreamed of the fool, as he had once been, not as Lord Golden, but as a pale, frail lad with colourless eyes. In that guise he bestrode the stone dragon behind Girl on a Dragon, and together they rose into the blue skies. But then suddenly he became Lord Golden, and as he rode behind the carved and soulless girl that was a part of the dragon sculpture that he had called back to wakefulness and life, a black and white cloak fluttered out on the wind behind him. His hair was pulled back sleek and tight from his face and bound back like a warrior's tail. His expression was so set and stern that he looked as soulless as the girl whose slender waist he clasped. His hands were bare, I saw in surprise, for it had been a very long time since I had seen him do anything ungloved. Higher they rose into the sky, and higher still, and then suddenly he lifted his hand and pointed, and the girl kneed the dragon to fly in the direction of that slender, pointing finger. Then clouds cloaked them, as if mist enfolded them. I stirred from sleep to find my own fingers set to my wrist in the pale prints he had once left there. I shifted in my bedding, but could not seem to come back to full wakefulness. Pulling my blanket more tightly around me, I surrendered to sleep again. And then I did skill walk in my dreams, to a most disturbing scene. Nettle sat and chatted with Tintaglia on a grassy hillside. I knew it was a dream of Nettle's making, for never had flowers blossomed so brightly, nor bloomed so evenly throughout the grass. It reminded me of a carefully worked tapestry. The dragon was the size of a horse, and crouched in a way that was not quite threatening. I stepped into the dream. Nettle's back was very straight, and her voice nearly brittle, as she demanded of the dragon, "And what has any of that to do with me?" And in a silent aside to me, "Why did you delay? Didn't you feel me summoning you?"
"I can hear that, you know,"
Tintaglia pointed out calmly.
"And he did not hear you summoning him, because I did not wish him to. So, you see, you are quite alone, if I decide you are."
The dragon suddenly turned her cold gaze on me. Beauty had fled her reptile eyes, leaving them spinning gems of fury.
"A fact that does not escape you either, I assume."
"What do you want?" I demanded of her.
"You know what I want. I want to know what you know of a black dragon. Is he real? Does another dragon, grown and whole, still exist in the world?"
"I don't know," I answered her truthfully. I could feel her mind plucking at mine, trying to get past the words I gave her to see if I was hiding anything. It was like having cold rat feet run over you in a prison cell at night. Then she seized that memory and tried to turn it against me. I slammed my walls tighter. Unfortunately, that meant that Nettle was also outside them. They both became like shadows dimly cast on a wavering curtain. Tintaglia spoke, and her voice reached me like a whisper of doom.
"Accept that your kind will serve mine. It is the natural order of things. Serve me in this, and I will see that you and yours prosper. Defy me, and you and yours will be swept aside."
Suddenly the image of the dragon loomed large and towered over Nettle.
"Or devoured,"
she offered, knowingly. Dread prickled at me. On some fundamental level, the dragon associated me with Nettle. Was it simply that she had always reached me through my daughter, or did she sense our kinship? Did it matter? My daughter was in danger, and it was my fault, again, and I had no idea how to protect her. It did not matter. A moment ago, the flower-studded meadow had reminded me of a tapestry. Then Nettle abruptly stood up, bent and seized her dream, then shook it, as if she sought to shake dust from a rug. The dragon's presence was flung from it and went spinning off into nothingness, dwindling as it went. In that nothingness, Nettle stood and wadded up her dream and tucked it into her apron pocket. I no longer knew where or what I was in her dream, but she sent the words to me. "You'll have to learn to stand up to her and drive her off, not just curl up in a ball and hide. Remember, Shadow Wolf, that you are a wolf, not a mouse. Or so I thought." She began to fade. "Wait!" The prince skilled with desperate determination. In some way I did not understand, he caught at her and detained her. "Who are you?" Nettle's shock went through me like a wave. She struggled a moment, but when his grip held, she demanded, "Who am I? Who are you? Who dare to intrude here so rudely? Let go of me." Dutiful did not react well to her rebuke. "Who am I? I am the prince of all the 6 duchies. I go wherever I will." For a moment, she was stunned to silence, then, "You are the prince?" Her disbelief was as evident as her scorn. "Yes, I am. And now you will stop wasting my time and tell me who you are." I winced at the snap of command in his voice. A terrible silent void stretched all around me. Then Nettle reacted as I had known she would. "Oh, well, of course I will, since you ask me so nicely. Prince Mannerless, I am Queen, I doubt it very much, of the 7 dung heaps. And perhaps you go wherever you will, but when the where belongs to me, I will that you do not ever go there. Changer, you should cultivate nicer friends." I saw what she had done. In the pause, she had seen exactly how he had fastened himself to her, and now, effortlessly, she shook herself free of him, and vanished. I jolted awake with her disdain rattling against me like flung pebbles. Torn between awe for my daughter and dread of the dragon, I tried to recover myself. I needed to think what I could do. Instead, Chade pushed his way into my mind. "We need to talk. Privately." His skill trembled with excitement. "Privately? Are you sure you know what the word means?" Why tonight, of all nights, did he have to spy on me? "Not privately." Dutiful was furious with both of us as he broke in on our skilling. "Who is she? How long has this been going on? I demand to know. How dare you train another skilled one and keep her existence concealed from me?" "Go back to sleep." Thick's ponderous skilling was between a moan and a command. "Go back to sleep and stop shouting. It was only Nettle and her dragon. Go back to sleep." "Everyone knows of her except me. This is intolerable." Dutiful's skilling held fury and frustration and that terrible sense of betrayal when one discovers one has been excluded from a secret. "I demand to know who she is, right now." I fenced my thoughts tightly and prayed, even though I knew it would avail me nothing. "Chade?" The prince drove him out of his silence. "I do not know, my lord." The old man lied gracefully and without remorse. I both damned and admired him. "Fitz chivalry?" Truly there is a power to the naming of a man by his true name. I shuddered at the impact, and then swiftly begged, "Do not call me by that name, not here, not now, lest the dragon be listening." It was not the dragon I feared, but my daughter. Too many bits of my secrets were falling into her hands. "Tell me, Tom." "Not this way. If we must speak of this, let us speak voice to ear only." Near me in the dark, Thick pulled his blankets up over his head, groaning. "Meet me now." The prince's voice was grim. "This isn't wise." Chade counselled us both. "Let it wait until morning, my prince. There is no sense in inviting questions by summoning a man-at-arms to you in the middle of the night." "No, now. What was truly unwise was for both of you to deceive me about this Nettle person. I will know now what is going on behind my back and why." It was almost as if I were in the mother's house by the bed-benches. I could feel how his anger chased the chill from his bared chest as he threw his covers aside, sensed how furiously he thrust his feet into his shoes. Give me time to dress, then, Chade conceded wearily. No, stay where you are, Councillor Chade. You say you know nothing? Then there is no sense in your bothering to come. I'll meet Fitz. Tom. Alone for this. His anger roared like a fire now, and yet he still had refrained from saying my name. In some corner of my mind, I admired his restraint. But the greater part of my thoughts was taken up with a dilemma. This was my prince who was angry with me, and to his way of thinking he was justified. How would I react to his questions? Who was I to him tonight? Friend, mentor, uncle, or subject? I became aware that Thick was sitting up on his blankets watching me dress. I'll only be gone a short time. You'll be fine here alone, I reassured him, even as I wondered if that was so. I don't want to leave Thick here alone, I skilled to the prince, hoping this excuse would spare me. Then bring him. The prince bit off his succinct order. Do you want to come? I heard him, Thick replied wearily. He heaved a huge sigh. You're always making me go places I don't want to go, he complained as he rummaged for clothing in the dark. I felt a year had passed before he was dressed. He huffily refused any offer of assistance from me. Together we finally left the cottage and wound our way through the village. The odd twilight that passes for night in that part of the world lent its grey aspect to the world. It was oddly restful to my eyes, and I finally identified the sensations. These dimmed colours reminded me of how Night Eyes had perceived the world on the evenings and dawns when we had hunted together. It was a gentle light, and undistracted by colour. The eye was free to pick up the small movements of game. I walked, light as the wind, but Thick shuffled disconsolately along beside me. Every now and then he coughed. I reminded myself that he was still not completely well and tried to find patience with his slow pace. Little bats flickered through the air over the town. I caught the furtive glide of a robber rat as it slunk from a rain barrel to a doorstep. I wondered if it was the same one that Swift had tried to befriend, then put it out of my mind. We were drawing closer to the mother's house. The courtyard was deserted. They posted no guard here, though they kept a lookout over the coast and harbour. Evidently they feared no attacks from within their own folk. I wondered then if Pyotr had told me all he knew of Henja. Certainly he and the Narcheska seemed wary of the woman, and he had said she was an outsider. Why then did he not post a guard against her? I led Thick away from the main door. We approached the mother's house from behind, past the stone walls and hedges that confined the sheep. Around the corner of a shed, the prince was waiting for us near some bushes beside the privies. He shifted restlessly as he watched us approach, and I sensed his impatience. I lifted a silent hand to him to gesture to him to join us in the concealment of the hedge. Then, "Don't come to me. Stand still. No, hide. Or go away." I halted, confused by the prince's sudden command, and then I saw what had rattled him. Eliania wore a cloak over her nightgown as she leaned out from the door and glanced around. I barely had time to put a hand on Thick's chest and urge him back out of sight behind the hedge line. The little man angrily slapped my hand from his chest. "I heard him," he complained to me as I shushed him in vain. "We have to be very quiet, Thick. The prince doesn't want Eliania to know we are here." "Why not?" "He just doesn't, that's all. We need just to hide here and be very quiet." I crouched down on the earth behind the hedge and patted the ground by me invitingly. Thick, hunched in the greyness, scowled down at me. I longed simply to take him home, but I was sure Eliania would hear his shuffling tread if we tried to leave. It was better to wait. Surely she wouldn't be long. She probably only needed to use the back house. I peered around the trunks of the hedge, through a gap in the branches. "Come join us here before she sees you," I still suggested to the prince. "No, she's seen me. Go away. I'll talk to you later." Then, disbelievingly, I felt him raise his skill walls against me. He had grown stronger. It was by the wit that I sensed him, poised and quivering in her steady-eyed regard as she came to him in the dusky light of a sun that scraped along the edge of the horizon, refusing to set. I felt a lurch of dismay as I saw how swiftly she went to him and how close she stood to him in the dimness. This was not the first time these two had met clandestinely. I wanted to turn my eyes away, and yet I stared avidly, peering at them through the bushes. Her words barely reached me. I heard the door open and close, and when I looked out of the window I saw you waiting here. I couldn't sleep. He reached out, as if to take her hands, but then dropped his hands back to his sides. I felt more than saw the sharp glance he sent my direction. Go away. I'll speak to you tomorrow. His skill sending was tight and small. I doubted that even Thick was aware of it. Royal command was in his tone. He expected me to obey him. I can't. You know this is dangerous. Send her back to her room, Dutiful. I had no sense that he had received my thought. He had closed himself off to focus only on the girl. Behind me, Thick stood up, yawning and gaping. I'm going back, he announced sleepily. Shh! No. We have to stay here and be very quiet. Don't talk out loud. I peered at the young couple anxiously, but if Eliania had heard Thick, she gave no sign. I wondered uneasily where Piotr was, and what he would do to Dutiful if he found them together like this. Thick sighed heavily. He crouched back down, and then sat flat on the ground. This is stupid. I want to go back to bed. Eliania glanced down at Dutiful's hands at his side, and then, cocking her head, looked up at his face. So? Who are you waiting for? Her eyes narrowed. Lestra? Did she invite you to meet her here? A very odd smile appeared on Dutiful's face. Was he pleased that he had pricked her to jealousy? He spoke more softly than she did, but I could watch his lips form the words. Lestra? Why would I wait by moonlight for Lestra? There is no moon tonight, Eliania pointed out sharply. And as for why Lestra, why, because she would willingly give you her body to use as you wished. More for the sake of spiting me than because she found you handsome. He crossed his arms on his chest. I wondered if he did so to hold in his satisfaction or to keep from taking her in his arms. She was slender as a willow, and her night braids fell to her hips. I could almost smell the warmth of her rising up to him. So, do you think she finds me handsome? Who knows? She likes odd things. She has a cat with a crooked tail and too many toes. She thinks it's pretty. She shrugged. But she would tell you that you were handsome simply to win you. Would she? But perhaps I don't want Lestra to win me. She is pretty, but perhaps I don't want Lestra at all, he suggested to her. All the night held its breath as she looked up at him. I saw the rise and fall of her breasts as she took a deeper breath, daring herself. Then what do you want? She asked, soft as a breeze. He didn't try to take her in his arms. I think she would have resisted that. Instead, he freed one hand from his crossed arms and with the tip of one finger lifted her chin. He leaned forward, bending down to take the kiss he stole from her. Stole? But she did not flee. Instead, she rose on her toes, as only their mouths touched in the soft dimness. I felt a lecherous old man sprawled in the darkness of the hedge, spying on them. I knew he plunged himself into danger, that they both took foolish chances, but my heart leapt at the thought that my lad might know love as well as an arranged marriage. When their kiss finally broke, I hoped he would send her back to her bedchamber. I wanted him to have this moment, but I also knew that I'd have to intervene if it looked as if their experiment was going to venture past a kiss. I cringed at the thought, but steeled myself to the necessity of it. With dread, I heard her breathless question. A kiss? That was all you wanted? It is all I'll take now, he countered. His chest was rising and falling as if he'd run a race. I'll wait until I've earned more, to take more. An uncertain smile crossed her face. You need not earn it if I choose to give myself to you. But you said you would not be my wife until I brought you the dragon's head. In my land, a woman gives herself where she will. It is different from being married. Or a wife, as you call it. Once a girl is a woman, she can take whatever man she wishes into her bedskins. It does not mean she is wed to each of them. She glanced aside and added carefully, You would be my first. Some consider that more special than to be vowed to one another. It would not make me your wife, of course. I will not be wife or wedded to you until you have brought the dragon's head here to my mother's house. I would like you to be my first as well, Dutiful said carefully. Then, as if uttering the words were as difficult as dragging a tree up by the roots, he added, But not now. Not until I've done what I've said I'd do. She was shocked, but not that he would keep his promise. You're first? Truly? You've known no woman yet? It took him a long moment to admit it. It is the custom of my land, though not all follow it, to wait until we are wed. He spoke stiffly, as if fearing she would mock him for his chastity. I would like to be your first, she admitted. She stepped closer to him, and this time his arms settled around her. She melted her body against him as his mouth found hers. My wit made me aware of Piotr before they were. Engrossed as they were, I doubt either of them would have been aware of a herd of sheep passing around them, but I came to my feet as I saw the old warrior step around the corner of the mother's house. His sword was on his hip, and his eyes were dangerous. Eliania! She leapt out of Dutiful's embrace. One guilty hand wiped her mouth, as if to conceal the kiss she had taken. I give Dutiful full credit that he stood his ground. He swung his head to look steadily at Piotr. There was nothing of remorse or disgrace in his stance, nor anything of boyishness. He looked like a man interrupted while kissing a woman who belonged to him. I held my breath, wondering if I would better or worsen the situation by stepping into plain view. The silence was as still and watchful as the night. The gaze held between Piotr and Dutiful. It was a measuring look, not quite a challenge. When Piotr spoke, his words were for Eliania. You should go back to your bedchamber. At his suggestion she spun and fled. Her bare feet were silent on the dust of the courtyard. Even after she was gone, Dutiful and Piotr continued to regard one another. At last Piotr spoke. The dragon's head. You promised. As a man you gave your word. Dutiful inclined his head once gravely. I did. As a man, I promised. Piotr started to turn away. Dutiful spoke again. What Eliania offered me she offered as a woman, not as the Narcheska. Is she free to offer that by your customs? Piotr's spine stiffened. He turned slowly and spoke unwillingly. Who else can offer that to you save a woman? Her body belongs to her. She can share that with you. But she will not truly be your wife until you bring her the head of Icefyre. Ah. Again Piotr slowly turned to go, and again Dutiful's voice stopped him. Then she is more free than I am. My body and my seed belong to the Six Duchies. I am not free to share it where I would choose, but only with my wife. That is our custom. I almost heard him swallow. I would that she knew that by our customs I cannot accept what she offers, except dishonourably. His voice dropped, and his next words were a request. I would ask that she not tempt or taunt me with what I cannot honourably take. I am a man, but I am a man. His explanation was both awkward and honest. So was Piotr's response. There was grudging respect in his voice as he said, I will see that she knows that. Will she think less of me? Will she think me less of a man? I do not. And I will see that she understands what it costs a man to hold back from such an offer. He stood looking at Dutiful, as if seeing him for the first time. When he spoke, there was great sadness in his words. You are a man. You would be a good match for my sister-daughter. The granddaughters of your mother would enrich my line. He spoke the last, as if it were a proverb, rather than something he could truly hope for. Then he turned, and silently left. I saw Dutiful draw a deep breath and sigh it out again. I dreaded that he would reach for me with the skill, but he did not. Instead, head bent, he walked back into Eliania's mother's house. Thick had fallen asleep, sitting on the ground. His head bowed heavily onto his chest. He moaned lightly as I gently shook him to wakefulness and helped him to his feet. "I want to go home," he muttered as he tottered down the road beside me. "Me too," I told him, and yet it was not Buckkeep that came to my mind, but a meadow overlooking the sea, and a girl in bright red skirts that beckoned me, a time rather than a place. No road led there any more. Chapter 12. Cousins. The toothy spires of the Dragon's Isle cup the glacier in its maw, as the gaping mouth of a dying man wells blood. Young man, will you go there? Will you climb the ice to win the regard of your fellow warriors? Dare you cross the crevasses seen and unseen? Dare you brave the winds that sing of Icefyre, asleep within the ice? He will burn your bones with cold, he will. The icy wind is his fiery breath. With it he will blacken the skin of your face until it peels from the sore pink flesh beneath it. Young man, will you venture there? To win the favour of a woman, will you walk beneath the ice on the wet black stones that see no sky? Will you find the secret cavern that gapes only when the tide retreats? Will you count your own heartbeats to mark the passing of time until the sea waves return to grind you to a smear of blood against the deep blue ice above you? The Dragon's Welcome. Outlander Song. Translation by Badgerlock. The very next day, we were told that all the issues regarding the prince killing Icefyre had been resolved. We would return to Zillig to accept the Hetgerd's terms and then depart for Aslevjal and our dragon hunt. I wondered briefly if the sudden plans for sailing had anything to do with the night scene I had witnessed, but then watched the releasing of a bird that carried tidings of our departure and decided that the news had doubtless been borne to us on the same wings. The ensuing bustle spared me an uncomfortable interview with the prince, but plunged me into misery of a different sort. Thick was completely opposed to getting back onto a ship. It was useless to tell him that this was the only way he would eventually get home. In moments like that, I glimpsed the limits of his mind and logic. Thick had developed since he had come to us, becoming not only more free with his words, but more sophisticated in how he used them. He was like a plant finally granted sunlight, as he revealed more understanding and potential than I had suspected from the shuffling, half-wit servant in Chade's tower. And yet he would always carry his differences with him. Sometimes he became a frightened and rebellious child, and at such times reasoning with him did us no good. In the end, Chade resorted to a strong soporific the night before we were to sail, which required me to keep a vigil on his dreams all that night. They were uneasy ones that I soothed as best I could. It filled me with misgivings that Nettle did not come to help me, even though in another sense I was glad she did not. Thick was still soddenly asleep when we loaded him into a handcart to transport him to the ship the next day. I felt a fool trundling him over the bumpy roads and down to the docks, but Webb walked alongside me and talked as casually as if this were an everyday occurrence. Our departure seemed to be more of an event than our arrival. 2 ships awaited us. I noticed that the entire Six Duchies contingent was loaded on the Boar ship as before. The Narcheska and Pyotr and the few folk accompanying them embarked onto a smaller, older vessel, flying a banner with a narwhal on it. The Great Mother came down to see her off and to offer a blessing to her. I understand there was other ceremony as well, but I saw little of it, for Thick began to stir restlessly in his bunk, and I judged it best to stay close by him, lest he awake and decide to get off the ship. I sat by his bunk in the tiny cabin allotted to us and tried to skill peace and security into his dreams. The movement of the waves and the sound of the ship leaked in despite my best efforts. With a start and a cry, he came awake and sat up, staring around the cabin with eyes both wild and groggy. "It's a bad dream," he wailed, and "No," I had to tell him. "It's real. But I promise I'll keep you safe, Thick. I promise." "You can't promise that. No one can promise that on a boat," he accused me. I had put my arm around him comfortingly when he first sat up. Now he flung himself away from me. He huddled back into his blankets, rolled to face the wall, and began to sob uncontrollably. "Thick," I began helplessly. Never had I felt so cruel, never so wrong in anything I had ever done. "Go away!" Despite my walls, the skill command in his words snapped my head back on my spine. I found myself on my feet, groping toward the door of the minuscule cabin we'd share with the wit coterie. I forced myself to halt. "Is there anyone you want to be with you?" I asked, hopelessly. "No. You all hate me. You all trick me and poison me and make me go on the ocean to kill me. Go away!" I was glad enough to do so, for his skill pushed at me like a strong, cold wind. As I went out of the low cabin door, I stood upright too soon and slammed the top of my head into the door jamb. The jolt was enough to dizzy me as I staggered the rest of the way onto the deck. Thick's cruel laugh was like a second blow. I soon learned it was not an accident. Perhaps the first one had been, but in the days of our journey, Thick managed enough skill stumbles for me that any thought of coincidence soon vanished. If I was aware of him, I could sometimes counter it, but if he saw me first, I'd only know of it when the boat seemed to lurch under me. I'd try to catch my balance and instead stumble to the deck or walk into a railing. But at that time, I dismissed it as my own clumsiness. I went to find Chade and Dutiful. We had a greater degree of privacy on that journey than we had previously had on all our travels. Piotr and the Narcheska and her guards were on the other vessel. The Boer clansmen who operated our vessel seemed little interested in how we socialized, and fewer pretenses were needed. So it was that I went directly to the prince's cabin and knocked. Chade admitted me. I found them both well settled, including a meal set out on a table. It was Outisland fare, but at least there was plenty of it. The wine with it was of a decent quality, and I was pleased when a nod from Dutiful invited me to join them. "How is Thick?" he asked without preamble. It was a relief, almost, to give a detailed report on that, for I had dreaded that he would immediately demand that I explain Nettle. I detailed the small man's discomfort and unhappiness, and ended up with, "Regardless of his skill strength, I do not see how we can force him to continue. With every ship we embark on, he dislikes me more, and becomes more intractable. We risk stirring an enmity in him that we can never quell, one that will make him set his skill against all our endeavours. If it can safely be done, I propose that we leave him on Zillig while we go on to Aslevjal." Chade set his glass down with a thud. "You know it can't be done, so why ask it?" I knew his irritation masked his own guilt and regret when he added, "I swear, I have never thought it would be so hard on him. Is there no way to make him understand the importance of what we do? The prince might be able to convey it to him. Thick is so angry with me right now, I don't think he'll truly hear anything I say." "He isn't the only one who is angry with you," Dutiful observed coolly. The calmness with which he addressed me warned me that his anger had gone very deep indeed. He controlled it now as a man controls his blade, waiting for an opening. "Shall I leave you two alone to discuss this?" Chade rose a shade too hastily. "Oh no. As you know nothing of Nettle and her dragon, I'm sure this will be as enlightening to you as it is to me." Chade sank slowly back into his chair, his retreat severed by the prince's sarcasm. I knew abruptly that the old man was not going to help me at all, that, if anything, Chade relished my being cornered this way. "Who is Nettle?" Dutiful's question was blunt. So was my answer. "My daughter, though she does not know it." He leaned back in his chair as if I'd doused him with cold water. There was a long moment of silence. Chade, damn him, lifted his hand to cover his mouth, but not before I'd seen his smile. I shot him a look of pure fury. He dropped his hand and grinned openly. "I see," Dutiful said after a time. Then, as if it were the most important conclusion he could reach, "I have a cousin. A girl cousin. How old is she? How is it that I've never met her? Or have I? When was she last at court? Who is her lady mother?" I could not find my tongue, but I hated Chade speaking for me. "She has never been to court, my prince. Her mother is a candle-maker. Her father, the man she thinks is her father, is Barrick, formerly the stablemaster at Buckkeep Castle. She is 16 now, I believe." He halted there, as if to give the prince time to puzzle it out. "Swift's father. Then is Swift your son? You spoke of having a foster son, but—" "Swift is Barrick's son, and Nettle's half-brother." I took a long breath and heard myself ask, "Have you any brandy? Wine isn't enough for this tale." "I can see that." He stood up and fetched it for me, more nephew than prince in that moment, and ready to be enraptured by ancient family history. It was hard for me to tell that old tale, and somehow Chade nodding sympathetically made it worse. When the convoluted connections were finally all traced for him, Dutiful sat shaking his head. "What a mare's nest you made of it, Fitzchivalry. With this piece in place, the tale my mother told me of your life makes much more sense. And how you must hate Molly and Burrick, that they could both set you aside and faithlessly forget you and find comfort in one another." It shocked me that he could speak of it that way. "No," I said firmly. "That isn't how it was. They believe me dead. There was nothing faithless about them going on living. And if she had to give herself to someone, then I am glad that she chose a man worthy of her, and that he finally found a bit of happiness for himself, and that together they protected my child." It was getting harder to speak as my throat tightened. I loosened it with a slug of brandy, and then wheezed in a breath. "He was the better man for her," I managed to add. I had told myself that so often through the years. "I wonder if she would have thought so," the prince mused, and then, at the look on my face, added hastily, "I beg your pardon. It's not my place to wonder such things, but I am still shocked that my mother allowed this. Often she has spoken with me, forcefully, about how much rests on me as the sole heir to the throne." "She gave way to Fitz's feelings in that, against my counsel," Chade explained. I could hear the satisfaction he took in finally vindicating himself. "I see. Well, actually I don't see, but for now the question is, how have you been teaching her to skill? Did you live near her before, or—" "I haven't been teaching her. What she knows of it, she has mastered on her own." "But I was told that was horribly dangerous." Dutiful's shock seemed to deepen. "How could you allow her to be risked in this way, knowing all she means to the Farseer throne?" That question was for me. And then he accusingly demanded of Chade, "Did you prevent her coming to court? Was this your doing, some silly effort at protecting the Farseer name?" "Not at all, my prince," he denied smoothly. He turned his calm gaze on me and told Dutiful, "Many times I have asked Fitz to allow Nettle to be brought to Buckkeep so that she could both learn her own importance to the Farseer line and be instructed in the skill. But again, this was an area in which Fitzchivalry's feelings had their way, against the counsel of both the Queen and myself." The prince took several deep breaths, then, "This is unbelievable," he said quietly, "and intolerable. It will be remedied. I'll do it myself." "Do what?" I demanded. "Tell that girl who she is, and have her brought to court and treated as befits her birth. See her educated in all things, including the skill. My cousin is being raised as a country girl, dipping candles and feeding chickens. What if the Farseer throne required her? I still cannot grasp that my mother allowed this." Is there anything more chilling than looking at a righteous 15-year-old and realizing he has the power to unravel your entire life? I felt queasy with vulnerability. "You have no idea what that would do to my life," I pleaded quietly. "No, I don't," he admitted easily, but with growing outrage. "And neither do you. You go around making these monumental decisions about what other people should know or not know about their own lives. But you don't really have any more idea how it will turn out than I do. You just do what you think is safest and then crawl around, hoping no one will find out and blame you later if things go wrong." He was building up to a frenzy, and I suddenly suspected that this was not entirely about Nettle. "What are you so angry about?" I asked bluntly. "This is nothing to do with you." "Nothing to do with me! Nothing to do with me!" He stood up, nearly knocking his chair over. "How can Nettle be nothing to do with me? Do not we share a grandfather? Is she not a Farseer born and possessed of the skill magic? Do you know—" He choked for a moment, and then visibly composed himself. In a softer voice he asked, "Have you no idea what it would have meant to me to grow up with a peer? Someone of my blood, someone closer to my own age that I could talk to, someone who would have to shoulder a share of the responsibility for the Farseer reign, so that it wouldn't always have had to be on only me?" He glanced aside, staring as if he could see through the wall of the cabin, and gave an odd little snort. It could be her here, in this cabin, promised to an Outislander spouse, instead of me." If my mother and Chade had had 2 Farseers to spend to buy us peace, who knows? The thought made my blood cold. I didn't want to tell him that that was exactly what I had tried to protect Nettle from. I did give him one truth. It had never occurred to me to look at it from your point of view. It had never occurred to me that it would have an effect on you at all. Well, it has. And it does. He suddenly shifted his focus to Chade. And you, too, have been negligent beyond all tolerance. This girl is the heir to the Farseer throne after me. That should be documented and witnessed. It should have been done before I left port. If anything befalls me, if I die trying to chop up this frozen dragon, there will be chaos, as all try to suggest who should be. It has been done, my prince. Many years ago, and the documents kept safe. In that I have not been negligent. Chade seemed incensed that Dutiful could even think such a thing. It would have been nice to know that. Can either of you explain to me why it was so important to keep this information from me? He glared from Chade to me, but his stare settled on me as he observed. It seems to me that you have gone about for a lot of your life making decisions for other people, doing what you thought was best without consulting them about what they wanted at all. And you aren't always right. I kept my temper. That's the trouble with making a decision. You never know if it's right until after you've done it. But it is what adults are supposed to do, make decisions, and then live with them. He was silent for a time. Then he said, after a moment, "And if I made an adult decision to tell Nettle who she is? To right at least that much of the wrong we have done her?" I took a breath. "I'm asking you not to do that. It isn't something that should just be dropped on her all of a piece." He was quiet for a longer time, and then asked wryly, "Have I any other secret relatives who will come popping into my life when I least expect it?" "None that I know of," I replied seriously. Then, more formally, "My prince, please, let me be the one to tell her, if she must be told." "It's certainly a task you deserve," he observed, and Chade, who had been solemn for a few moments, smiled again. Dutiful seemed almost wistful as he added, "She seems strong in the skill. Think how it could be if she were here now. We'd have her to rely on, and perhaps Thick could have stayed safely at home." "Actually, she works well with Thick. She's excellent at calming him and has gained a lot of his trust. She is the one who disarmed his nightmares for us on our voyage to Zillig. But in reply to what you said, no, my prince. Thick is too strong and too volatile to be left on his own anywhere now. And that is a thing that we must eventually deal with. The more we teach him, the more dangerous he becomes. I think the best remedy for Thick's willfulness is to take him home and put him back in his familiar life. I expect that he'll regain a more even temperament then. Unfortunately, I have to find and kill a dragon before we can do that." I was relieved to leave the topic of Nettle, and yet there was one more chink in the wall to close. "My prince, Swift knows nothing of all this, of Nettle being my daughter and only half-sister to him. I'd like to keep it that way." "Ah, yes, of course. When you decided to keep this a secret, you never wondered how it might affect other children that might come along." "You were right. I didn't," I admitted stiffly. "Well, I'll keep silent. For now. But you might want to consider how you would feel if you were only now discovering who your parents were." He cocked his head at me. "Think about it. What if it was suddenly revealed to you that you weren't Chivalry's son, but Verity's, or Regal's, or Chade's? How much gratitude would you feel towards those who had known all along and protected you from the truth?" The cold chasm of doubt yawned briefly before me, even as I rejected such wild ideas. Yes, Chade was capable of such deception, but my logic denied the possibility. Still, Dutiful had succeeded in his goal. He had stirred in me the anger I would have felt at being deceived for so long. "I'd probably hate them," I admitted. I met his eyes squarely as I added, "And that is yet another reason why I don't wish Nettle to know." The prince pursed his lips and then nodded briefly. It wasn't a promise to keep my secret, but more an acknowledgement of the complexities of revealing it. That was as much as he was going to give me. I hoped he'd leave the subject now, but with a slight scowl he asked suddenly, And why is Queen, I doubted very much, consorting with the Bingtown dragon? Is she in league with Tintaglia? No. I was shocked that he could think such a thing of her. Tintaglia found her through stalking my thoughts, or so I believe. When we skill strongly, I think the dragon can perceive us, or, as you and Thick discovered when you were dream-walking. Tintaglia knows something of who I am from the Bingtown delegation's visit to Buckkeep. We were careless of our skilling then, and I think she marked me. She knows that I visit Nettle. I think that she seeks to threaten Nettle as a way to wring information out of me. She wants to know what we know about the black dragon Icefyre. As all the young dragons that hatched in the Rain Wilds are feeble, he may be her only hope of a mate, and thus her only hope of perpetuating her kind. And we have no way to protect Nettle? A note of pride crept into my voice as I said, "She has proven herself very capable against the dragon. She has defended herself, and me, better than I could have hoped to do." He measured me with his eyes, and doubtless she will continue to do so, as long as the dragon remains a threat that only comes into her dreams. But we do not know much of this Tintaglia. If, as has been suggested, the black dragon is her only hope of a mate, then she may become very desperate indeed. Nettle may be able to defend herself in her dreams, but how will she fare against a dragon alighting in front of her home? Will Burrick's home stand against a dragon's fury? That was an image I didn't want to consider. She only seems to find Nettle at night in her dreams. It may be that she does not know where Nettle actually is. Or it may be that she chooses to stay close to the young dragons, for now, and that tomorrow night, or an hour hence, driven by desperation, she may take wing to Nettle's home. He set the heels of his hand to his temples, and, eyes closed, rubbed them. When he opened his eyes, he shook his head at me. "I cannot believe that you never considered this. What are we to do?" He did not wait for an answer, but turned to Chade. "Have we messenger birds aboard?" "Of course, my prince. I will send a message to my mother. Nettle must be taken to safety in Buckkeep. Oh, this is foolish. It would be far swifter to skill to her, warn her of her danger, and send her to my mother." He lifted his hands to his eyes, rubbed them, and then gave a heavy sigh as he lowered them. "I'm sorry, Fitzchivalry," he said, softly and sincerely. "If she were not in danger, perhaps I could leave things as they are, but I cannot. I'm shocked that you would consider doing so." I bowed my head. I received his words with a strange sensation, not anger nor dismay, but a sense of the inevitable at last winning its way. A shiver ran over me. Standing up on the hair on my hands and arms, an image of the fool, smiling in satisfaction, came into my mind. I glanced down to see that I was once more tracing his fingerprints on my wrist. I felt like someone who had just been manoeuvred into making a fatal move in a game of stones, or like a wolf brought to bay at last. It was too immense a change to regret or fear. One could only stand frozen, awaiting the avalanche of consequences that must follow it. "Fitzchivalry," Chade said after a moment or two of my silence. I could hear the concern in his voice, and the kindly look he gave me almost hurt. "Burrick knows," I said awkwardly, "that I'm alive. I sent him a message through Nettle, one only he would understand, because I had given Nettle my word, and I needed Burrick to know that his son, that Swift, was safe and with us. Burrick went to Cotrican, and perhaps he spoke with the fool as well, so he knows." I took a deep breath. "He may even be expecting something like this, a summons to the court. He must suspect that Nettle has the skill. How else would she have received knowledge of Swift's safety from me? He was king's man to chivalry. He knows what the skill is. Would that chivalry had not sealed him off from it. Would that I could touch minds with him now, though I do not think I would have the courage." "Burrick was king's man to chivalry?" Dutiful rocked back in his chair, balancing it on the two back legs. He looked from one of us to the other in consternation. "He loaned Prince Chivalry strength for skilling," I confirmed. Dutiful shook his head slowly. "Another thing that has never been mentioned to me." He crashed his chair back down on the deck. "What will it take?" he demanded angrily. "What must happen here to rattle all the secrets out of you two?" "That wasn't a secret," Chade said heavily. "Only a bit of ancient history long forgotten, as it seemed of little import to the present. Fitz, you are sure that Burrick is sealed?" "Yes. I tried to get through to him any number of times. I have even tried to borrow skill strength from him. That time in the mountains. Nothing. He's opaque. Even Nettle has tried to get into his dreams, and she cannot. Whatever chivalry did to Burrick, he did thoroughly. Interesting. We should try to rediscover how chivalry sealed him, if ever we need to eliminate Thick's skill as a threat. That might be one way to do it. Seal him. Chade spoke the words in his considering way, with no thought that anyone might find them offensive. "Enough!" the prince snapped at him, and we both flinched, surprised at his intensity. He crossed his arms on his chest and shook his head. "You two sit here like puppeteers and consider from afar other people's lives and how you will manipulate them." He swung his gaze slowly from Chade to me, forcing both of us to meet his eyes. He was young and vulnerable, and suddenly wise as prey in facing us. "Do you know how frightening you are sometimes? How can I sit here and look at how you have shaped Nettle's life and not wonder what kinks you have knowingly put in mine? You, Chade, speak so calmly of sealing Thick to the skill. Must not I wonder, would they join their strengths and do that to me, if I somehow became a threat to their plans?" I was shocked that he grouped us together so, and yet, chilling as his words were, I could not deny them. Here he was, on his way to a quest he did not desire to win a bride he had not chosen. I dared not look at Chade, for how would Dutiful interpret us exchanging a private glance just then? I looked at my brandy glass instead, and lifting it between two fingers, rocked the liquid, and then swirled it, as so often I had seen Verity doing when he pondered something. Whatever answers he might have glimpsed in the dancing liquor, they eluded me. I heard the slow scrape of Chade's chair as he pushed it back from the table and ventured a glance that way. He stood, older than he had been 10 minutes ago, and slowly walked around the table. As the prince twisted in his chair to look up at him, puzzled, the old assassin went ponderously down on one knee, and then two before him. He bowed his head and spoke to the floor. "My prince," he said brokenly, and then, "My king you will be. That is my only plan. Never would I lift a hand to harm you, no, nor cause others to do so. Take from me now, if you will, the oath of fealty that others will only formally swear to you when you are fully crowned, for you have had it from me since the moment you were birthed. Nay, from the instant you were conceived." Tears stung my eyes. Dutiful put his hands on his hips and leaned forward. He spoke to the back of Chade's head. "And you lied to me. I know nothing of this nettle and dragon." His mimicry of Chade's innocence was excellent. "Isn't that what you said?" A long silence ensued. I pitied the old man's knees on the floor. Chade drew a deep breath and spoke grudgingly. "I don't think it's fair to count it as a lie when we both know I'm lying. A man in my position is sometimes supposed to lie to his lord, so that his lord can speak truthfully when asked what he was told about a subject. Oh, get up." There was both disgust and weary amusement in the prince's voice. "You convolute the facts until neither of us know what you are talking about. You could swear fealty 1,000 times to me, but if tomorrow you thought a good purging would aid me in some way, you'd slip me an emetic." He stood up and held out a hand. Chade took it, and Dutiful drew him to his feet. The old assassin straightened his back with a groan, and then came around the table to take his seat again. He seemed unchastened by either the prince's blunt words or the failure of his own dramatics. I was left wondering what I had just witnessed. Not for the first time I realized how different the relationship was between the old assassin and this boy, and what it had been like between us when I was growing up. And that, I thought, was the answer in a nutshell. When Chade and I sat and talked, we sat and talked as tradesmen do, unabashed about the dirty secrets of our business. We should not speak like that before the prince, I decided. He was not an assassin and should not be included in our more nefarious enterprises. We should not lie about them to him, but perhaps we should refrain from rubbing his nose in them. Perhaps that was what he had been reminding us about. I shook my head in quiet admiration. Kingliness was blossoming in him, as naturally as a hound pup exploring a trail. Already he knew how to move us and use us. I did not feel demeaned by that, but reassured. Almost immediately he took that comfort from me. "Fitzchivalry, I expect you to speak to Nettle tonight when she dreams. Tell her it is my command that she go to Buckkeep Castle and seek asylum with my mother." That should convince her I am who I say I am. Will you do that?" "Must I phrase it like that?" I asked reluctantly. "Well, perhaps you can modify it. Oh, tell her whatever you like, so long as she goes to Buckkeep immediately and understands that the danger to her is real. I will write a brief message to my mother and send it by bird, just to be sure all understand that this is not to be disputed." He stood, heaving a great sigh. "And now I am going to sleep, in a real bed, behind a closed door, instead of displayed on a plank in a common room like a choice game trophy. I can't remember when I've been this tired." I was glad to leave the cabin. I took a turn about the deck. The wind was fresh. Risk swept the sky ahead of our ship, and the day was fine. I could not tell if I dreaded or anticipated the task before me. Dutiful had not said that I must tell Nettle she was my daughter, yet sending her to Buckkeep Castle was setting her on the path to that knowledge. I shook my head. I no longer knew what I hoped for. I knew one thing I dreaded, however. The prince's words about Tintaglia had shaken me. Had I been too serene about Nettle's ability to foil the dragon? Could the beast know where she lived? The day passed slowly for me. I checked on Thick twice. He remained in his bunk, his face turned to the wall, insisting he was sick. In truth, I suspected he was becoming accustomed to sea voyages despite himself. When I told him he didn't seem sick to me, and perhaps he'd enjoy coming out on deck, he nearly succeeded in making himself puke on my feet with his wild retching. Instead, he went off in a fit of genuine coughing, throaty and deep, and I decided I was wiser to leave the little man in peace. On my way out, I accidentally clipped my shoulder on the doorframe. Thick laughed. Nursing my new bruise, I went up onto the deck. Out on the foredeck I found Riddle with a square of canvas and a handful of beach pebbles, trying to teach the stone game to 2 of the crewmen. I left that unsettling sight and found Swift with Sybil. His cat had climbed one of the masts, and they were trying to persuade him to come down, much to the annoyance of our captain and the amusement of several Outislanders. Risk lighted in the rigging just out of the cat's reach and teased him with partially uplifted wings and squawks until Webb came to order her to cease and aid in getting the cat down. And so the day went, and the dreaded and longed-for nightfall came. I returned to the cabin I shared with Thick. Swift had brought him his dinner, and the empty dishes on the floor seemed to indicate his appetite was intact. I stacked them and set them aside, only to stumble over them a moment later. A low chuckle from Thick was the only sign he had witnessed my clumsiness. When I offered him good night, he ignored me. He had the sole bunk. I lay down in my blankets on the floor and spent a good amount of time trying to find enough calmness to approach sleep, and that suspended place between sleep and wakefulness where I could dream-walk. It was wasted time. No matter how I sought Nettle, I could not find her. It worried me enough that I could not sleep, but made fruitless forays into dream-walks for most of the night. But the more I looked for her, the more she wasn't there. In the darkness of the stuffy little cabin, I told myself that if something had befallen Nettle, surely I would know of it. We were skill-linked. Surely she would have cried out to me if she had been in danger. I consoled myself that my daughter had blocked me from her dreams before, and she had been irritated with me for allowing the prince into our shared place the last time we had visited. Perhaps this was my punishment from her. But as I lay in the darkness and stared at black, it came to me that the last time I had seen Tintaglia, the dragon had claimed she could block me from Nettle if she chose to. What had the dragon said to Nettle? "You are quite alone if I decide you are." Where was my daughter right now? Trapped in a nightmare, tormented by a dragon? No, I promised myself. Nettle had shown she could competently defend herself there. I cursed the logic Chade had taught me, for it said that then the dragon, to gain what she wanted, would shift the battlefield to one more to her liking, such as physically hunting down my daughter. How fast could a dragon fly? Fast enough to get from the rain-wild river to Buck in a single night? Surely not. But I didn't know. I could not be sure. I shifted on the wooden floor and struggled with the short blankets. When morning came at last, I rose, sandy-eyed, and lurched to my feet. Somehow I tangled my feet in the blankets and slipped, banging my shins. Thick appeared to sleep through my cursing. I left the cabin and went directly to report to the prince. He listened in grim silence. Neither he nor Chade told me how foolish I had been to leave my daughter defenseless against a dragon in the name of protecting her. The prince merely said, "Let us hope she is only angry with you. The bird flew yesterday, and as soon as she reaches Buckkeep, my mother will not be slow in sending for Nettle. I told her the danger was great, and not to waste time. We have done all we can, Fitz-chivalry." It was a pale comfort. When I was not imagining the dragon feasting on Nettle's tender flesh, I was imagining Burrick's reaction to a company of Queen's Guard sent to his home to fetch Nettle back to Buckkeep Castle. I passed the voyage in a misery of suspense, with little to distract me save Thick's sullen and subtle revenges on me. The second time I scraped my knuckles reaching for the doorknob, I turned on him. "I know you're doing this, Thick. I don't think it's fair. It's not my fault you were on this voyage." He sat up slowly, swinging his bare legs over the side of his bunk. "Then whose fault is it, huh? Who made me come on this boat when I'm going to die from it?" I saw my error. I could not tell him I was only doing the prince's bidding. Chade was right. In this I had to take the blame. I sighed. "I brought you onto the ship, Thick, because we need your help if we are going to slay the dragon." I put all the warmth and excitement into my voice that I could muster. "Don't you want to help the prince? Don't you want to be a part of the adventure we're having?" He squinted at me as if I were crazy. "Adventure? Puking and eating fishy food? Going up and down, all the time? Going around people who wonder why I'm not dead?" He crossed his stubby arms on his chest. "I heard adventures in stories. Adventures have golden coins and magic and beautiful girls to kiss. Adventures aren't puking." At the moment, I was inclined to agree with him. As I left the cabin, I stumbled over the doorstep. "Thick!" I remonstrated. "I didn't do it," he claimed, but he laughed all the same. The little ships flew over the white-tipped waves, and the winds favoured us. Even so, the voyage seemed interminable to me. By day I tried to oversee Swift's lessons, and to be sure that Thick was not neglected without too many minor injuries to myself. By night I struggled to reach my daughter, and found nothing. By the time we put into port at Zillig, I felt a tottering wreck, and possibly looked as bad. Webb came to stand beside me at the railing as I watched our approach to the town. "I won't ask you your secrets," he said quietly, "but I'll offer to help you bear whatever it is you're bearing, in any way I can." "Thank you, but you've already eased much of it. I know I've been impatient with Swift these last few days, and that you've been helping him with his lessons. And I know, too, that you've visited Thick often and kept boredom away from him. That's as much help as anyone can give me right now. Thank you." "Very well, then," he said regretfully, and patted me on the shoulder and left. Our stay in Zillig dragged for me. We spent our nights in the stronghouse there, and I spent many of my days there also. Thick's cough lingered still, but I do not think he was as sick as he claimed to be. Tedious as it was for me to linger near his sick room, I still judged it to be for the best, for on the 2 occasions I did persuade him to venture outside, the looks he received were not kindly. Thick was like a crippled chick in a flock of healthy birds. Any excuse would have sufficed to peck him to bits. He did not feel kindly toward me, and yet I was not comfortable leaving him alone. Although he did not ever ask me to stay with him, whenever I left the chamber he was in, he would find an excuse to follow me, or to call for me a few minutes later. The first time that Webb came at Chade's suggestion to spend time with Thick, I thought it was the old man deliberately throwing us together. But then Chade summoned me and sent me out in the evening, garbed as an Outislander, right down to the owl tattoo he hastily marked on my cheek. With paint and pitch he put a twisting scar in my lower lip to explain my taciturn ways and guttural speech. He gave me enough Outislander coin to sit and drink their miserable beer in their overheated taverns for an evening. After that I went out several more times, each time dressed as a trader from another clan. Zillig was a major trading town. No one remarked on an unfamiliar face in a noisy inn. My function was to sit and listen to gossip and tales. The negotiations with the Hetgerd had stirred all sorts of interests. Outislander bards were tipped well to sing every song they knew of Aslevjal and Icefyre, and many a family tale was traded to impress cronies around the inn fire. I listened well, and distilled gossip and legend down to common factors likely to be true. There was definitely something frozen in the ice of Aslevjal Island, but it had been almost a generation since anyone had seen it clearly. Men told their fathers stories of visiting the island. Some had camped on the beach and trekked over the glacier for a glimpse. Others had visited at the lowest tides of the year, when the retreating waters bared an under-ice passage on the south side of the island. By all accounts it was treacherous, for once one was in the channels, walled with blue ice. It was easy to become lost, or to miscalculate the time and tides and stay too long. Then the returning sea trapped the unwary, never to release his bones. For those wise and strong and sly enough, the under-ice tunnel led to a huge cavern, where one might speak with the trapped dragon and beg a boon of him. Some had received prowess as hunters, others luck with women, and others had won fecundity for their mothers' houses. So the tales went. They spoke, too, of leaving an offering for the black man of Aslevjal. Some spoke as if he were a hermit, others as if he were a spirit guardian of the dragon. All agreed he was dangerous, and that it was wise to mollify him with a gift. Some said raw red meat was the best offering. Others contended his goodwill could be purchased with packets of tea herbs, bright beads, or honey. Twice I heard the island mentioned in connection with the Red Ship War. There was less talk of this. Few dwell long on tales of wars that were not gloriously won. I gathered that during the war, Kibal Rawbread and the Pale Woman had wished to establish a stronghold on Aslevjal. No one spoke of why, but many captured Six Duchies folk had been born there to work out the rest of their days as slaves. It seemed that Rawbread had made slaves, too, of the kin of any Outislanders who opposed his war. They had been forged by him and carried off to Aslevjal Island, never to be seen or heard from again. Thus the island had gained an aura of shame and misery that vied with its legendary dragon. Few wished to make a pilgrimage there to prove their mettle any more. All of these things I held in my mind, and reported them in detail to both Chade and Dutiful. In late evening talks, my old mentor and I tried to see how these things might help or hinder us in our quest. Sometimes I felt we only discussed these nebulous rumours because there was so little that we knew for certain. Dutiful had 2 long meetings with the Hetgerd, each lasting several days. The end result of them was that they had set the terms of our dragon hunt as if it was some sort of wrestling or shooting contest. What had Chade chewing his tongue was that the Boar clan had arranged this negotiation and bound us to it without consulting him at all. Although I did not witness it, I heard that Archon Bloodblade was surprised when the prince, with cold courtesy, expressed dismay at the terms. "We cannot change what he agreed to for us," Chade told me grimly. But it was worthwhile to see Bloodblade's face when Dutiful told him, "My word is mine, and I am the only man who can give it. Never again presume to speak for me." This he told me over brandy in the same room in the strong house we had originally occupied. Thick and Dutiful were in the adjoining room. I could hear only the tone of their conversation. Dutiful was calmly explaining why Thick must board the ship the next day, and Thick's voice was varying from a child's whine to a man's angry refusal. It did not sound as if it were going well. But, given what Bloodblade had committed us to, I did not think any of it could go much worse than it had. Our nobles had done well in our absence, better than I had expected. Trading alliances between varying clans and Six Duchies houses were already being formalized. Displaying their own insignia had seemed to distance them sufficiently from the buck of the Farseers to allow them to approach the varying clans without prejudice. Dutiful dined with his nobles almost every night, and each evening seemed to bring news of more trade negotiations. If the prince were able to present a dragon's head to the Narcheska, we would have succeeded in our goal. The Six Duchies and the Out-Islands would be so tied together with marriage and trade that future wars would not profit anyone. But the Hetgerd seemed determined it would not be easy for us. The Farseer prince would be allowed to challenge the dragon, but the Hetgerd had set the rules for the confrontation. When we departed for Aslevjal, we would not be taking the prince's guard with him, but only a set number of warriors. Dutiful's wit coterie took up most of that count, and so far he had refused to consider Chade's suggestion that he leave his witted allies and take hardened fighters instead. As Dutiful had challenged her, the Narcheska would be accompanying us. We assumed that meant Piotr as well, and perhaps a few warriors from Narwhal or Boar clans, though their help had not been promised to us. A boat selected by the Hetgerd would transport us to Aslevjal. It would also transport the 6 Hetgerd representatives, who would see that we adhered to their rules. They would be warriors, selected from 6 different clans other than Boar or Narwhal. They would be allowed to defend themselves if the dragon threatened them, but otherwise not harm him or assist us in any way. What we took with us would be limited to what the ship could carry, and once we were ashore, we'd be carrying it on our backs. I'm surprised they didn't specify the prince must fight the dragon in single combat. They came close to it, Chade said sourly. He is supposed to be the first man to challenge the beast, and it was strongly suggested that he should attempt to deal the death blow, if there is one. They are warriors enough to know that in the heat of a battle no one can say which blow will actually do the deed. One of their bards will be accompanying us as witness, just what we needed. He scratched a whiskery cheek wearily. Not that we are greatly concerned about any of that. As I've said from the start, I think this is more a case of digging something out of the ice than battling any living creature. I had looked forward to having a larger workforce for that part of this business. He coughed slightly and looked mildly pleased with himself as he said, "But perhaps I have something that will serve us as well as the extra men would have." "How many men is Dutiful allowed?" 12, and we make up the count of them far too quickly. You and me, Webb, Civil, Cockle, Riddle, Thick, Longwick, and 4 guardsmen." He shook his head. "I wish Dutiful would consider leaving at least Civil and Cockle here. 2 more seasoned warriors can make all the difference in a situation. What of Swift? Is he staying here, then?" I could not decide if I felt relief or uneasiness at the thought. "No, we'll take him. But as he's a boy yet, he doesn't count towards our quota of warriors. And we leave tomorrow." Chade nodded. "Longwick has spent the last week gathering provisions for us. Most of what we brought of Six Duchies victuals has been used. I'm afraid we'll be eating the local provender. He has sorted through what we had and acquired what we need for a party of 12. I've already warned him that there will be a cat to feed as well as the rest of us. We will all carry weapons, regardless of whether we've been trained in them or not. An axe for you?" I nodded. "And one for Swift. He has his own bow and arrows, but, as you said before, an axe for chopping ice may be more to the point." Chade sighed. "And that is where my invention runs out. I have no idea what we'll be facing, Fitz. We'll have food and tents and weapons and some tools, but beyond that I've no idea what we'll need." He poured himself a stingy dollop of brandy. "I'll not deny that I take pleasure in knowing that Piotr is just as dismayed by all this as I am. He and the Narcheska will be accompanying us. Bloodblade is coming on the ship, but I don't think he's staying for the dragon slaying." He smirked sarcastically as he called it that, doubting it would be any such thing. "It's damnably inconvenient all round, this giving a task the rules of a contest. They've limited us to 2 message birds as well, but to be used only to summon the ship back when we are ready to leave the island. They'll be in the keeping of our chaperones." His words pushed my mind into another direction. "Do you suppose the bird you sent has reached Guilt-stricken yet?" He gave me a pitying look. "You know there's no way for us to tell. Wind or storms, a hawk, so many things can delay or stop a bird. A message bird flies only toward its home and mate. There is no way for Guilt-stricken to send word back to us." Delicately, he added, "Have you thought of trying to reach Buckkeep?" "Last night," I replied. To his lifted eyebrow, I replied, "Nothing. I felt like a moth battering at a lantern glass. I can't reach him. Years ago I used to be able to catch glimpses of them, of Molly and Buckkeep. Not a mind-to-mind touch, but, well, it's no use. That's gone." I suspect the nettle was my focus for it, though I did not see through her eyes. "Interesting," he said softly, and I knew he was squirreling away that bit of information for possible future use. "But you cannot reach nettle?" "No." I boxed the word in, refusing to let any emotion ride on it. I reached across the table and picked up the brandy bottle. "Go easy on that," Chade warned me. "I'm nowhere near drunk," I retorted irritably. "I didn't say you were," he responded mildly, "but we haven't much left, and we may want it more on Aslevjal than we do here." I set the bottle down as Dutiful came back into the room. Thick trailed him, a sullen look on his face. "I'm not going," Thick announced as he came in. "Yes, you are," Dutiful responded stubbornly. "Not. Ah." "Enough!" Chade interjected, as if they were 7-year-olds. "Not," Thick breathed as he sat down with a thump at the table. "Yes, you are," Dutiful insisted. "Unless you want to stay here all by yourself, all alone with no one to talk to, all by yourself just sitting in this room until we come back." Thick thrust out his chin, lower lip and tongue all at once. He crossed his short, thick arms on his chest and cast Dutiful a measuring glance. "I don't care. Not alone.
Anyway, I'll just talk to Nettle. She'll tell me stories.
I sat up with a jolt. You can talk to Nettle? He glared at me, as if he had just realized that in needling Dutiful he had given something away to me. He swung his feet.
Maybe. But you can't.
I knew I could not afford to lose my temper with him or push him too hard. Because you were stopping me from talking to her?
No, she just doesn't want to talk to you.
He measured me as he said this, perhaps to see if this idea bothered me more than the thought that he could block me from her. He was right. It did. I sent a tiny private plea to Dutiful. Find out for me. Is she safe? Thick's eyes flickered from me to Dutiful and back again. The prince kept silent. He knew as well as I did that we had been caught skilling. Anything he said to Thick right now would be suspect, and the little man had not been pleased with Dutiful to begin with. I picked at that thought. So you're not going with us when we leave, Thick?
No. No more ships.
It was cruel. I did it anyway. Then how are you going to get home? Going on a ship is the only way to get home. He looked doubtful.
You aren't going home. You're going to that dragon island.
To start with, yes, but after that we're going home.
And you'll come back here and get Thick first.
Maybe, Dutiful conceded. Maybe if we are still alive, Chade embroidered. We had been counting on your help. If you stay here and we go on without you... The old man shrugged. The dragon may kill all of us.
Serve you right,
Thick replied darkly, but I thought we had put a crack in his resolve. He seemed to be thinking as he sat scowling at his pudgy hands clasped at the table's edge. Chade spoke slowly and consideringly. If Nettle is telling Thick stories to keep him company, then I don't think she's any great danger, Fitz. If he had hoped to provoke a comment from Thick, he failed. The little man gave a disgusted "Hmph," and settled back in his chair, arms crossed firmly on his chest. Let it go, I suggested softly to all of them. When I tried to think why Nettle might be so angry with me as to break off all contact, there were far too many reasons. Yet, I told myself sternly, to know that she was alive and angry with me was preferable to thinking that a dragon might have decimated her and her family. I longed for certainty about the situation and knew I would not get it. In my heart, I wished speed to the messenger bird we had sent. If Nettle must be angry, let her at least be angry in a safe place. Little else was said that evening. 3 of us went over our packing, and Chade spent time muttering worriedly over a cargo manifest. Thick made a great show of not packing. At one point, Dutiful began to gather up Thick's clothes and stuff them into a bag, but when Thick dumped it out on the floor again, they both left them there. They were still there when we all went to bed. I did not sleep well. Now that I knew Nettle was purposely ignoring me, I could find and feel the shape of her barrier. More annoying was knowing that Thick was observing me as I groped and taking pleasure in my inability to break through it. If he had not, perhaps I would have made a more serious effort to get into Nettle's dreams. Instead, I gave it up and tried to slide into true sleep. Instead, I had a restless night of brief dreams of all the people I'd hurt or failed, from Burrick to Patience, with the most vivid ones being of the fool's accusing stare. We arose before the sun the next morning. We broke our fast in near silence, with Thick in a simmering sulk, waiting for us to entreat or order him to move. By tacit consent, none of us did. What brief words we shared were spoken past him. We loaded up our individual bags. Riddle arrived to help us carry our gear. Chade let the guardsman take his pack, but Prince Dutiful insisted on carrying his own, and we left. Riddle walked a step behind Chade, carrying his pack. Longwick and the other 4 guardsmen followed us. I did not know any of them well. Hest, a youngster I liked well enough. Churry and Drubb were close friends and seasoned warriors. All I knew of Deft was that he'd lived up to his name when the dice were in his hands. The rest of the guard would be left behind with our nobles, and our diminished party was to form up on the docks. As we walked through the cobbled streets, I asked, "And if Thick doesn't come after us, what then?" "Leave him," Dutiful replied grimly. "You know we can't," I pointed out, and he grunted in reply. "I could go back and drag him along," Riddle offered doubtfully. I winced to think of that, and Chade shook his head mutely. "It might come to that," I observed privately to them. I can't do it because his skill can knock me to my knees, but someone unskilled and insensitive to Thick's power might be able to force him physically. Look at the times when other servants mistreated him, taking his coins. Of course, we'd have to deal with his anger about that in the days to come, but at least he would be with us. Let's wait and see, the prince replied grimly. As we neared the docks, people grew more numerous, until we realized a crowd had gathered to watch our departure. The Tusker had been loaded since yesterday, and awaited only our boarding and the morning turn of tide to depart. There was a strange mood amongst the Outislanders. It was as if they had turned out to watch a competition of champions, and we were not the favoured ones. No one hurled rotten vegetables or insults, but the knowing silence was almost as hard a pelting. Closer to the ship, our own nobles had gathered to wish us farewell and good luck. They clustered about the prince, wishing him well, and as I waited obediently behind him, it struck me how little they realized of his quest and what it might mean. There was good-natured joking with him and hearty wishes for good fortune, but none of his nobles looked particularly worried for him. As we boarded, with still no sign of Thick, my heart sank and my belly knotted with fear. We could not leave him here alone, no matter how annoyed Dutiful might be with him. There was not just the fear of what he might do in our absence, but my worry over what might be done to him, stripped of the prince's protection. Would the Six Duchies nobles care much what became of a half-wit lackey in Dutiful's absence? I leaned on the railing and stared over the head of the crowd milling on the docks, up to the stronghouse. Webb came to lean beside me. "Well, looking forward to the voyage?" I smiled bitterly. The only voyage I'm looking forward to is the one that takes us home. "I haven't seen Thick come aboard yet." "I know. We're still waiting for him. He was reluctant to get on another boat, but we're hoping he'll come on his own." Webb nodded slowly and sagely to that, and then wandered off. I stood, fretting and chewing the side of my thumb. "Thick, are you coming? The ship will leave soon."
"Leave me alone, dog stink!"
He flung the name with an intense anger, so that I almost smelled the image he hurled at me. On the edges of his fury, I could feel his fear and hurt that we would so abandon him. Our departure had agitated and worried him, but I still suspected his stubbornness would win out. Time and tide wait for no man, Thick. Decide soon, because when the waters are right, the ship has to leave. And after that, even if you let us know you've changed your mind and want to come, it will be too late. We won't be able to come back for you.
"Don't care!"
And with that, he slammed his walls so tight that it felt like a physical slap. I was left feeling that I'd made the situation worse. Too soon, I saw the final preparations for our departure begin. A late arrival of cargo from the Maiden's Chance came on board. There were a number of small casks, and I smiled, wondering if Chade had recalled a stash of brandy on the other ship. Weaponry and tools came aboard as well, as we filled up the odd corners of the hold with anything Chade thought might be helpful. But finally it was time to depart. Well-wishers who had followed the prince on board were leaving. The Hetgerd representatives arrived with their gear. All the last-minute cargo was stowed out of the way, and the small boats that would tow us out of the harbour and into open water were manned and waiting. Webb came to stand anxiously beside me at the railing. "I don't think he's coming," I said quietly. I felt ill. "I'll go and speak to the prince. We'll have to send someone after him." "I already have," Webb replied grimly. "You did? What did Prince Dutiful say?" I hadn't seen any of our guardsmen depart from the ship. "Oh, no, not spoken to him," Webb replied distractedly. "I sent someone. Swift." More to himself, he muttered, "I hope this isn't an unfair test. I think he can do it, but perhaps I should have gone myself." Swift? Mentally I measured the growing lad against Thick and shook my head. He'll never be able to do it. Thick is awkward, but he's surprisingly strong when he's roused. He might do the boy harm. I'd best go after them. Webb seized me by the arm. "No! Don't go! Look! He's done it! They're coming now!" The relief in his voice was as if Swift had conquered some monumental task. Perhaps in all justice he had. I watched them come, the short man trudging along by the slight boy. Swift carried Thick's pack and held his hand protectively. That shocked me, but even at this distance the boy's attitude was visible. His head was up and wary, and he met the eyes of every man they passed, as if challenging him to mock the half-wit or delay their progress. It was as great a display of courage as I'd ever seen, and my evaluation of the boy soared. It would have taxed my will to lead Thick by the hand through the throng, yet on they came. As they got closer, and I could see the expression on Thick's face, I realized that more was at work here than simply sending a boy to bid him come. "What is it?" I asked Webb in a low voice. "It's the old blood. As well you know." He spoke softly, not turning to look at me. "It works best wit to wit, as you would say, but even on those who have no wit, one can exert a drawing closer. I've had swift practising. Today was a sterner test than I wished to set him, but he's done well." Yes, I can see that he has. There was a look of trust on Thick's face as the boy led him toward the boarding plank. He hesitated there, halting. Then Swift spoke softly to him, and, still holding the little man's hand, led him up the gangway. I debated before next I spoke, but curiosity dragged the words from me. "I know how to push someone away from me with a wit. I think I've always known how to do that. But how do you draw someone closer with it?" "Ah, well, the pushing away might come by instinct. Usually the drawing close does too. I would have thought you knew it. Now I understand why you've never used it with Thick." He cocked his head and looked at me appraisingly. "Sometimes the things you don't know baffle me, as if you'd forgotten or somehow lost some part of yourself." I think he saw the uneasiness that his words woke in me, for he suddenly changed his tone and spoke in generality. "I think all creatures use that drawing force, to some extent, with their young or when they wish to attract a mate. Perhaps you've used it without realizing it. But you see, that is why a man, given this magic, should make an effort to learn about it, to be aware of how he's using it." He let a silence fall, then added, "I'll offer again to teach you what you need to know." "I have to go and see Thick and get him settled." I turned hastily to go. "Yes, I know that you do. You've many tasks and duties, and I won't claim to know all that you do for our prince. I'm sure that at any moment of the day you can find some reason to be too busy for this. But a man makes time for what is important in his life, so I'll be hoping that you'll come to me. This is the last time I'll make the offer. Now it's up to you to accept it." And before I could hurry away, he turned and quietly left me there. Overhead, Risk lifted off from our mast with a lonely cry that rode down the wind. Lines were tossed, the planks were pulled in, and in the little boats men leaned to their oars to pull us away from the docks and out to where the wind could catch us. I promised myself that I'd find the time, today, to speak to Webb about privately learning about my magic. I hoped I didn't lie. But nothing is ever simple. With the Narcheska, her father, Archon Bloodblade, and her uncle, Piotr, on board, most of Dutiful's and Chade's social time was taken up with one or another of them. I had little private conversation with either of them. Instead, as before, I was confined to Thick's companionship. As he was miserable, he saw no reason why I shouldn't be also. The minor bruises and scrapes he had given me on the previous voyage were renewed, and there was little I could do about it. Putting up walls against his subtle skill influence would have reduced my awareness of Chade and Dutiful, so I endured. To make it worse, the water we crossed was nasty. We battled currents and tides that always seemed to oppose us. For 2 days of our journey, our ship rocked badly, and Thick was genuinely seasick, as were Cockle, Swift, and Sybil. The rest of us ate little and moved from one handhold to another. I glimpsed a very pale Narcheska taking a walk on the deck on Piotr's arm. Neither of them looked as if they were enjoying themselves. The slow days crawled by. I did not find an opportunity to discuss the wit with Webb. From time to time I would recall my intention, but it always seemed to come to me at a moment when a dozen other things wanted my attention. I tried to pretend it was circumstance that kept me from approaching him. In reality, I could not name what held me back. Our destination finally appeared on the horizon. Even from a distance, Aslevjal looked a dismal place. It is among the northernmost of the out-islands, a toothy isle of grim visage. Summer never really triumphs there. The milder days of summer's brief visit are not sufficient to melt the snow of the previous winter on its mountains. Most of the island is locked under the glacier that squats within the pronged hold of its peaks. Some say it is actually 2 islands, bridged by the ice of the glacier, but I do not know the basis for that belief. Low tide bears black sand beaches around it like a dreary skirt. A barren and stony stretch of beach and a bit of cliff are permanently exposed at one end of it. In other places, rocks thrust up through the glacier's pale coat. I could not tell if the cloudiness around the island was the ice smoking in the sunlight or snow blown by the continuous north wind we were encountering. Our approach was slow, as both wind and water seemed to oppose us. We tacked painfully toward the island. I was at the railing when Dutiful and the Narcheska, accompanied by Chade and Piotr, came out to look at the island. Dutiful scowled at it. It does not look like a place where any creature would willingly reside, let alone something the size of a dragon. Why would a dragon be there? The Narcheska shook her head and spoke softly. I do not know. I only know that our legends say that he is there. So thither we must go. She pulled her wool cloak more closely around her. The wind seemed to carry the island's icy bite to us. In the afternoon, we rounded a headland and turned back toward Aslevjal's sole bay. Our spies' reports had told us it was a deserted place, with the remnants of a dock and a few stone structures tumbling into disrepair. Yet I glimpsed a patch of bright colour on the exposed cliff above the beach. Even as I stared at it, trying to resolve what it was, a figure emerged from it. I decided it was a tent or some sort of shelter. A man came to stand on the tip of the cliff. His black and white hooded cloak struggled and flapped around him. He lifted no hand in greeting, but only stood there and awaited us. "Who is that?" Chade demanded of Piotr when the lookout's cries to the captain had brought them back onto the deck. "I do not know," the man replied. Dread was heavy in his voice.
"Perhaps it is the legendary black man of the island,"
Bloodblade suggested. He leaned forward avidly, studying the solitary figure on the bluffs.
"I've always wondered if the tales were true."
"I don't want to find out," the Narcheska commented quietly. Her eyes were huge. As we drew closer to the bay, the railing became crowded as we all stared toward our destination and the solitary, ominous figure that awaited us there. It was only when we dropped anchor in the bay and our small boats prepared to ferry us and our supplies to shore that he moved. He came down to the beach and stood at the high tide line. Even before he threw back his hood, something in my heart turned over. I felt sick with dread. The fool awaited me. Chapter 13. Aslevjal. Forging was perhaps the most effective weapon that the Outislanders turned against us during the Red Ship War. The technique for forging is still unknown to us, but the dreadful results are all too familiar to many. The name comes from the village of Forge, an iron mining town that first suffered this horrendous attack. Red Ship raiders attacked in the night, killing or taking hostage most of the population. A ransom note to Buckkeep Castle demanded gold under the threat of releasing the hostages. This made no sense to then King Shrewd, who declined to pay. The Red Ship raiders lived up to their threat, releasing their apparently unharmed hostages and sailing off into the night. But it swiftly became apparent that, by some arcane magic, the villagers were no longer themselves. Although they knew who they were and what families they belonged to, they no longer seemed to care. Morality and ethics had been stolen from them. They thought only of satisfying their own immediate wants, and did not hesitate to steal, murder, and rape to do so. Some were captured by their families, and vain efforts were made to restore them to themselves. None ever recovered. Forging was a tactic used repeatedly during the war. It had the effect of leaving a resident, hostile army on our soil, made up of our own loved ones, at no emotional or financial cost to Kebal Rawbread and his raiders. Killing the forged ones was a demoralizing and dehumanizing task that fell to our own folk. The scars remain to this day. The town of Forge has never been rebuilt. Fedren's History of the Red Ship War. I was in the first small boat that touched the shore of Aslevjal, along with the other guardsmen. Moments later, the boat carrying Chade and Dutiful, the Narcheska, Piotr, and Archon Bloodblade nosed into the sand. We stepped into the shallow water to seize the boat's gunwales, and on the next rising wave we ran it up onto the shore so that its passengers could step out onto dry sand. The whole time I was aware of the fool standing on the lip of the land that overlooked the beach, watching us. He was still, but the cold wind seemed to speak for him. It whipped his cloak and long golden hair with a snapping, muttering sound. He had abandoned the face powder that had lightened his face, as well as the Jamalian cosmetic touches that had branded him a foreigner. The rich brown of his skin over the sculpted bones of his face and his tawny mane made him a creature out of a tale. The stark black and white of his garb erased every trace of indolent Lord Golden. I wondered if anyone besides Chade and myself had identified him yet. I tried to exchange a look with him, but he stared through me. He spoke only when the prince stepped out of the boat onto the shore. He swept him a bow.
"I've hot tea waiting for you,"
he called down. His voice carried through the ceaseless hushing of the wind. That was all he said. Then he made a gesture toward his tent and turned his steps that way.
"Do you know him? Who is that?"
Archon Bloodblade demanded. His hand rested lightly on the hilt of his sword. "I've known him for a long time," Chade replied heavily. "But how he came to be here, or why, I've no idea." The prince was trying not to gape after him. He sent me a glance, but I looked hastily at the ground. "Was that Lord Golden?" It was a genuine question from Dutiful. The change in the man's appearance was enough that he was uncertain. No. Nor is it the fool, but they are facets of whoever that is. "Stop being dramatic." This last from Chade grumbled in annoyance to both of us. Aloud he said, "He is no threat to us. I will deal with him. Guardsmen, remain here and assist with the unloading of the cargo. I want it all carried up above the tide line and well secured against damp." So neatly Chade banished me. He'd keep me separated from the fool until he discovered what was going on. I thought of ignoring the order and following him up to the fool's tent. Then Riddle gave me a nudge. "Looks like you'd better be ready to help them." Thick was coming ashore in the boat with the wit coterie. He had a white-knuckled grip on the side of the boat, and his eyes were clenched tightly shut. Webb had a hand lightly on his shoulder, but Thick was hunched against his touch. I sighed and went to take charge of him. Another small boat was putting out from the ship, bearing the warriors of the Hetgird. Evening was falling before all the cargo was removed from the ship and canvas securely roped over it. I'd had a quick look at the small casks that Chade had loaded at the last minute. They were not brandy. One was leaking a powdery substance. With both dread and anticipation I recognized Chade's experimental powder for creating explosions. Was this why he had not more strenuously objected when the Hetgird had deprived us of our manpower? How did he intend to use this stuff? I pondered that as our temporary home took shape. Longwick was a good commander. He kept our small force, wit coterie and guardsmen alike, in steady motion. He chose a location on the highest clear ground the hill offered us, with a clear view of the surrounding area. Our tents were set up in tidy rows, a waste pit was dug, and the beach scoured for driftwood. Water was fetched from an icy stream of snowmelt that flowed from the glacier and past our camp. Hest, the youngest guard at about 20, was put on general watch, and Drubb, a grizzled warrior muscled like a bear, was given the cooking duties. Deft and Churry were told to sleep now to relieve Hest later. Riddle was assigned to be at the prince's convenience, shadowing him wherever he went, and as I expected I was assigned to keep watch over the prince's man, Thick. The wit coterie members, nominally under Longwick's command now, were given lesser chores about the camp before he let them disperse to explore the beach. It was a strange experience for some of them, I am sure, especially for a young noble like Civil, but to his credit the lad did his work willingly and ceded Longwick the respect his position demanded. Several times I saw him cast a disapproving gaze toward the fool's colourful tent, but he kept his reservations to himself. Chade and the prince had accepted the fool's hospitality, along with the Narcheska, Piotr Blackwater, and Archon Bloodblade. Thick chose to sit miserably hunched in the tent he would share with Webb, Swift, and me. Not far away, our cook fire burned, and Drubb tended the simmering kettle that held our evening's porridge. I had set a smaller pot at the edge of the fire to heat water for tea. I foresaw that soon fuel would be a problem on this treeless island. I paced restlessly outside the tent, waiting for the kettle to boil, feeling like a tethered dog while others roamed. The Hetgird warriors had set up their shelters in a separate row from ours, and brought ashore their own supplies. Each man had pitched his own small tent. I spied on them surreptitiously. These were not young warriors, but seasoned veterans. I did not know their names. I had been told that for this duty their own names did not matter, but only their clan membership, and that was proclaimed in their tattoos. The bear, hulking and dark as his namesake, seemed to be their leader. The owl was a thinner, older man, their poet and bard. A raven was as dark-haired as his bird mentor and as bright-eyed. The seal was a short, heavy-set man who was missing 2 fingers from his left hand. There was a fox who was the youngest of the group. He seemed petulant and unhappy at being on Aslevjal. The eagle was a tall, rangy man of middle years. He was their watchman tonight, standing and keeping guard, while the others sat cross-legged about their fire, eating and talking quietly. He caught me staring at him, and returned my gaze expressionlessly. I sensed no animosity from any of them. They had a duty to see that we adhered to the rules the Hetgerd had set for us, yet they did not seem opposed to our task. Rather, they were like men awaiting some contest of champions. On the ship, they had mingled freely with us, and their poet had struck up an amusingly competitive friendship with Cockle. Now that we were ashore, they might set stiffer boundaries, but I doubted those would last more than a night or 2. There were too few of us, and the landscape was too bleak. 2 slightly grander tents had been set up alongside the fool's colourful one. The Narcheska and Piotr would share one, and Chade and the prince had the other. I had seen little of any of them since we landed. The fool had welcomed them to his tent, but I did not know what had passed there. Not so much as a skill hint had Chade or the prince sent me. I helped to set up the larger tents beside the fool's, but the low murmur of conversation from inside that structure had been as tantalizing and insubstantial as the wafting scent of spice tea. Now, as evening asserted a slow dominance over the land, the fool and Dutiful's witch coterie were all on board the ship, enjoying the farewell meal with Archon Bloodblade. Neither he nor his boar warriors would be staying with us. I wished I knew the logic of that. Was he disassociating the boar clan from a foolish narwhal endeavour, or was it simply a matter of granting Piotr command of the quest? I scowled and kicked at the cold soil. There was too much I didn't know. I wanted to scout the area at least, but Thick had steadfastly refused to reboard the boat, even when tempted with a sumptuous meal, remaining on the island to share our plain rations and useless sentry duty. Scuffing footsteps on the near-frozen earth turned my head. Riddle gave us a wide wave and a big smile as he approached. "Exciting place, this, if you like snow, grass and sand." He crouched down by the fire and held his hands out to it. "I thought you'd gone back to the ship for the night with the prince." "No. He dismissed me, saying he'd have no need of me there, and I was just as happy to stay. Standing about watching others eat is not my idea of entertaining. What occupies you this evening?" "The usual. Keeping Thick company. I'm making him tea right now." Riddle spoke quietly. "If you like, I can stay here and make his tea when the water boils. Might give you a chance to stretch your legs and explore a bit." I received the offer with gratitude. Turning to our tent, I asked, "Would you mind if I took a short walk, Thick? Riddle will make the tea for you." The little man pulled a blanket closer around his shoulders.
"Don't care,"
he replied sullenly. He was hoarse from coughing. "Well then, if you're sure you don't want to come, if you got up and moved around a bit, you'd soon feel warmer. Truly, it isn't that cold here, Thick." He turned his face away from me. Riddle nodded commiseration to me, and with a toss of his head bade me leave. As I walked away, I heard him say, "Come on, Thick, buck up. Play us a tune on your whistle. That'll keep the dark at bay." To my surprise, Thick took his suggestion. As I walked slowly away, I heard the tentative sounds of Thick's mother's song. I literally felt Thick's attention focus on it, and felt an easing in the skilled hostility he had been sending me. It was like putting down a heavy pack. Even though the tune was frequently broken as Thick stopped to catch his breath, I hoped that his interest in playing indicated he was recovering. I wished I could likewise soften the discomfort I felt hovering between the fool and me. Not a word had we spoken, nor even stood within the speaking distance, and yet I felt his outrage like a cold wind on my skin. I wished he had stayed ashore tonight, in his tent. It would have been a good time for quiet words with him. But he had been invited to share the farewell meal about the ship. I wondered who had issued the invitation, the prince, because he was intrigued, or Chade because he wished to keep the Tawny Man where he could watch him. I walked the beach in the deepening twilight, and found it much as Chade's spy had reported it. The tide was retreating, bearing more of the beach. Barnacle-encrusted pilings leaned at odd angles in a double row, projecting from the swallowing water, hinting at a one-time dock. At some time there had been stone cottages along the shore, but they had been tumbled into ruin. Knee-high walls remained, in a row like tooth-sockets in an empty skull. The rest of the stone walls was scattered both inside and around the structures. I frowned. The destruction was too complete. Had this little settlement been raided by someone intent on not just killing the inhabitants but on making it uninhabitable? It was as if somebody had tried to obliterate it. I climbed the low bluff above the shingle of the beach. A rocky meadow of tufty grasses greeted me, shadows creeping up from the roots as the colour left the day. There were no trees, only tough and twisted bushes scattered through it. It might be summer, but the glacier crouching above us breathed winter year-round. I waded through the ungrazed grasses, the seed heads whispering against my leggings. Then, without warning, I came to the edge of a quarry. Had it been any darker, I would probably have tumbled right into it and taken a bad fall. I stood on the edge and looked down. A few feet down, the sod sides gave way to black stone walls, thinly veined with silver. A shiver ran over me. Memory stone had been mined here, just as it had in the immense quarry in the mountains where Verity's dragon had been carved from the stuff. The water that had collected in the bottom of the quarry was a second starless night sky below me. Two large stones, the clean angles of their lines proclaiming the handiwork of men, were bare islands jutting from the water. I backed slowly away from the edge and walked back to the camp. I wanted to speak to Chade and the prince, but felt a greater urge to discuss this with the fool. Standing at the edge of the bluff, I looked out over the bay at the Tusker rocking gently at anchor. The landing boats clustered around her. Tomorrow she would depart, taking Archon Bloodblade back to Zillig. The rest of us would remain here and begin our search for the dragon frozen beneath the glacier. The waves, lapping methodically at the beach, should have been soothing. Instead, the sea seemed relentless, intent on slowly devouring the land. I had never felt that way about it before. A large animal breached briefly near the shore. I froze, trying to make out what it was. It vanished beneath the next wave, and was again bared as the wave retreated. In the moments it was exposed, it was perfectly motionless. I squinted at it. But it was a black shape against black water, and I could make out nothing save that it was as large as a small whale. I scowled at the idea of a creature that large in shallow water. It should not be this close to shore, unless it was dead and washed up by the tide. My wit sense told me that a low level of life still lurked in it, in a fuzzy, unfocused way. Yet I did not sense the defeat or resignation of a dying creature. I stood on the beach and watched as the falling waves gradually revealed not only the amorphous shape of a large animal, but several large black blocks of stone, gleaming wet in the moonlight. I forgot all else as the waves slowly lost their grasp on the shore and fell back. The creature that was gradually exposed was familiar, in an eerie way. Once one has seen a supine dragon, one never forgets it. My heart began to beat faster. Could this be the answer to our riddle? "I think I found your dragon, Dutiful. Make an excuse to come on deck and look toward the shore. It's been exposed as the tide retreats. There's a stone dragon there, in the tide zone." My skilling had not been confined to Dutiful. It reached Chade as well. In a short time, Dutiful and the rest of the dinner gathering came out onto the deck. They stared towards shore, but I doubted they could see the creature as clearly as I did, for the lantern light of the ship now silhouetted it for me. And in that extra light, and with the retreat of the waves, I saw my error. What had appeared to be a dragon were actually several huge blocks of stone, set close together but not quite touching one another. I saw his head on his front paws, his neck and shoulders, 3 segments of back and hind legs, and then a number of dwindling sections of tail. Fused together they would have formed a dragon. Exposed on the wet sand, they reminded me of a child's puzzle blocks. "Is this our dragon? Did she want the stone head taken back to her home hearth?" I asked. Linked to Dutiful, I saw him point and ask a similar question of Piotr. But it was Archon Bloodblade who laughed and shook his head. My link with Dutiful conveyed Bloodblade's answer as clearly as if I stood on the deck beside them.
No, no, what you see there was one of the Pale Woman's follies. She had her slaves quarrying stone here. She insisted that only the black stone from this island could be ballast for her white ships. It looks as if some slaves were put to carving it too. For what? We'll probably never...
It's late. Piotr's voice cut in abruptly. And you sail with the morning tide, brother. Let us have one more good night of sleep on board, in beds, before we face the hardship of the island tomorrow. I recommend an early bed for you too, Prince Dutiful. Tomorrow we must start early on the trail to where the true dragon is said to await us. It will be an arduous trip. Rest is wisest for all of us.
A wise suggestion from a wise head.
I'll wish you good luck and good night then. Archon acceded quickly to Piotr's suggestion. Well, that was neatly turned, Chade observed as the men dispersed from the deck. Archon must have realized he was telling tales that Piotr didn't wish shared. See what else you can discover there, Fitz. How did the fool react to that tale? I demanded of him. I really didn't notice. Chade's reply was brusque. How did the fool get here? Why is he here? Why are you keeping him where I can't talk to him? I could no longer suppress the questions, nor completely conceal my annoyance that they had not yet shared the answers with me. Oh, don't sulk. Chade dismissed my irritation. He's told us little enough. You know how he is. Let it ride until tomorrow, Fitz, when we're all on shore together and you can quiz him as much as you wish. Doubtless he'll be more open with you than he is with us. As to why I've kept him close to us, it's more to keep him away from the Hetgerd warriors than from you. He's already revealed that he will do all he can to persuade us not to slay the dragon, and he's been sufficiently puzzling, charming, and mysterious to intrigue Piotr and Bloodblade, but I think the Narcheska still fears him. She does not meet his eyes. The prince broke in on Chade's thoughts. Initially the Hetgerd men thought he was some kind of a cheat on our part, a secret ally we'd smuggled in. When we pointed out that we had no way of knowing the terms that the Hetgerd would set for us, they admitted that didn't seem likely. How did the Narcheska and Piotr react to his claim that he would help the dragon? I demanded of them both. Chade's thoughts seemed well considered. They reacted strangely. I expected that Piotr and the Narcheska would resent him, but Piotr seems relieved, almost glad to see him here. As for me, I am grateful he said no more than he did, and I'm asking you to keep any discussions you have with him out of earshot of Piotr or the Narcheska. If they discover how long you have been friends, they may well think that you are opposed to our quest as well. There was a warning for me in Chade's thought, a slight testing of my loyalty. I ignored it. I'll wait and talk to him privately, I told Chade. Yes, you will. His words fell between confirmation and command. The folk on the ship were already dispersing toward their beds. I glanced back at our camp. It looked as if almost everyone had already gone to bed. The fire had burned low. I hadn't even eaten my share of the evening rations. Hot porridge would probably seem a treat before this quest was over, but for now it did not entice me. The sea had retreated enough now that I could walk around the entire dragon without getting more than ankle wet. I knew I'd regret my soggy shoes in the morning, but if there was something to discover about this stone creature, now was my best opportunity. No skill coterie had carved this being, but the minions of the Pale Woman. I thought I knew why. I had long suspected that Regal and Skillmaster Galen had sold off portions of the skill library, had Keble Rawbread, the war leader of the Outislanders during the Red Ship War, come to possess them. Had he and his ally, the Pale Woman, attempted to create dragons of their own to battle our Six Duchies? I was almost certain it was so. I came close to the gleaming wet stone, noticing that neither seaweed nor barnacles clung to it. It was as clean and black as the day it had been shaped. Gingerly I set a hand to it. It was cold, wet, and hard, and it hummed with wit under my touch, just as the drowsing stone dragons had. And yet it was different. I could not decide how until I touched the adjacent block. It, too, harboured that hidden seething of life. And yet the two were different things. Cautiously fearing some arcane trap, I ventured toward them with my skill. There was nothing there. I ran my hand along the wet surface where neither seaweed nor barnacle clung. And then there was suddenly something. A confusion of voices lifted in agitation, and then nothing again. I turned my head slowly, and then realized how foolish that was. The skill furore I had sensed was not a conversation muffled by distance or a barrier. As gingerly as if I caressed a hot coal, I slid my fingertips over the wet stone before me. Again I received a confused impression of many voices, all speaking at once, at a great distance from me. I wiped my hand reflexively down the front of my shirt and stepped away. Uneasily, I examined the thought that had come to me. This was memory stone. Although quarried on this island, but it was unmistakably the same sort of stone that Verity had used to carve his dragon. All of the dragons I had encountered in the stone garden in the Mountain Kingdom had originally been carved from this stuff. Some by skill coteries seeking to store permanently their memories and being, others perhaps by elderlings. The dragons I had seen had been shaped as much by the memories and thoughts poured into them as by the tools the carvers had wielded. Those dragons had eventually completely absorbed the people who had created them. I had witnessed Verity's passing into his dragon. It had demanded all of his memories and life force, as well as Kettle to satiate and saturate the stone, waking it to life. The old woman had sacrificed herself as willingly as Verity had. She had been the last of her skill coterie, a lone woman who had outlived her time and her monarch, but returned nonetheless to serve the Farseer line. Kettle's extended years and Verity's passions had been barely enough to rouse the dragon. I knew that well. Verity had taken a bit of me for his dragon, and later I had impetuously fed other memories into the girl on a dragon carving. I had felt the pull of a stone dragon's voracity. It would have been easy to let girl on a dragon take all of me. It would have been a release, of a sort. Or perhaps an imprisonment. What happened to a stone dragon which did not have enough memories to take life and flight? I had seen what had happened to girl on a dragon. She had remained there in the quarry, mired in unformed stone. In her case, I did not think it had been lack of memories, but her creator's lack of willingness to surrender individuality to the whole. The leader of the coterie who had carved her had tried to hold back and isolate her memories into the figure of the girl astride the dragon, rather than release them into the sculpture as a whole. Or so Kettle had told me, when I asked her why that statue had not taken life and flown away. She had told me the tale to warn me away from Verity's dragon, I think, to help me understand that the dragon would not be content with any less than all of me. I wished Kettle stood beside me now, to tell me this dragon's story, but I suspected I knew it. The stone had not been shaped as a whole, but worked in blocks, nor had the carvers put their own memories into the stone. Instead, I suspected that I stood by a dark memorial to the Red Ship War. What had become of the memories and emotions of the forged folk? The disjointed clues came together in this disjointed creature. Blocks of memory stone had been ballast in the holds of white ships. Had the pale woman and Kebble Rawbread learned the magic of waking a stone dragon from a purloined and sold skill scroll? What had stopped them, then, from creating an out-island dragon to ravage the coast of the Six Duchies? Had they lacked the willingness to sacrifice their own lives to give life to their creation? Had they thought they could create a dragon from the memories they had stolen from the Six Duchies folk? Here, before me, was the evidence of their failure to grasp the fundamental reason why a coterie might journey to Jumpe and beyond to create a stone dragon. They could steal the memories of Six Duchies folk and imprison them in stone forever. But they could not forge from those memories the singleness of purpose that was required to breathe life into a dragon. Not even all the coteries that set out for the mountains succeeded in that goal. Some had taken mountain women as wives and settled down to end their lives in love. Others that had gone to carve their dragons had failed. It was not an easy task, even for a single-minded skill coterie. A dragon filled with the memories of divergent folk forced into a single stone, a dragon born of terror and anger and hopelessness, would have been an insane creature, if ever they'd managed to wake it. Had that been what Kebble Rawbread and the pale woman had intended? There had been a time when plunging myself into a stone dragon had been very tempting indeed. I could still recall my hurt that Verity had excluded me from the creation of his. In retrospect, as a man grown, I could understand why. Sometimes when Night Eyes had still been alive, I had toyed with the idea. What sort of a dragon could we two have made, I had wondered. And now, willing or no, I was a part of a coterie again. Yet I had never considered that at some time Dutiful, Thick, Chade and I might wish to make a dragon of ourselves. We were a coterie born more of chance than intent. I could not imagine us finding the devotion and purpose to carve a creature, let alone the will to simultaneously end our human lives and memorialize our joining in a dragon. I turned and slowly walked away from the shaped stone. I tried not to wonder about the forged memories imprisoned in it. Was awareness imprisoned in the rock? If not, exactly what was it? I reached again for Dutiful and Chade. I think I found some of the memories and feelings forged away from Six Duchies folk during the war. What? Chade was incredulous. When I had explained, a long moment of aghast horror lingered between us. Then Dutiful asked hesitantly, "Can we free them? For what purpose? Most of the people they belong to are long dead. Some may have died at my hand for all I know. Besides, I have no idea whether it can be done, let alone how." The more I thought on it, the uneasier I became. Chade's thought was full of calm resignation. "For now we must leave it as it is. Perhaps after we have dealt with this dragon, Piotr will be more willing to share what he knows. Or perhaps we can arrange for a Six Duchies ship to come here quietly and take home what is ours." I felt his mental shrug. Whatever it is. The cook fire near our tent had burned down to a faded red eye in the night. I poked at it a bit, pushing in the last nub ends of the firewood, and woke a pale flame or two. There was lukewarm tea in my weary kettle, and a scraping of porridge in the bottom of the pot. Riddle himself had gone, either to watch duty or to his own blankets. I crawled into the tent's low entry and found my sea chest by touch in the dark. Thick was a shape huddled beneath blankets. I tried not to wake him as I rummaged for my cup. I was startled when he spoke into the darkness.
"This is a bad place. I didn't want to be here."
Privately, I agreed with him. Aloud, I said, "It seems wild and barren to me, but no worse than many a place I've been. None of us really wanted to come here, but we'll make the best of it and do what we must." He coughed, and then said,
"This is the worst place I've ever been, and you brought me here."
He coughed again, and I could feel how weary he was of coughing. "Are you warm enough?" I asked guiltily. "Do you want one of my blankets?"
I'm cold. I'm cold inside and outside, just like this place. The cold is eating me. The cold will eat us all to bones."
"I'm going to warm up the tea. Do you want some?"
"Maybe. If there was honey?"
"No." Then I gave way to temptation. "There might be. Here's my blanket. I'll put the tea on to get warm again while I see if anyone has any honey."
"I suppose,"
he said dubiously. I tucked the blanket around him. It was the closest we had been to one another in days. "I don't like it when you're angry at me, Thick. I didn't want to come here, or to bring you here. It was just a thing we had to do. To help our prince." He made no reply, and I sensed no lessening in his coldness towards me. But at least he didn't strike out at me. I knew who might have honey. I left the tent and headed up the hill to where the larger tents for the Narcheska and the prince had been pitched. Between them, and slightly above them, the fool's multicoloured dwelling billowed softly in the wind. Amid the deepening darkness, it seemed to gleam from within. I hesitated outside it. The flap was tied securely shut. Once before, when I was a boy, I had entered the fool's private chambers uninvited. I had lived to regret that intrusion, not only because it posed more mysteries than it solved, but also because it had made a small crack in the trust we had shared. Without ever uttering them, the fool had taught me well the rules that governed retaining his friendship. He answered only the questions he wished to answer about himself, and any prying by me was regarded as an infringement of his privacy. This included efforts by me to find out anything about him other than what he had chosen to tell me himself. And so I paused there, in the wind sweeping past me from the island's ice pack, and wondered if I wanted to take this chance. Were not there already too many cracks in our much-tested friendship? Then I stooped, untied the door flap, and slipped inside. The tent was made from a fabric I didn't know, some sort of silk perhaps, but so tightly woven that no breath of air stirred inside it. The glow had come from a tiny brazier, set in a small pit, dug in the floor of the chamber. The silk walls caught the heat it generated and held it well, while the light seemed multiplied by the sheen of the fabric. Even so, it was not bright inside the tent, rather it was lit warmly and intimately. A thin rug covered the rest of the floor, and a simple sleeping pallet of woolen blankets lay in one corner. To my wolf's nose it smelled of the fool's perfumes. In another corner was a small kit of clothing and a few significant items. I saw that he had brought the featherless rooster crown. Somehow it did not surprise me. The feathers from the other's island, the ones I had thought would fit in the crown, were in my sea chest. Some things are too significant to leave unattended. He had a meagre supply of foodstuffs and a single cooking pot. Obviously he had relied on our arrival for his long-term survival. I saw no sort of weapon amongst his things. The only knives were ones suitable for cooking. I wondered what ship he had found that had dropped him off here, and why he had not supplied himself better. Among his victuals I found a small pot of honey. I took it. There was no scrap of paper to leave him a note. All I had wanted to say to him was that I had not wanted him to come here to die, and that was why I had done what I could to thwart him. In the end I moved the rooster crown into the middle of his bed. I turned the simple wooden circlet in my hands, the dim light catching for an instant in the one rooster's sparkling gem eye. Fool would know that I had set it there, and why. I did not want him to think, even for a moment, that I had tried to conceal this visit. As I left, I retied the tent flap with my knots. Fick had almost dozed off, but when I poured tea and added sweetening to it, he sat up to take the mug from me. I had been generous with the honey. He drank off half of it and sighed heavily.
Oh, that's better.
Do you want more? It would leave little for me, but I wouldn't lose any opportunity to regain his favour.
A little bit, please.
I sensed a lowering of the wall. Give me your mug, then. As I poured and sweetened the brew, I said, You know, Thick, I've missed us being friends. I'm really tired of your being angry with me.
I am, too,
he admitted as he took the mug from me.
And it's harder than I thought it would be.
Is it? Then why do it?
To help Nettle be angry with you.
Ah. I did not let myself dwell on that, but only commented, She probably made it sound like a very good idea.
Yeah,
he drawled sadly. I nodded slowly. But she's all right, isn't she? She's not hurt or in danger.
She's angry because she had to leave her home because of the dragon. So that was scary for her, and I told her she could come here because we're going to cut a dragon's head off, but she said, Don't worry, my papa will kill the dragon for me, so she's safe.
My head swam. It was definite then. The message bird had reached Buckkeep, and the Queen had acted swiftly to take Nettle into shelter, and someone, Cotrican or Burrick, had told her that she was my daughter. Why they had done it now, or how they had phrased the words, suddenly did not matter. Nettle knew, and she was angry with me, but had still found a way to send me a message through Thick that told me that she knew who I was, and that I had believed I had done what I did to protect her. All the things I felt seemed to conflict with one another. I wondered if she knew all of what I was, or only that there was another man who had fathered her, and by his bloodline exposed her to danger. Had anyone explained the skill to her? Did she know I was witted? I had wanted to tell her myself that I was her father, if I had ever decided that she must know. Would it have been easier for her, or harder? I did not know. There was so much I did not know, and so much that she did not know about me. Then another aspect of it washed over me like a wave. If Nettle was in Buckkeep, and if she would open her mind to our skilling, we could communicate with the Queen and tell her all that was going on. A strange little thrill washed through me. Prince Dutiful had a working coterie now. I came out of my reverie when Thick handed the mug back to me. It was empty. Are you a little warmer now? I asked him.
A little,
he admitted. So am I told him. But it had nothing to do with how cold the night was. There are moments that leave a man's heart pumping so strong and free that no chill can touch him. I felt alive and completed, vindicated in all I had done. Thick huddled back into his bed, my blanket still clutched around his shoulders. I didn't mind. I spoke cautiously. "If Nettle comes to your dreams tonight, will you tell her that I love her?" No. It was far too soon to say such words. And when I spoke them, she should hear them first from me. Now they would be empty utterances from a shadow father she had never met. No. "Will you tell her to let the Queen know we are all well and safely arrived at the island?" Deliberately I kept the message a general one. I had no assurance that the dragon Tintaglia could not listen in on what passed between Thick and Nettle.
"Nettle doesn't like the Queen. She is too nice with lots of pretty skirts for Nettle, and pretty smells and shiny things. She isn't Nettle's mother, but she makes her stay close and only lets her out with a guard. Nettle hates that, and she's had enough of lessons, thank you very much."
Despite my worries, I smiled. I did not like to think that Nettle would clash with Cotrican, but in retrospect I saw it as inevitable. It was the way Nettle's words came out in Thick's voice, and it was a relief that too many skirts and lessons were Nettle's greatest threat now. I felt almost fatuously happy, despite all the ways it would complicate my life. Thick was going to sleep, but I wished to think a while longer. I went out to the dying fire, closing the tent flap behind me. I scraped the leftover porridge from the kettle and ate it. As last man to eat, it fell to me to clean the pot for tomorrow. I scrubbed it out with sand and seawater, and never once felt the cold water or the rough sand. My thoughts were elsewhere. Would Cotrican have put her in my old room? Did my daughter now wear the jewels and garb of a princess? I poured what was left of the tea into my cup, and dumped out the dregs from the pot. But when I went to sweeten my brew, I could not find the pot of honey in the dark. So I drank it as it was, thick and bitter, and delicious with the change that had visited my life that night. Chapter 14. The Black Man. Just as a skill coterie may use its talents to influence the waking mind of others and persuade their target that certain things are true, so a skill dreamer uses his skill upon his own sleeping mind to create a world which is, to him, as real as our waking one. The skill dreamer, in a sense, turns the skill against his own thoughts. Whereas most of us have no control over what we dream at night, the skill dreamer is more likely never to have experienced random dreams, and may even have difficulty in perceiving what one would be like, or that other people dream in such a fashion. Skill Dreaming, by Skillmaster Solicity. I slept well, without dreams of any kind, and woke to the sound of the waves against the beach. Dawn had barely found us, but already both guardsmen and Hetgerd warriors were up and about. I splashed my face in the icy stream. The incoming tide had covered the carved dragon, but now that I knew it was there, I could feel it as a sort of wit humming from beneath the waves. I glanced out toward the anchored ships. I wanted to ask Webb what he thought of the dragon, and yet I felt guilty at the thought. I hadn't kept faith with him. I hadn't come to allow him to teach me. Did I have the right to ask him to use his knowledge for my benefit when I would not learn it for myself? I knew how I would react to Swift behaving so. I grimly reminded myself that there was only so much time in a day, and of late every moment in mine seemed to have been spoken for. I checked on the tent where Thick slept on. Coward that I was, I decided to leave him in peace. I wandered over to the guard's cook-fire where the porridge was just beginning to boil. Longwick had no immediate task for me. I glanced out at the anchored ships, but saw no signs of life there. They had probably stayed up late talking. I visited the quarry again. By the light of day, I thought I glimpsed bones, and the round of a human skull under the rainwater, but the sides of the quarry were steep, and I had no desire to investigate. Whatever had happened there had happened long ago. My own problems were more immediate. I drifted over to where the Hetgerd men had their tents. They were gathered outside them, and at first I thought they were having breakfast from a stone table. Then, as I ventured closer, I realized that the sporadic conversation was an ongoing argument. I halted where I was, making a show of scratching and stretching while gazing seaward. Then I went down on one knee as if adjusting my shoe, all the while listening closely. They were muttering their complaints to one another, so it was not easy to understand them. When I had heard enough to realize that they had left an offering for the black man at the traditional spot on this stone table, and that it had not been taken, I stood up and ventured near. With an oafish smile on my face, and using my broadest Six Duchies accent, I asked them brokenly if they knew when the Narcheska's party might come ashore. A broad man with a stylized bear on his cheek told me that they would arrive when they arrived. I nodded pleasantly, with the slightly unfocused look of a man who is not certain of what has just been said to him. Then, nodding at the stone table, I asked what they were having for dinner. I took 3 steps towards it before 2 men stepped in between the table and me to block my access to it. The bear explained to me that this was not a meal, but an offering, and that I should probably go down to my own fellows and eat with them, as they had no use for beggars here. I peered at him, my mouth movements echoing him as if puzzling out his words, and then smiled broadly and wished them all a good day, and left. I'd had my glimpse of the stone table. On it was a clay pot, a small loaf of dark bread, and a dish of salted fish doused in oil. It had not looked appetizing, even to my morning hunger, and I scarcely blamed the black man for leaving it untouched. Their distress over this apparent rejection was interesting to me. From their words they had expected some island denizen to come and stealthily take the offering. That he had not worried them. These were hardened warriors, selected by the Hetgerd to be single-minded in their task. Most warriors I had been around were pragmatic about matters of religion and superstition. They might make a good-luck toss of the salt, but only a few cared much for omens such as the wind catching it and blowing it aside. My evaluation was that these men had expected the black man to accept their gifts, and by that acceptance signal his permission for them to be here. He had not, and that unsettled them. I wondered how much that would affect their attitude towards our quest. As I walked back to my tent, I reflected that this belief of theirs indicated that in the past someone or something had accepted such offerings. Was there someone actually living on the island, or was it more likely some creature like the robber rat that Swift had wanted to befriend, which had taken the food? I found Thick waking. He seemed a trifle more kindly disposed toward me this day, and accepted my aid in getting himself warmly dressed. He had one coughing spell that left him red-cheeked and breathless. It troubled me more than I let show. Lingering coughs could take down large warriors, and Thick was neither big nor hearty. He had been battling this lung ailment too long, and now faced a time of living in a draughty tent in a chilly spring. But I said nothing of my worries to him as we walked over to the fire for our share of hot porridge and tea. Riddle and the other guardsmen were in that bitter good humour that is typical of men facing a difficult and perhaps unpleasant task. They traded crude jests, complained about the food, and made disparaging remarks about our Hetgerd nannies. Longwick sat a little apart from us, and when the food was finished, found tasks to occupy the others. He had accepted that my duties for the crown was supervising Thick, and offered me no other chores. So I took the little man for a walk. He had no comments on the quarry or the icy stream, no observations on the blue glacier crouching above us, but as I deliberately led him on a stroll along the beach and past the submerged dragon, he shook his head and told me solemnly, "This isn't a good place." He looked around slowly, and then added, "Bad things happened here, and it feels like it's now." I would have liked to probe that comment, but he then lifted a stubby arm to point at the ships. "Here they come!" he cried, and he was right. The small boats, laden with passengers, were headed towards the shore. We stood and watched them come. Pyotr, Bloodblade, and the Narcheska rode in one. Chade, the prince, Sybil, his cat, and Webb were in the second. The fool, Swift, and Cockle were in the last one. Cockle seemed in high spirits, explaining something with much hand-waving, while Swift was grinning and obviously enjoying himself. I gave a small sigh, and then smiled to myself. So swiftly had my fool won them over with his charm. I wished he had not come. I feared his prophecies concerning himself. At the same time, I could not deny that I was glad he was here. I had missed him. By the time the boats reached shore, Thick and I were not the only ones waiting for them. Riddle and one of the other guardsmen ran Piotr's boat up beyond the waves' reach. Longwick and I did the same for the princes, and then the fools. He disembarked without even a glance that would betray he knew me. By the time everyone stood on the sand, the Hetgerd men surrounded Archon Bloodblade. They made no attempt to lower their voices as they explained to him that the Black Man had not accepted their offering. In light of that, they suggested we should all recognize that our mission here was deeply offensive to him. The Narcheska should change her mind and release the prince from his task. I had known they were upset. I didn't realize it was that important to them, I added, after I had skilled to Chade and the prince the morning's event at the stone table. Neither one glanced at me as I relayed my information. They waited courteously, standing well back from the discussion around Bloodblade and Piotr. The Narcheska herself stood apart from the men, staring out over the water. She looked as if she were carved from stone. Determination and resignation were etched into her face. The Black Man discussion continued, but I was distracted from it by the fool. He had approached, chatting amiably with Cockle and Swift. The layered black and white of his garments put me so in mind of him in the days when he had been King Shrewd's jester that I felt my throat close. He glanced my way once, a mere flicker of his brandy eyes. Then I saw his attention snag on the conversation the Hetgerd guard was having with Piotr and Bloodblade. It was like watching a hunting dog stiffen to a scent. He focused himself on them, and then drew near, careless of whether it would be seen as rude. The conversation had become an argument, and the out-island tongue they used had become so swift and guttural with anger that I could scarcely follow it. Piotr stepped back from the group and crossed his arms on his chest. He turned his head sideways and looked away from them, but as he did so he clapped one hand loudly on his sword scabbard. It was not a gesture that would have been used in the Six Duchies, but its meaning was still plain to me. If anyone wished to argue further with him, they'd argue blade to blade. The circle of Hetgerd men turned their eyes away from him, plainly rejecting the challenge. Instead they closed around Bloodblade, who gestured wide his helplessness, and then flapped an arm at his daughter, shrugging as if to say that the ways of all women were beyond any man's reasoning. That seemed to settle something. The Hetgerd man with the bear tattoo stepped away from the others and advanced to the Narcheska. She did not look at him as he came, though I am sure she was aware of him. Instead she looked out over the waters, past the ship, to the horizon. The wind blew past her, stirring the edges of the hooded blue cloak she wore and tugging at her embroidered skirts. It lifted them enough to reveal her sealskin boots and the wool leggings tucked into them. She ignored the breeze's liberty as easily as she ignored the waiting bear. He cleared his throat, but was forced to speak before she turned to him.
Narcheska, Eliania, I would have a word with you.
Even when she turned to look at him, her look was the only acknowledgment she gave him. He accepted it as permission to speak to her. His words were clear and formal, and I think he intended that all should hear and understand them. The owl drew closer to them as they spoke, probably to witness their words for posterity. Bards do not believe in privacy.
I am sure that you heard us speaking just now, but I shall state it plainly. Last night we left out the offering for the Black Man, as is customary when visiting this place, for any reason. This morning it remained on the stone table untouched. Long has it been said that no man can buy the Black Man's approval with gifts, but when he takes them, he gives you permission to risk your life here. This morning we knew that he did not even cede that much to us. Narcheska, we have come here with you, knowing already that the challenge you gave your suitor was inappropriate. You did not listen to us. Will you pay attention now to what the Black Man himself has shown us? We are not welcome here. Many of us expected him to be angry with you. We did not expect he would withhold his permission, even from those who came to see that your challenge to the dragon is a fair one. You place not just your husband and yourself in danger, but all who are here. And should you achieve your end, we now fear that the displeasure of the gods will fall not just on you, but on all who witness the deed." I saw her blink, and perhaps the colour in her cheeks heightened. Only her stillness proclaimed that she listened to him as she stared into the distance. He spoke on more quietly, but his words carried clearly. "Withdraw the challenge, Narcheska. Replace it, if you wish, with one more fitting. Demand a whale's spear from him, or the teeth of a bear, killed by him alone. Pit him against any creature that is right and proper for a man to hunt, but let us all leave this island, and the dragon it protects. Icefyre is not for a man to kill, Narcheska. Not even for love of you." I thought he would convince her, right up to his last words, but they were uttered with such disdain that even I felt the sting of them. She did not turn her eyes toward him as she spoke. "My challenge stands." She spoke those words to the sea, but then she turned to face Dutiful and added, "Because it must. For the honour of Narwhal clan." She spoke the last words almost as if they were an apology, as if she regretted them, but had to say them anyway. Dutiful gave a single slow nod, an acceptance of the challenge and her assertion that it must stand. It was an act of faith between them, and I think I perceived then what Chade seemed to have known for some time, that if these two could learn to go in harness, they would be a powerful pair. The bear clenched his fists at his side and thrust out his jaw. The owl nodded jerkily to himself, as if to fix the moment in his memory. The Narcheska turned to Piotr and said, "Should not we be preparing to leave now? It is a long and arduous journey, I am told, to where the dragon is under the ice." Piotr nodded gravely. "As soon as we have bidden your father farewell." To me, it sounded like a dismissal, yet Archon Bloodblade did not seem insulted, but relieved.
"We must sail with this tide,"
he agreed. "Witness!" the bear shouted angrily. All turned to his cry. "We, who have come at the Headguard's request, witness that if we die here, then Clan Narwhal and Clan Boar owe our mother's houses blood gold. For we are not here by our choice, nor do we seek this conflict. If we fall to the gods' displeasure, then do not let our families cry in vain for justice." A silence fell after his words. Then, "Witness," Piotr conceded gruffly, and "Witness," Archon Bloodblade echoed him. I sensed an out-island custom with which I was not familiar. Chade seemed aware of my confusion. I felt his uneasiness as he told me, "He has bound them both. Whatever disgrace or bad luck may come from our actions here will belong to the Boar and the Narwhal clans. The bear has claimed everyone here as a witness to this." It seemed to me that the bear was almost discomfited by how easily Piotr and Bloodblade had accepted his gambit. He clenched his fists several times, but when no one deigned to notice that, he turned and walked away from them. The owl followed him. I suspected that they had expected a challenge that they could have settled with swords or fists, and that their concession had actually forced him and the other Headguard companions to proceed with their mission. The process of bidding farewell to the Narcheska's father proceeded grudgingly after that. The formal farewells involved the Headguard men, Chade, the prince, Piotr and the Narcheska. The rest of us were left standing as informal witnesses. Thick was wandering idly about on the beach, overturning rocks and poking at the tiny crabs he disturbed there. I pretended to be manoeuvring to keep an eye on him as I edged closer and closer to the fool. He appeared to be aware of my efforts, for he walked a little apart from Swift and Cockle. When I stood within hearing distance of a soft word, I said quietly, "So, despite all my efforts, you contrived to get here. How did you do it?" Although we are of a height,
He still somehow managed to look down, coolly, on me. There was stillness in his face that bespoke a great anger. I thought he was not going to reply to me. Then, "I flew," he said coldly. He stood, not looking at me, breathing quietly. I felt somewhat encouraged that he had not stalked away, but wondered if that was merely because he did not wish to call attention to our speaking. I ignored his mockery of my question. "How can you be angry at me? You know why I did it. You said that if you came here you would die here, so I arranged that you would not come here." For a time he was silent. We both watched Archon Bloodblade pushed off in a small boat. Two of his boar warriors took the oars and leaned into them heartily. Their expressions proclaimed that they were happy to be leaving this island. The fool gave me a sideways glance. His eyes had darkened to the colour of strong tea in a glass. Clean of powder and paint, his face was a smooth golden brown. "You should have respected that I knew what I had to do," he rebuked me. "If you knew that I was going to my death, would you not try to stop me?" It was a wrong question to ask, and I knew that almost as soon as I had asked it. He stared out at the ship in the harbour, where sailors laboured with the anchor chain and the sails, and spoke in a low voice, his lips scarcely moving. "On the contrary, many times I have known that faith or your own stubbornness would endanger your life, but I have always respected your decisions to do so." Then he turned and walked slowly away from me. Swift sent me an odd glance, then hurried off to follow him. I noticed Civil looking after them with an expression of distaste. I heard the crunch of footsteps on beach gravel and turned to find Webb approaching me. It was hard for me to meet his eyes. I still felt oddly guilty, as if I had insulted him by refusing his offer of lessons. If he felt anything of the kind, he concealed it well. He gestured after the fool and Swift with his chin. "You know him, don't you?" "Of course." The question surprised me. "But he's Lord Golden from Buckkeep. Didn't you recognize him?" "No, I didn't. Not at first. It wasn't until Lord Chade called him Lord Golden that I perceived any similarity. But even when I was told his name, I felt that I did not truly know him at all. Yet I think that you do. He is an odd creature. Can you sense him?" I knew what he meant. The fool had never left any impression on my wit sense. "No, and he has no scent." "Ah." That was all he said, but I suspected that I had given him much to ponder. I looked down at my feet on the gravelly sand. "Webb, I'm sorry. I keep intending to find time to spend with you, but I never seem to manage it. It isn't that I'm not interested or that I disdain what you have to teach. It just seems that so many things come between me and what I would like to be doing." "Like now?" he replied with a grin. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Thick. The little man was hunkered down beside a piece of driftwood that he had overturned. His attention on the sand fleas and small crabs he had exposed was so intense that he was ignoring the waves that were nearly lapping about his feet. If I didn't intervene soon, he would have wet shoes and spend the rest of the day in misery. I exchanged an understanding glance with Webb and hurried down the beach toward my charge. Even before the ship was out of sight, Longwick was issuing orders to his men. With the casual precision of the veteran soldier, he set them to breaking up our provisions into manageable loads. From the number of packs he was preparing, it was obvious he expected all to share in the task of transporting our goods to the next campsite. Thick had left off poking about on the beach, and now sat disconsolately in the door of our tent, a blanket draped around his shoulders. The day was not truly that cold. I wondered anxiously if he was starting to burn with fever again. I went to confer with Longwick. "How far do we expect to journey today?" I tilted my head toward Thick to explain my concern to him. Longwick followed my gesture and scowled worriedly at my concern. "I've been told it's a 3-day journey to where the dragon is trapped in the ice. But I'm sure you know that such measurements of distance mean nothing. A 1-day journey for a seasoned traveller with a light pack can be a 3-day trek for a courtier with a full load." He lifted his eyes to scan the clear skies and then the icy peaks of the island, speculatively. "It's not going to be a pleasant journey for any of us," he opined. "It's always winter when you're crossing a glacier." I thanked him and left. The other men had moved to strike their tents, but Thick had not budged from ours. I tried to put on a pleasant expression, but my heart sank at the thought of the task before me. If he had hated me for putting him onto a ship, how was he going to feel about me after I had dragged him on a hike across a glacier? "Time to pack up, Thick," I informed him cheerfully.
Why?
"Well, if we're going to slay the dragon, we have to go to where the dragon is."
I don't want to slay the dragon.
"Well, we won't actually be the ones to slay the dragon. That will be up to the prince. We'll just be there to help him."
I don't want to go.
He dragged the word out mournfully. But to my relief, he stood and stepped out of the tent as if expecting me to take it down immediately. "I know, Thick. I don't want to go hiking through all that snow and ice either, but we have to. We're king's men, and that is what we do. Now, before we take down the tent, we both have to dress more warmly. Shall we do that?"
We don't have a king.
"Prince Dutiful will be king some day, and when he is, we'll still be his. So we are king's men, even now. But you can say you're a prince's man if you like that better."
I don't like snow and ice.
Grudgingly, he moved back into the tent and looked about it helplessly. "I'll get out your things," I assured him, and proceeded to do so. I've been many things in my days, and serving as valet to the little man did not strike me as so strange as it might have at one time. I laid out his clothes and then stuffed him into them. It was like dressing a large child. He complained of his sleeves dragging up inside the second shirt I put on him, and then his boots were too tight with the extra stockings. By the time I had him dressed, I felt sweaty and smothered myself. I sent him outside, warning him to stay away from the water, as I added a layer to my own clothes and then repacked my and Thick's belongings. I had to smile when I realized that I was dreading the hike because of the way the cold always made my scars ache. Because of my recent skill healing, I had no scars now, I reminded myself. At least not the bone and muscle deep ones that seemed to twist pain deep into me. Those had been replaced with superficial markings on my skin to pretend they were still there. I rolled my shoulders, proving to myself that my flesh no longer pulled against a deep scar in my back. It was a good feeling, and I found myself grinning as I dragged our packed gear out of the tent and then dismantled the tent itself. I hauled our things to where Longwick was supervising the parcelling out of packs. A single small tent was still pitched there. The commander had decided to establish a cache of supplies here on the beach, and was discussing with Chade whether he should leave 1 or 2 men to guard it. Chade wanted to leave only 1, in order to have a larger force with us. Longwick was courteously but stubbornly holding out for 2.
"For there is an unsettling feel to this island, sir, and we both know that guardsmen are prone to superstition. Hetgerd men have been telling tales of a black man, and now my own men are muttering that, yes, they might have glimpsed a mysterious shadow lurking at the edge of the camp last night. A man alone would be prey to such thoughts. 2 will play dice and talk and keep a better eye on our supplies."
In the end, Longwick won his point, and Chade conceded to leaving 2 men behind. Churry and Drub would remain with our cache. That settled, Chade turned to me and asked, "Is the prince's man, Thick, ready for the journey, Badgerlock?" "As ready as I could make him, Lord Chade. But he's not happy about it."
"Are any of us?"
"Excellent. I've a few extra items that we shall want when we reach the dragon. Longwick has divided them for easier carrying. As you will, Lord Chade." I bowed to him. He hurried off as Longwick issued me a small cask of Chade's explosive powder to add to my pack. I groaned to myself, for it proved heavier than I had expected. We were taking only 2 of them with us. The other one had been entrusted to Riddle's load. The rest would remain with our cached supplies. 1 man would have been ready to leave shortly after Bloodblade's ship had sailed, but when one readies a company of men to travel anywhere, it is a different tale. The sun had reached noon before we were all packed and assembled. I noticed that the fool struck his elaborate pavilion rapidly, with no help from anyone. Whatever it was made from, it packed down to an amazingly small load. He shouldered it all himself, and I would have been surprised, save that I had always known that he was much stronger than his slight frame would suggest. He moved amongst us, but was not a part of either party. The Hetgerd men regarded him with the wariness that many warriors reserve for the god-touched. They did not disdain him, but felt it was wiser neither to notice nor be noticed by him. The other guardsmen seemed to feel he was no business of theirs, and certainly did not want to be recruited to help carry his possessions or otherwise serve him. Cockle watched him curiously from afar, scenting a story, but not strongly enough to be drawn in yet. Only Swift seemed uninhibitedly fascinated by the fool. He dropped his own pack to the ground and perched on it while he chatted away at him. The fool has ever had a clever way of talking, and Swift's ready laughter seemed to feed his wit. Webb watched the two interact with something like approval on his face. It was only then that it dawned on me that this was the first time Swift had shown an easy friendliness toward anyone. I wondered how the fool had melted his reserve, even as I noticed Sybil regarding them with distaste. When Sybil glanced up to find my eyes on him, he looked away, but I could sense his uneasiness bubbling just under the surface. I wondered if I could find a way to have a quiet word with him and calm his fears. Plainly he recalled his first impression of Lord Golden when we had guested at his home. It was easy to divine his worries now. He thought that the fool was easing the lad towards seduction. I wanted to intervene before Sybil muttered a word of that suspicion to anyone, for I suspected the Outislanders would be far less than tolerant of such behaviour, God-touched or not. Longwick distributed metal-shod walking staves to all of us, an item I would never have thought of packing. But it soon became apparent that Pyotr was the real source of this equipment, when Chade summoned all of us to listen to him before we left the beach. Both he and the Narcheska were as heavily burdened as any among us. She waited alongside 3 sleds, also provided by Blackwater, which were already loaded with much of our supplies. Her long outer coat was all of snowy white fox. She wore a bright little cap, woven of many colours, and her glory of black hair was tucked completely out of sight under it. Her loose boots were soled with scraped walrus hide, and the tops were of deerskin with the hair left on. Leather bindings laced them around her legs to the knee. But for the solemn look on her face, she looked as if she had been prepared as a snow bride. Pyotr was bulky as he lumbered beside her in black wolf and bearskin trousers. More than any witted one I had ever known, he looked like a shape-changer out of a beast tale. His many layers of clothing had enlarged him to an almost laughable size, yet all was solemn as he spoke to us, anxious to catch every word. "I know where the dragon sleeps," he said. "I have been there before. Yet even so it will be difficult for me to lead you there. On a glacier, knowing where something is does not mean I know the way to it. Glaciers are not like stone and earth, that remain the same year after year, and the glacier we shall cross here is among the most restless in the world. Glaciers sleep, and they walk. They groan to wakefulness, cracking wide their yawns, and then they sleep, and the blowing snow bridges over the gaping crevasses, hiding their danger from all but the most wary walker. To fall into one is little different from being swallowed by a snow demon. Down you will go into darkness, and that is an end of you. We will mourn you, but we will go on." His eyes passed slowly over all of us as he said this, and I was not the only man who suppressed a shiver. "Follow me," Pyotr went on, "not just in where I go, but in my very tread. And even then, do not trust the ice beneath you. Once we venture out onto the glacier's face, probe every step you take. 1 man, 2 men, 3 men may pass safely right in front of you, and then the crust may betray you. Probe ahead with your staff, before every step you take. You will grow weary of doing this, but stop doing it only if you have also grown weary of your life." Again, his measuring glance passed over all of us. Again he nodded. Then he said, "Follow me." And with no more ado he turned and led us up the beach. The Narcheska fell in right behind him. Behind her went the prince, and then Chade. Lord Golden claimed the next spot, and no one challenged him for it. Then went the wit coterie, entrusted with 1 sled, and the Hetgerd witnesses, and finally Longwick and Hest, pulling the 2nd sled, and Deft and Riddle pulling the 3rd. I came second to last, with Thick stumping stolidly along behind me. I had shifted part of his pack's load to mine, but left him enough of a burden not to hurt his pride. I soon regretted it, and vowed that on the morrow he would walk unencumbered. Even in the best of times, his stubby legs and wide girth would have made this trek difficult for him. Burdened with both a pack and a nagging cough, he simply could not keep the pace Pyotr set. By the time we reached the lip of the glacier, there was a gap between the main party and the two of us. The diligent probing of each step began, and I thought that would slow them enough that we would catch up. I had not taken into account that Thick had taken Pyotr's warnings deeply to heart. He prodded the ice before him at every step as if he was spearing a fish. He was soon panting with the effort, but my offers to probe for both of us were stoutly refused.
I don't want to be swallowed by an ice demon,
he told me sulkily. Can you see our path? Dutiful skilled back to me. Very clearly, don't be concerned for us. If we need you to wait for us, I'll let you know. At least all the probing Thick is doing is keeping him warm.
Too warm. Too much work,
Thick complained. Just tap with the stave. You don't have to stab the ground.
Yes, I do,
Thick refuted my words. I decided that words were futile and let him do as he wished, though it taxed my patience to dawdle along in front of him at a pace he could match. It bored me and gave me far too much time to ponder our situation. I did not like how events were unfolding, and yet I could not say precisely what bothered me. Perhaps it was as Thick had said. Bad things had happened in this place, and it felt like they were happening now. The wind was a constant, but the skies were clear and blue. At intervals I saw old rods poking out of the snow, some tied with scraps of bright fabric. I judged that they marked the path that Pyotr followed. He often paused to straighten one or to attach a fresh ribbon banner. Even so, the advance party went more swiftly than Thick and me. I watched them draw away from us and grow smaller until they had dwindled to little puppets doing an odd poking dance in a line as they ventured across the ice field. Our shadows slowly became longer and thinner, pale blue on the crystallized ice and snow. The surface we walked across did not seem like either true ice or true snow to me. There was a thin layer of real snow, but beneath that were compacted, darning needles of ice, and we walked upon their tips. At some point I realized that I had resolved I would find time to speak with the fool that evening, and to the winds with whatever anyone else might think of it. Almost on the heels of that thought, I felt a thin tendril of skill from Chade. Quietly and privately he asked me, "Lad, are you still mine?" He should have been proud of the answer I gave him. I am sure he could not have come up with a better one on such short notice. "As much as I ever was," I replied. I felt his grim chuckle in my mind. "Ah, well, at least you do not lie to me. What did he say to you?" "The fool. Who else? We only spoke of why I had tried to leave him behind, to preserve his life. I gathered that he did not think that a sufficient reason. He probably thought I put you up to it, to keep him clear of the dragon until it's unearthed and beheaded." A pause. "The Narcheska weeps as she walks. She has not looked back at us to betray the tears on her cheeks, but I hear it in how she breathes. Twice she has wiped her face with her mitten, and then loudly spoken of how the light off the ice makes her eyes water. Think this through with me, Fitz. Why would she weep? I don't know. The hike is arduous, but she did not strike me as a woman who would weep over heavy work. Perhaps she fears the disapproval of the black man, or fears that she has put her family and her father's family into disfavour with the Hetgird by—"
"Hush!" Thick's irritated skilling cut through my thoughts. "She is sad, so she cries. Now stop being loud and listen. Listen and stop breaking the music."
Chade and I instantly muffled our thoughts. Both of us had believed our skilling was small and private. I was sure that he now wondered, just as I did, if the prince had been aware of our conversation. Then I wondered why Chade had been keeping it private from him. I trudged on, watching the ever-dwindling figures of Pyotr's group. They were headed over the lip of a wind-sculpted ridge and would soon be out of sight. Piotr had spoken truth about the restlessness of this ice. Some stretches were swept as smooth as a sugar-topped cake, others looked like the same cake after it had been dropped. The trail in the snow was plain now, but I knew that as the sun sank, uneven shadows might make it more difficult to follow them. I glanced back at Thick in annoyance. He was walking more slowly than ever. Irritated as much by his command that we hush as by his slowness, I turned my back on him and walked briskly away. I did not neglect, however, to probe the snow before me at every step. I thought he would look up and realize that I was leaving him behind, but when I glanced back, he was still strolling ponderously along. I stared back at him in exasperation, and then something in his movements caught my eye. It was like a dance. He would probe the snow with his staff, prod, 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 and then take a single large swaying step. Again he would probe the snow, prod, 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 and then stride forward again on the other foot. I lowered my barriers to hear his ever-present music. Usually I could recognize the elements that he incorporated into it, but today each step was made in time to a sighing sweep like wind, while the prod, prod, prod of his staff kept time to a deep and steady percussion. I sealed myself from his music and listened with my ears, but could find no parallel sounds on this island. While I had paused, Thick had nearly caught up to me. He looked up from his scrutiny of the snow before his feet to find me watching him. He scowled at me and then glanced past me. His frown deepened.
"They're gone. Why weren't you watching them? Now they're gone, and we don't know where they went."
"It's all right, Thick," I told him. "I can still see their trail, and see, there's a rod with a rag on it at the top of the rise. We'll catch up to them, but only if we hurry." I tried not to betray my worry that night was coming on, and the shadows deepening. I did not want to be caught out on the face of the glacier, alone. He lifted his stubby arm suddenly to point jabbingly at the ridge.
"Look! It's all right. There's one of them."
My gaze followed his pointing finger, suspecting that the prince had sent someone back to stand upon the ridge and guide us. Thick was right. There was someone there. But even at that distance and in the fading light, I knew he was not one of our party. He moved swiftly and oddly, yet in a way that I could not pinpoint. His gait was familiar. I saw no more of him than his silhouette as he hastened over the ridge. Then he was gone. I felt cold dread creep through my blood. I skilled my frantic thought to Chade and Dutiful. "The Black Man! I think the Black Man is following you." An instant later, I regretted my panic. Dutiful could not conceal his amusement. "There's no one behind us that I can see, Fitz. Only snow and shadows. Are you nearly to the top of the ridge?" "We haven't even begun to climb it yet." Thick is distracted and moving slowly.
"Not distracted."
Again I was jolted by how easily Thick had picked up thoughts I had not intended for him.
"Listening to the music, that's all. Except that you keep breaking it."
Chade's skilling was like oil on water. "I've asked Piotr if we'll be stopping for the night soon, and he says we will. Once you crest the ridge, you should see us easily. He has already pointed out our campsite to me, and there is no sort of shelter at all. You won't have any difficulty spotting our cook fires."
"Cook fires? Food soon?"
"Yes, Thick. Food soon. Probably almost as soon as you get here. I've brought some sweets with me from the ship. I'll share them with you if you get here before I've eaten them all." I had to admire Dutiful's cunning, even as I shook my head at it. It distracted Thick from his music, and he even consented to following in my footsteps and letting me do the snow probing. I thought that Piotr's caution was a bit exaggerated anyway. Surely, if the entire party had already passed over a section of glacier, it would withstand one more crossing. And that proved to be true. We climbed the ridge in their tracks, stopping several times to allow Thick to finish coughing and catch his breath. When we crested the ridge, I could instantly see their campsite below. The snow staves were posted at intervals around it, with bright ribbons attached to the tops. Evidently Piotr had established what he considered a safe area for the party. The larger tents for the prince and Narcheska had already sprung up like mushrooms. In the dimming light, the fool's colourful one was like a blossom cast on the snow. Illuminated from within, the bright panels gleamed like stained-glass windows. What had seemed random designs suddenly resolved into dragons and serpents cavorting. Well, he had declared his allegiance clearly. There were 2 small campfires for the drab tents of the rest of our group. The Hetgird men had pitched their tents a little away from ours, and kindled their own tiny fire, as if to proclaim to the gods that they were not of our party and did not deserve to share our fate. I saw no sign of the Black Man, or any place where he might have hidden. Yet this did not dismiss my concerns, but only heightened them. As we made our way down to the camp, we encountered our first fissure in the glacier. It was a narrow, snaking crack, no more than that, and I simply stepped over it. Thick halted, staring down at the depths that shaded from pale blue to black. "Come on," I encouraged him. "It's not far to camp. I think I can smell the food they're cooking."
That's deep.
He lifted his eyes from his contemplation of it.
Piotr was right. It could swallow me and gulp me down. Snap!
He stepped back from it. "No, it can't. It's all right, Thick. It's not something alive. It's just a crack in the ice. Come on." He took a deep breath and then coughed. When he was finished, he said,
"No, I'm going back."
"You can't, Thick. It will be dark soon. It's only a crack. Just step over it."
"No!"
He shook his head on his short neck, his chin brushing his collar.
"It's dangerous."
In the end I stepped back over it and took his hand to persuade him to cross. I nearly slipped and fell when his awkward and exaggerated leap over it took me off guard in mid-stride. As I tottered for one breathless moment, I imagined myself wedged in the crack, out of reach of helping hands, and yet preserved from slipping further. Thick sensed my fear and comforted me with,
"See? I told you it was dangerous. You nearly fell in and died."
"Let's just go down to the camp," I suggested. As promised, they had hot food waiting for us. Riddle and Hest had finished eating already. They were conversing quietly with Longwick as he directed a watch schedule for the night. I settled Thick on top of my pack beside the fire and fetched food that Deft ladled out for both of us. Supper was a stew made from salt meat, and it suffered from that, as well as a too-brief cooking time. I grinned briefly at myself as I pondered how swiftly I had once again become accustomed to Buckkeep's succulent fare. Had I forgotten how to subsist on a guard's rations? There had been times in my life when I'd had far worse to eat at the end of a long, cold day, or nothing at all. I took another bite. That thought should have made the tough meat taste better, but it didn't. I glanced surreptitiously at Thick, expecting he would soon complain about it, but he was staring at the fire, wearily, his bowl balanced precariously on his knee. "You should eat, Thick," I reminded him, and he startled as if from a dream. I caught the bowl before it tipped enough to spill and handed it back to him. He ate, but wearily, not showing any of his usual enthusiasm for food, and stopping often to cough. It worried me. I finished my food hastily and rose, leaving Thick watching the dwindling flames of the small fire and chewing methodically. Chade and Dutiful were at the other campfire with the rest of Dutiful's wit coterie. There was talk there, and even some laughter, and for a moment I envied their companionship. It took me a moment to realize that the fool was not there. And then I noticed the other absence. Piotr and the Narcheska were also missing from the gathering. I glanced at the tent pitched for them. It was dark and still. Did they sleep already? Well, perhaps that was the best idea. Doubtless Piotr would rouse us all early to travel on. I think Chade noticed me standing idly at the edges of the firelight. He left the circle of light as if going to relieve himself, and I followed noiselessly. I stood beside him in the blackness and spoke quietly. "I'm concerned about Thick. He seems oddly distracted. From one moment to the next his temper changes from irritable to frightened to elated." Chade nodded slowly. "There is something about this island. I have no name for it, and yet it tugs at me. I feel dread and worry beyond what I should feel, and then the feelings go. This land seems to speak to me through my skill, and if it can reach one as feeble as me in that talent, how must it speak to Thick?" I heard bitterness in the self-deprecation of his magic. You grow stronger in the skill each day, I assured him. But I think perhaps you are right. I've felt nameless worry nibbling at me all day. Such, at times, is my nature. But this does seem more formless than usual. Could it have anything to do with the memories trapped in the stone? He made a sound of resignation. How could we possibly know? All that we can do for Thick is see that he eats and sleeps well at night. He is growing stronger in the skill. I've noticed that. It makes my own paltry abilities seem all the more meagre. Time, Chade. It will come with time and patience. You're doing well for someone who began so late and has not been long in training. Time. Time is the only thing we have, when all is said and done, and yet we never have enough of it. You can be calm about it. You've had as much of magic as you've ever wanted, and more, all your life, while I've had to claw and scratch for a tiny shred of it at the end of my days. Where is the justice of fate, when a half-wit has in abundance and values not at all that which I so desperately lack? He turned on me. Why did you always have so much skill, bursts of it, and never wanted with your whole heart to master it, as I have longed to do all my life? He was starting to frighten me. Chade, I think this place preys on our minds, finding both our fears and our despairs. Set your walls against it, and trust only your logic. I have never been prey to my emotions, but this time would be better spent in rest than in talk, by either of us. Care for Thick as best you can. I'll watch over the prince. He, too, seems prey to a darker mood than is usual for him. He rubbed his gloved hands together. I'm old, Fitz. Old, and tired, and cold. I shall be glad when all of this is over and we are safely on our way home again. And I agreed heartily. But I had another bit of news I wish to share with you. Odd, isn't it? Once I thought skilling was private and secretive, yet still I must seek you out to whisper to you. I don't think Thick is ready for me to ask this favour of him. He still resents and blames me. It might come better from you or the prince. What? Chade demanded impatiently. He shifted restlessly, and I knew the cold was biting his skinny old bones. Nettle has gone to Buckkeep Castle. I think our bird must have reached the Queen, and she sent someone to Berwick. She's gone to the castle for safety's sake, and she knows that the threat to her is connected to our quest for the dragon's head. I could not quite bring myself to tell Chade that she now knew I was her father. I wanted to be clear on just how much Berwick had told her before that secret ceased being a secret. Chade grasped the implications immediately. And Thick speaks to Nettle in his dreams. We can communicate with Buckkeep and the Queen. Almost. I think we need to approach it cautiously. Thick is still not pleased with me, and might make mischief if he knew it would upset me. And Nettle is angry with me also. I cannot reach her directly, and I don't know how much heed she would give to messages from me that went through Thick. He gave a disgruntled noise. Too late you fall in with my plans for her, Fitz. I do not relish rebuking you, but if you had allowed us to bring Nettle in as soon as we knew her potential, she would never have been in danger. Nor would quarrels between you and her have crippled us in this way. Either the prince or I could reach her instead of you, if she had been properly prepared to use her magic. We could have had communication with Buckkeep Castle all this time. It was childish of me. I pointed it out anyway. You would probably have brought her here with us for the sake of mustering strength for the prince. He sighed, as if confronting a stubborn pupil who refused to concede a point, which he was, I suppose. As you will have it, Fitz. But I beg you, do not charge into this development like a bull harried by bees. Let her settle at Buckkeep for a few days, while the prince and I consult on how much she should know of who she is, and how best to approach her through Thick. It may require some preparation of Thick as well. Relief flowed through me. I had feared that Chade would be the one to charge in like a bull. I will do as you say. Go slowly. There's a good lad, Chade replied absently. I knew that his thoughts had already wandered afar to how these new playing pieces could be deployed on the game board, and so we parted for the night. Chapter 15. Civil. Hokin was the White Prophet, and Wild Eye his catalyst in the years that Sardus Chiff held power in the Edgelands. Famine had ruled there even longer than Sardus Chiff, and some said it was a punishment on the land, because Sardus Prex, mother of Sardus Chiff, had burned every sacred grove in wild mourning and fury at the Leaf God, when her consort, Slevm, died of pox. Since then, the rains had all but ceased, and that was because there were no sacred leaves for the rains to wash. For the rains only fall for holy duty, not to slake the thirst of men or their children. Hokin believed that his call as White Prophet was to restore the fertility of the Edgelands, and he believed that to do this water must come. So he made his catalyst to study water and how it might be brought to the Edgelands. From deep wells, or dug canals, or prayers and offerings for rainfall. Often he asked her what she would change to bring water to her people's lands, but never did she have an answer to please him. Wild Eye had no care for water. She had been born in the dry years, and lived in the dry years, and knew only the dry years and their ways. What she cared for were thippy fruits, the little soft-fleshed, many-seeded pomes that grew low to the earth in the shelter of the claw brambles in the ravines of the foothills. When she was supposed to be at her chores, she would slip away up to the foothills and go to the bramble thickets, returning with her skirts and her hair thick with claw seed and her mouth purple from thippy fruit. This angered Hokin the White, and often he beat her for her inattention to her duties. Then, around their cottage, where had been only dusty earth, the claw brambles began to grow. Their tangling thorns sheltered the soil from the sun, and beneath them came in the thippy fruit vines. In the season when the thippy fruit died back, grey grass grew, and rabbits came to live beneath the brambles and eat the grey grass. Then Wild Eye caught and cooked the rabbits for the White Prophet. Scribe Cateran, of the White Prophet Hokin. Despite Chade's suggestion, I did not go immediately to my blankets. I returned to the fire where Thick sat staring at the remaining embers and shivering as the cold of the glacier crept up into him. I rousted him from there and saw him off to bed in the tent we would share with Riddle and Hest. The tight quarters were welcome for the body warmth that would be shared. He settled in, gave a huge sigh that ended in a coughing fit, then sighed again and dropped into sleep. I wondered if he would be conversing with Nettle tonight. Perhaps in the morning I'd have the courage to ask him. For now, I'd be content knowing she was safe at Buckkeep. I left the tent and went out under the stars. The fires had died out almost completely. Longwick would keep a few coals going in a firepot, but he didn't have enough fuel to keep them burning constantly. There was a dim light from Dutiful's tent. Probably a small lantern still burned in there. The fool's tent was likewise illuminated, glowing like a jewel in the night. I walked quietly over the snow to it. I halted outside it when I heard soft voices from within. I could not make out the words, but I recognized the speakers. Swift said something, and the fool replied teasingly. The boy chuckled. It sounded peaceful and friendly. I felt a strange twinge of exclusion, and almost retreated to my tent. Then I rebuked myself for jealousy. So the fool had befriended the boy. Very likely it was the best thing that could happen to Swift. As I could not knock to announce myself, I cleared my throat loudly, and then stooped to lift the tent flap. A slice of light fell on the snow. "May I come in?" There was the tiniest of pauses, and then, "If you wish, try to leave the snow and ice outside." He knew me too well. I brushed the damp snow from my leggings, and then shook it from my feet. Crouching, I entered, and let the tent flap fall closed behind me. The fool had always had the unique talent of creating a small world for himself when he wished to retreat. The tent was no exception. When I had visited it before, it had been charming but empty. Now he occupied it and filled it with his presence. A small metal firepot in the centre of the floor burned near smokelessly. The smell of cooking, something spicy, lingered in the air. Swift sat cross-legged on a tasselled cushion, while the fool was half-reclined on his pallet. 2 arrows, one a dull grey, the other brightly painted and obviously the fool's work, rested across Swift's knees. "Did you require me, sir?" Swift asked quickly. I could hear his reluctance to leave in his voice. I shook my head. "I didn't even know you were here," I replied. As the fool sat up, I saw what had made Swift laugh. A tiny marionette dangled from his hand, with 5 fine black threads going to each of the fool's fingertips. I had to smile. He had carved a tiny jester, done in black and white. The pallid face was his own, as it had been when he was a boy. White down hair floated around the little face. A twitch of one long finger set the creature's head to nodding at me. "So, what brings you here, Tom Badgerlock?" the fool and his puppet asked me. A shift of his finger made the little jester cock his head inquiringly at me. "Fellowship," I replied, after a moment's pondering. I sat down on the opposite side of the fire from Swift. The boy gave me a resentful look, and then glanced away. The fool's face was neutral. "I see. Welcome." But there was no warmth in the words. I was an intruder. An awkward silence fell, and I perceived in full the mistake I had made. The lad knew nothing of the connection between the fool and me. I could not speak freely. Indeed, I could suddenly think of nothing at all to say. The boy sat staring glumly at the fire, obviously waiting for me to leave. The fool began to unfasten the marionette from his fingertips, one string at a time. "I've never seen a tent like this. Is it from Jamalia?" Even to me, my query sounded like a polite nothing said to a chance acquaintance. "The Rain Wilds, actually. The fabric is elderling made, I suspect, but I chose the patterns sewn into it." "Elderling made?" Swift sat up with the avidity of a boy who senses a tale. A very faint smile played about the fool's mouth. I suspected that he had seen the quickening of interest in my face, too. "So the Rain Wild people say. Those who live far up the Rain Wild River. They say that once there was great cities there, and that the cities were the homes of the elderlings. What exactly or who the elderlings were is harder to tell, but in some places, buried deep in the muck of the Rain Wild swamps, there are cities of stone. Sometimes one can find a way into them, and without whatever chambers have remained dry and intact, discover the treasures of another time and people. Some of the items they rescue are magical, with uses and abilities that not even the Rain Wilders completely understand. At other times they find things that are just as we might make ourselves, but of a different quality. Like this arrow." Swift held up the grey arrow. "You said it came from the Rain Wilds. I've never seen such wood as this." The fool's eyes flickered to me and then away. "It's wizard wood. A very rare wood. Even more rare than the fabric of this tent, which is finer than silk, and stronger than silk. I can crush all the fabric into a wad I could hold concealed inside my hand, yet stretched over the poles of the tent. It is sturdy and so strongly woven that it holds warmth in and wind out." Swift reached out to run a wandering finger down one wall. "It's nice in here. Warmer than I'd thought a tent could be. And I like the dragons on the walls." "So do I," the fool said. He reclined on his pallet again as he stared into the firepot. The tiny flames found twin homes in his eyes. I leaned back, away from the light, and studied him. There were planes and angles to his face that had never been there when we were children. His hair had seemed to gain substance with colour. It no longer floated wildly around his face when it was loose, as it was now. Sleek as a horse's mane, but far finer, it hung to his shoulders. "The dragons are why I am here." For a fraction of a moment, his eyes flickered to mine. I crossed my arms on my chest and leaned back deeper into the shadows. "There are dragons in the Rain Wilds," he went on, speaking to Swift. "But only one that is hearty and strong. Tintaglia is her name." The boy edged even closer to him. "Then the Bingtown traders spoke truth. They have a dragon." The fool cocked his head, as if considering the answer. Again that ghost of a smile bent his mouth. Then he shook his head. "That is not something I would say. Rather, I would say that there is a dragon in the Rain Wilds, and Bingtown falls within the territory she claims as her own. She is a magnificent creature, blue as good steel, and silver as a gleaming ring. Have you seen her? Your own self?" "Indeed I have." The fool smiled at the boy's wonder. "And had words with her." Swift drew his breath in. He seemed to have forgotten my hulking presence, yet I wondered to which of us the fool spoke as he said, "This tent is one of the gifts she persuaded the Rainwild folk to give me." "Why did she ask them to give you gifts?" "She told them to give me gifts because she knew that I would serve her purpose unswervingly. For we have known each other in other days and shapes." "What do you mean?" The boy suspected he was being teased. I feared he was not. "I am not the first of my kind to have dealings with dragonkind, and she is all the memories of her race. They cascade through her mind like bright beads sliding on a string. Back they go, past the serpent she was once, to the egg that serpent came from, to the dragon that laid that egg, to the serpent that dragon was, to the egg that serpent hatched from, to the dragon that laid that egg, to the serpent that dragon." "Enough!" The boy laughed breathlessly. The fool's tongue juggled the words like pins. "Back to where she knew another such as I. And perhaps, had I a dragon's memory, I might have been able to say to her, 'Ah, yes, I do recall, and that is exactly how it was. Such a pleasure to meet you again.' But I have not a dragon's memory, and so I had to take her word for it that I was as trustworthy a fellow as she was ever likely to meet." His words had fallen into the artful cadence of the storyteller. The boy was enraptured. "And what is her purpose that you shall serve?" Swift asked eagerly. "Ah!" The fool swept his hair back from his face, then stretched, but suddenly his long forefinger was pointing unerringly at me. "He knows, for he has promised to help me. Haven't you, Badgerlock?" Frantically I scrambled through my memories. Had I promised to aid him, or had I only said that I would decide when the time came for it? I smiled, and with a wittiness I did not feel, I replied, "When the time comes, I'll serve my purpose." I knew he marked my distancing from his words, but he smiled as if I had agreed, and said, "As shall we all, even young Swift, Burrick's son and Molly's son." "Why do you name me so?" In that instant the boy was stung. "My father is nothing to me. Nothing. Whatever he is to you, you are still son to him. Perhaps you can deny him, but you cannot make him deny you. Some ties cannot be severed by a word. Some ties simply are. Such ties are what bind the world and time together." "Nothing binds me to him," the boy insisted sullenly. A little time passed. He perceived he had broken the string of the story, and that the fool was not going to knot it back together for him. After a pause he conceded, asking again, "What is the dragon's purpose in your being here?" "Oh, you know what it is." The fool sat up. "You've heard what was said back on the beach, and I know how swiftly gossip travels in a small group like this. You have come to slay the dragon. I am here to see that you don't." "Unless it's a righteous battle. Unless the dragon attacks us first." The fool shook his head. "No. I am simply here to see that the dragon survives." Swift's eyes travelled from the fool to me and back again. He spoke hesitantly. "Then you are our enemy here. To battle us if we try to kill the dragon. But there is only one of you. How can you think to challenge us?" "I challenge no one. I make no one my enemy, though some may consider me theirs. Swift, it is simply as I say it is. I am here to see that no one slays the dragon under the ice." The boy shifted uncomfortably. I could almost see the thought pass through his mind, and when he spoke it, he sounded so like Burrick that it near broke my heart. "I am sworn to serve my prince." He took a breath. But when he spoke, his voice was still troubled. "If you oppose him, sir, then I must oppose you." The fool had kept his eyes fixed on the boy's face all the while. "I am sure you will, if you believe it is the right thing to do," he said quietly. "And if that is so when the time comes, well, that will be soon enough for us to be opponents. I am sure you will respect the duty of my heart just as I respect yours. For now, however, we travel all together in the same direction, and I see no reason why we should not share what Tom Badgerlock came to seek here. Fellowship." Again Swift's eyes travelled between us. "Then you are friends, you two?" "For many years," I said, at almost the same instant that the fool said, "Far more than friends, I would say." It was at precisely that moment that Civil Presinga flung open the tent flap and thrust his head inside. "I feared as much," he declared angrily. Swift looked up at him, his mouth a round O of surprise. The fool gave an exasperated sigh. I was the first to find my tongue. "Your fears are groundless," I said quietly, while Swift, entirely mistaking Civil's declaration, retorted, "I would never be disloyal to my prince, no matter who tempted me." That comment, I think, threw Civil into complete confusion. Now, totally uncertain of what was going on, he contemptuously ordered, "Swift, come out from there and go to bed in your own blankets." Then to the fool, "And don't believe this is the end of this. I'll be taking my concerns to the prince." On the heels of his words, before the fool or I could respond, we heard Riddle's voice ring out in challenge. "Hold where you are! Who goes there?" I thrust Swift out of the way to bolt out of the tent. I nearly knocked Civil over as I passed him, not that I would have regretted it much. I sensed him following me, and knew that Swift and the fool would also. By the time I reached Riddle's sentry post, most of the camp had tumbled out of their blankets to see what the uproar was about. "Who goes there?" Riddle shouted again, his uncertainty making him more angry and challenging. "Where?" I demanded as I came up beside him, and he lifted a finger to point. "There," he said quietly, and then I saw the man's shadow. Or was it the man himself? The uneven surface of the blown snow on the glacier and the feeble light of the fire quarrelled with the deep grey of the northern night, making it hard to tell substance from shade. The snowy mountains above us cast a second, deeper shadow across the reach of snow. I squinted. Someone stood at the far edge of the dwindled fire's reach. I saw no more than his silhouette, but I was certain it was the man I had glimpsed earlier in the day. Behind me, I heard Pyotrs gasp. "The Black Man." He spoke with dread, and the spreading mutter among the Hetgerd men who had also roused was uneasy. The fool was suddenly beside me, his long fingers gripping my forearm hard. He breathed his words, and I doubt any heard them save me. "What is he?" "Come forward and show yourself," Riddle commanded him. His drawn sword was in his hand as he stepped out of our circle and into the darkness. Longwick had thrust a torch into the dwindled embers of the fire. As the pitch took flame and he lifted it aloft, however, the man simply was no longer there. Just as a shadow vanishes when light comes too close to it, so had he disappeared. His appearance had roused the camp, but it was his disappearance that threw us into chaos. Everyone spoke at once. Riddle and the other guards ran forward to examine the place where the man had stood, even as Chade shouted at them not to tread on the snow there. By the time Chade and I reached the spot, they had already trampled over whatever sign he might have left. Longwick lifted the torch higher, but we saw no definite footprints either approaching or leaving that spot. It was within the boundaries that Piotr had staked out for the camp, and our own trails crossed and over-crossed there. One of the Outislanders was praying loudly to El. Never have I heard anything so unnerving as a hardened warrior praying to a god known for his merciless heart. It was a harsh prayer, one that promised gifts and sacrifices if El would only turn his attention elsewhere. Webb looked shocked by it, and Piotr's face was pale even in the torchlight. The Narcheska looked as if she had been carved from ivory, so still and stunned were her features. Perhaps it was only a trick of the light and shadows, Cockle suggested, but no one took him seriously. The Hetgirders offered no suggestions, but spoke low and swift amongst themselves. They sounded worried. Piotr, too, held his silence. "Whatever or whoever it was, he's gone now," Chade declared at last. "Let us get what sleep is left to us tonight. Longwick, double the guard, and build up the fires." The Hetgird contingent, perhaps not trusting our sentries, set a guard of their own. They also spread an otter skin on the snow at the edge of our encampment, and once more set out offerings on it. I saw Piotr shepherd the Narcheska back to their tent, but doubted he would sleep any more this night. I wondered why he appeared so badly rattled, and wished that I knew more of this black man and the traditions surrounding him. I thought Chade would want to speak to me, but he only gave me an accusing glare. I thought at first that he wished that I had done more to apprehend the visitor, then realized it was because the fool still stood beside me. I started to move away from him, then irritably checked my own action. I would determine where I wished to be, not Chade. I met his gaze levelly and kept my face devoid of expression. Nonetheless, he gave his head a small shake before he turned aside to accompany Dutiful back to their tent. I was made aware of Swift's fears when he spoke from beside me. What should I do now? I heard both unadmitted fear and dread in his voice, and I tried to think what would have reassured me at that age, and went back to Burrick's wisdom. Give him a task. Follow the prince and stay at his side. I think it best if you sleep in his tent tonight, for you've a keen set of ears, and the wit to warn you if any should approach the tent from outside. Remind them of that, and let them know I suggested you be his guard tonight. Now, go, quickly. Get your blankets and join them before they're abed." He looked at me, mouth agape for an instant. Then he flashed me a look of pure gratitude. His eyes met mine, without resentment or restraint, and he said, "You know I'm loyal to my prince." "I do." I confirmed it for him. I wondered if Burrick's face had shone like that the first time chivalry had proclaimed that he belonged to him. I suddenly felt he was too cheaply bought, this son of Burrick. If he had half the loyalty and courage of his father, then Dutiful had acquired a jewel indeed. As Swift ran off into the darkened camp, I turned to the sound of footsteps behind me. Webb approached, with Sybil a scant 2 steps behind him. As if he could read my thoughts, he said, "The boy will be a good man." "If he's allowed to grow that way, without interference or the creation of unnatural appetites," Sybil appended to his words. He stepped into the circle, and never have I seen a man more ready to fight. His cat was a snowy ghost at his heels. I didn't want this. I didn't want the allegations, and I didn't want the fight. I saw no way to avoid any of it. The fool spoke before I could. "You willfully persist in labouring under that misapprehension," he said quietly. "Yet if it must be said to you yet again, then I shall. I am no threat to that boy. What passed between us at your mother's home was a subterfuge designed to make my quick departure easily explained. You are not a simpleton. You have seen that both Tom Badgerlock and I serve the prince in ways that no one has fully explained to you, nor will anyone. So set that hope aside. This is as much as you get from me, and I speak it plainly. I feel no physical attraction to the boy, and I have no designs on his flesh. The same is true of how I feel toward you." That should have put him at ease, if that had been his true concern. But it wasn't, of course. I could tell it by the way his wit-cat flattened his ears. Sybil spoke in a low voice. And she who was affianced to me? Siddle? Will you say you felt no physical attraction to her, and never had any designs on her flesh when you ruined the trust that was between us? The silence and cold that closed tight around us was not entirely of the glacier's making. I had seldom seen the fool weigh his words so carefully. I became aware that Cockle stood just outside our circle, witnessing our words, and those who had started to return to their tents had also halted to watch this play. I wondered what the minstrel would make of what he had already heard, let alone what the fool might say next. Siddle was a lovely child when last I saw her, the fool said quietly, and, like a child, she was given to quick turns of fantasy and fascination. I took advantage of her interest in me, I admit that, and I have told you already why I did so, but I did not ruin the trust between you. Only the two of you could do that, and that is indeed what you did. Some time has passed, and perhaps if you look back now, you will see that the trust she gave you was just that, the trust of a child, not the love of a young woman. I would wager that she had known few other young men besides you. She did not truly choose you, Sybil. You were simply there, and her parents approved. And when I came along and she perceived there might be a choice— Don't try to blame it all on me. Sybil's voice was a low growl. His cat echoed it. You seduced her and stole her from me, and then you cast her aside and left her to her shame. The fool's shock was palpable to me. He seemed at a loss for words, but when he spoke, his voice was firm and in control again. You are wrong. All that passed between Siddle and me, you saw. Such, of course, was my intent. There were no private moments between us, and certainly no seduction. I left her, certainly, but I did not shame her. Sybil shook his head a bit wildly. The more calmly the fool spoke, the more agitated the lad seemed to become. No, no, you ruined everything between us with your loathsome appetites, and now you will say it was some sort of game or ruse. You shattered my mother's dreams for us, and humiliated her father so that he cannot bear to be in the same room with her. All this for a jest? No, no. I refuse to believe it. I felt queasy. I had been a part of that deception. We had guested in Sybil Brisinga's home in guise of enjoying the hunting there while actually tracking Prince Dutiful and the piebalds who had taken him. When we needed to depart abruptly on the prince's trail, Lord Golden had created a reason for Lady Brisinga to welcome our departure. He had made blatant advances toward Lady Siddle, Sybil's fiancée, turning her young head with his wealth and charm and flattery. When Sybil had attempted to intervene, he had drunkenly informed the young man that he too would be welcome to share Lord Golden's bed. We had done it for the prince's sake, that we might more swiftly follow him and leave no one wondering why we had departed so suddenly. But the trail of destruction we had left behind us sickened me now. I suddenly feared where this must lead. My prince, I fear I must beg your intervention between Sybil and the fool. They quarrel, and I think Sybil will take it to blows. I am sorry, the fool said, and he put a depth of feeling into those words that could leave no one doubting his sincerity. He halted, then offered, Truly, Sybil, it is never too late. If you love the girl as you seem to, then go to her when you return to the Six Duchies and tell her so. Give her time to become a woman, and see if she reciprocates your feelings. If she does, take joy in one another. If she does not, well, then, know that it would not have lasted between you, regardless of whether I had come along or not. It wasn't what Sybil wanted to hear. His face went from scarlet to white, and he suddenly shrieked out, I demand satisfaction of you! And he launched himself at the fool. An instant too late, Webb reached for his shoulder. A moment too late, I tried to block him. He pounced on the fool like a cat on a mouse, and together they went rolling into the snow. Sybil snarled like a cat as he fought. Something Webb did, I think, restrained Sybil's cat from leaping into the fray. I stepped forward to intervene, but felt the prince inside my mind as he arrived, half-clothed on the scene. "Let them have it out, Fitz. Better that the two of them settle it than that you become involved and we suddenly have the whole party taking sides. This has festered long with Sybil, and words will not suffice to settle it. But the fool doesn't fight. Never have I seen him fight." "Nonetheless," this from Chade, with a grim sort of satisfaction, "he will now." I think they expected to see Sybil triumph quickly. I knew the fool better. Slight he might appear, but even when I was in a fighting trim, he had always seemed able to pit his strength against mine. Once, when I was injured, he had carried me through the snow back to his home. His tumbler's tricks had always demanded strength as well as agility, so I knew he had the power to defeat Sybil if he chose. What I feared was that he would choose not to do so, and my fears were well grounded. Sybil straddled the fool. I winced to the solid sound of Sybil's fists striking him, chest and shoulder and jaw. "Stop this," I begged the prince. "Command them to stop." "Let them finish it and let it be over," Chade suggested. And I glowered at him, thinking he had other reasons why he would see the fool defeated before the men who had so swiftly gathered. "Then I'll stop it." But as I stepped forward, I saw that the tide of the battle had already turned. The fool had writhed beneath Sybil until he had his hip under him. He caught one of Sybil's legs in the crook of his knee. Then, by some twisting trick, the fool suddenly unseated him and reversed their positions. In the next instant, he had flung himself on top of Sybil. I was shocked, even as I waited to see the fool take his revenge. He didn't. He caught Sybil's flailing arms and restrained them, seemingly without effort. Dark red blood was running from one of the fool's nostrils. It dripped down onto Sybil as the lad struggled. The fool's grip only tightened, and I saw how reluctantly he twisted down on one of Sybil's elbows until the young man grunted with pain. Nearby his cat snarled savagely. Webb's touch on his back looked effortless, but the cat seemed to strain against iron restraints. The fool held the struggling young man down. I could sense Sybil's outrage that the Tawny Man did so without apparent effort. When one has insulted someone's manliness, he does not expect to be easily mastered by the man. "It's done." The fool spoke firmly, not just to Sybil, but to all of us. "It's over. I won't discuss this with you again." Suddenly Sybil went limp. The fool held him down an instant longer, then pushed himself up off his prone body, took a staggering step, and then drew himself up straight. Just as he began to walk away, Sybil rolled to his feet and sprang at him. I leapt forward at the same instant that the fool, without so much as a glance back, moved lively to one side. Sybil and I were suddenly chest to chest in the night, the boy gawking up at me as I stared him down. He stumbled back a step, then spun and hissed the insult at the fool. "You say he isn't your lover, yet he stands ready to fight your battles for you." Like a ship under full sail, the fool seethed through the snowy night to stand aggressively close to the boy. He spoke flatly. "He is not my lover. He is far more than that to me, far more precious. I am the White Prophet, and he is my catalyst, and we are come here to change the course of time. I am here to see that Icefyre lives." Piotr had ghosted up to the edge of the circle. In the dimness, he shuddered as if he had just taken an arrow. The Hetgerd men gathered for the pleasure of watching a fight, suddenly muttered amongst themselves. But I had no time to watch them. Sybil was like a crouching cat with a lashing tail. All his attention was focused on the fool as he growled, "I don't care what you call yourself or him. I know what you are." He all but spat the final words, and again he sprang. But this time the fool met his onslaught. Sybil went in swinging heavy blows, but the fool swayed around them and stepped in to seize Sybil by the body. He did not push him away, but pulled him forward, increasing his momentum so that the boy slammed face first into the crystallized snow. The fool followed him down. He pinioned him again, wrapping one arm around the boy's throat and winding the other under Sybil's arm and up, so that Sybil's right arm was bent up behind him. Civil was cursing wildly and close to tears when the fool hoarsely warned him, "We can do this as many times as you like. Struggle and you'll dislocate your shoulder. That is true, I promise you. Let me know when you are calm and ready to give this up." I feared the boy would be stupid enough to hurt himself. The fool, his weight spread flat on the snow, held him down and let him struggle. Twice Civil flung himself back against the fool's grip. Each time I heard him grunt with pain. Finally, having proven the fool's words to himself, he lay still. But he was far from calm. He panted and cursed, and then shouted, "It was all your fault. You can't deny it. You ruined everything. Everything. And now my mother is dead, and I have nothing. Nothing. Siddle is shamed, and I cannot go to her and offer her marriage, for I have nothing. And her father blames my family for his daughter's fall. He will not let me see her. If you had not come there, none of it would have happened. I'd still have my life." And the prince would be dead, or worse. Without realizing it, I had edged closer to the combatants. I wondered if anyone else heard the fool's low comment. With a moan of defeat, Civil dropped his face into the snow. He lay still. The fool did not make him speak his surrender. Instead, he released his hold from the boy and got up. I winced for the pain he must feel. The fool spoke between gasps for breath. "It wasn't me. I didn't kill your mother, or shame her. That was the piebalds. Blame them, not me. And don't set blame on a young girl who did nothing more terrible than flirt with a stranger. Forgive her, and yourself. You were trapped and used, both of you." And the fool's perceptive words lanced into Civil's soul, and his pain poured forth into the night. Wit and skill, I felt it, like some hot, foul poison rushing out of him. When the fool turned away, the young man didn't spring after him, but curled on his side in the snow, gagging with sorrow. His cat gave a low rumble of distress, and, released by Webb, rushed to his side. The fool stood well clear of them both. Panting, he dragged his sleeve across his face and then shook his head at how he had marked the snowy white of it with the deep scarlet of his blood. He took several steps away from them, and then bent over, hands on his knees, taking deep, panting breaths of the cold air. The prince finally spoke. "Let this be an end to this matter now, right here. We are a small party and can ill afford divisions. Civil, you made your challenge, and this will have to be your satisfaction. Lord Golden, you are here on my tolerance. You have openly avowed that you oppose my mission. I accept that, just as I accept the conscience that puts the Hetgird Watchers among us. But if you carry any ill will against Civil because of this, my tolerance will end. We will put you out of our company to make your own way." I felt those last words as a threat. I went to the fool's side and waited while he caught his breath. Webb had gone to Civil and crouched in the snow beside him. He lay there, hugging his cat as if he were a child's comforting doll. Webb's voice was a low rumble as he spoke to him. I could not catch the words. Swift stood, caught in between, staring from one combatant to the other. I took the fool's arm and started moving him towards his tent. Now that it was over, he seemed half stunned. "Follow your prince, son," I told Swift as I passed him. "It's over for now. We'll talk later." He nodded, staring as we passed. The fool stumbled a little, and I firmed my grip on him. Behind us I heard Longwick berating the guards for being distracted from their duty. Slowly the camp dispersed back to their beds. I put the fool inside his tent, and then went back out, his kerchief in my hand, to gather up a pack of snow for him. When I returned, he had added a bit of oil to the tiny firepot, and the renewed flames danced higher, sending rippling shadows of colour across the silken walls. He set a tiny kettle upon it as I watched, and then sat back on his pallet, pinching his nostrils shut with one bloody hand. His nose had almost stopped bleeding, but his face was starting to darken where Civil's fists had landed. He leaned back gingerly as if the entire left side of his body was sore. "Try this," I told him. I sat down beside him and gently pressed the cold compress against the side of his face. He turned away from it. "Please, don't. It's icy and I'm already too cold," he complained. Wearily he added, "I'm too cold all the time in this place." "Nevertheless," I told him relentlessly, "just until your nose stops bleeding, and it will keep your face from swelling too much. You'll probably have a black eye anyway." "Please, Fitz," he protested feebly, and reached up, bare-handed, to seize my wrist in the same moment that my fingertips brushed his cheek. The impact of that mutual touch blinded me for an instant, just as if I had stepped out of a dim stable into full, direct sunlight. I twitched away from him, the snow bundle falling to the tent floor, and blinked, but the image of what I had seen was imprinted on the inside of my eyelids. I cannot say how I knew what it was I had glimpsed. Perhaps something in that closed circle of touching told me. I drew a shaky breath and reached recklessly towards his face with outstretched fingers. "I can heal you," I told him, amazed and breathless with the discovery. The knowledge of my newfound power rushed through my blood, hot as whiskey. "I see what is wrong, the bits that are broken, and how the blood pools under your skin, where it should not. Fool, I can use the skill and heal you." Again he seized my wrist, but this time it was to hold my hand wide of his face. Again I felt jolted by that sense of connection as his skill-imbued fingertips made contact with my skin. He shifted his grip quickly to the cuff of my sleeve. "No," he said quietly, but a smile played over his swollen face. "Did you learn nothing from the healing that we put you through? I have no reserves to burn for the sake of a swift healing. I'll let my own body mend itself in its own way and time." He let go of my wrist. "But thank you," he added quietly, "for offering." A shudder ran over me, as when a horse shakes flies from his coat. I blinked at him, feeling as if I had just awakened. The temptation was slower to fade. There was, I thought wryly, much of Chade in me. Knowing that I could do a thing made me itch to do it. Looking at his bruised face was like looking at a picture hung crooked on a wall. The impulse to write it was instinctive. I sighed. Resolutely I crossed my arms on my chest and leaned back from him. "You see it, don't you?" he asked me. I nodded, and then he shocked me, for his mind was on something completely different. "Word must be sent to the Queen somehow. Siddle, I think, is innocent. She deserves rescue, and after the misery I have helped cause her, I hope she receives it. I dare not guess which of her parents is the piebald who worked with Loudwine. Perhaps both did. Siddle is shamed for accidentally falling in with our plans, and Civil is no longer seen as an appropriate match for her, for he has sided with the Farseers." Of course. The connections were all there, plain to see when the fool pointed them out. I reconsidered her parents' apparent reaction to Lord Golden's interest in their daughter. Her mother had seemed avid to take advantage of it, her father more cautious. Had they seen him as someone who could give the piebalds access to Buckkeep society? As a benefactor whose wealth might forward their cause? Why didn't Civil just tell Dutiful months ago? I felt outraged. The prince had forgiven Civil, had welcomed him back as a comrade and friend, and he had held back from us this key piece of information. The fool shook his head. "I don't think Dutiful realizes the full implications, even now. Perhaps some part of him suspects, but he doesn't dare let himself see it. He is true old blood, not piebald. What they did is so monstrous by his standards that he cannot imagine Siddle being connected to such a plot." He leaned over and picked up the snowbag from the floor, regarded it dolefully, and then put it gingerly to the swollen side of his face. "I'm so tired of being cold," he remarked. One-handed, he opened a small wooden box at the end of his pallet, and took out a cup and a bowl that nested together. From beneath them he took a small cloth bag and shook herbs from it into the cup and bowl. He went on, It's the only way I can make the pieces fit. Sybil is disgraced in her father's eyes. The engagement is broken. Sybil assumes her father caught her in my bed. It is the only explanation he can imagine, and so he blames me for ruining all that was between them. But that isn't it at all. One or both of her parents are piebalds. They use their close ties with the Brisinga household to intercept messages meant for Sybil and return their own. They saw to it that the prince was hosted invisibly within that household. The gift of the cat for Dutiful was probably delivered through them. The plan for Sybil was that he'd wed their daughter, bringing his family's wealth and position to the piebald cause. Then she failed them by flirting with me. And we were the mechanism for the whole downfall of that first piebald plan. That is how she is disgraced. He gave a sigh, leaned back on his bedding, and moved the kerchief to a different spot on his face. It's small comfort to have worked it out now. I'll see that Cotrican knows of it, I promised him without telling him how I'd attempt to do that. But if we have set one puzzle to rest tonight, we've only encountered a greater one. Who is he? What is he? The fool's voice was musing. The Black Man? Of course. I shrugged. Some recluse living on the island, accepting tribute from superstitious folk and ambushing those who don't leave him gifts. That's the simplest explanation. Chade's teaching was that the simplest explanation was often likely to be the right one. The fool shook his head slowly. The look he gave me was incredulous. No. Surely you cannot believe that. Never have I felt a man so hung about with portents. Not since I first encountered you have I felt such a tingle of significance. He is important, Fitz. Vastly important. Perhaps the most important person we have ever met. Didn't you feel his consequence hanging like mist in the air? He held the snow away from his face and leaned forward eagerly. A single scarlet final drop hung from the tip of his nose. I gestured at it, and he wiped it carelessly on his blood-stained sleeve. No, I felt nothing like that. In fact, oh, Ada and Elle. Why does it come to me only now? I could not see him when the sentry shouted, and when he was pointed out to me, I thought I saw but his shadow. Because I didn't sense him with my wit. Not at all. He was as blank as a forged one. He's forged, fool, and that means there is no predicting what he might do. A chill went over me, despite the coziness of the tent. It had been many years since I'd had to deal with forged ones, but the unmerciful memories had not faded. One of my tasks as Chade's apprentice assassin had been to kill as many of them as I could, by whatever means was most expeditious. The deaths I had dealt to Six Duchies folk haunted me still, even though I knew there had been no alternative. Forging stole all humanity from its victims and was irreversible. Forged? Oh, surely not. The fool's astounded reaction broke my moment of introspection. He shook his head. No, Fitz, not forged. Almost the opposite, if such a thing is possible. I felt in him the weight of 100 lifetimes. The significance of 12 heroes. He displaces fate, much as you do. I don't understand, I said uneasily. I hated it when the fool spoke like this. He loved it. He leaned forward, eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. As he spoke, he lifted the kettle from the oil flame and poured steaming water into the cup and bowl. Ginger and cinnamon wafted toward me. All of time, every sliced instant of it, is rich with vertices of choices. One becomes accustomed to that, to the point at which sometimes even I have to stop and remind myself that I am making choices, even when I do not seem to be. Every indrawn breath is a choice. But sometimes one is reminded of that forcibly. Sometimes I meet a person so laden with possibilities and potential that the mere existence of such a being is a jolt to reality. You are like that still to me. The sheer improbability of your existence took my breath away. I have discovered relatively few possible futures in which you exist at all. In most of them you died as a child. In others, well, I do not think I need to tell you all the ways in which you have died in other times. How many times have you been snatched from the jaws of death in the most unlikely ways? I promise you, Fitz, in other times that parallel ours, you have met your deaths at those moments, yet here you are, with me still, defying the odds by existing, and by your existence, with every breath you take, you change all time. You are like a wedge driven to the dry wood. With every beat of your heart, you are pounded deeper into what might be. And as you advance, you crack the future open and expose 100, 1,000 new possibilities, each branching into another 100, another 1,000. He paused for breath. Noting my disgruntled expression, he laughed aloud. Well, like it or not, you do, my catalyst. And so also did he feel to me tonight, the Black Man. So many possibilities shimmered around him that I could scarcely see him. He is even more unlikely than you are. He drew a black kerchief out of his sleeve and wiped all traces of blood from his face and then his hands. Carefully enfolding the bloody side, he tucked it into his sleeve again. Then he leaned back on his cushions, his eyes staring into the dim shadows at the peak of his tent. And I have not a clue of who or what he is. I've never glimpsed him before. What does that mean? Was it only with our coming here that his influence on the future became possible? He picked up the steaming bowl and offered it to me, excusing it with, "I only brought 1 cup. Travelling light, you know." I took it from him, welcoming the warmth against my hands. With an odd jolt, I reminded myself that in the Six Duchies it was summer. Summer seemed an impotent thing here in the Out Islands, camped on a glacier. He picked up the cup and, looking around, frowned slightly. "You took my honey, didn't you? You don't happen to have it with you, do you? It brings out the flavour of the ginger and makes the tea more warming." "Sorry, I left it in my tent. No, that's not quite true. I left it outside by the fire last night, and this morning it was gone." I halted, feeling as if I'd just heard a key turn in a lock. "Or taken," I amended. "Fool, the Out Islanders left gifts for the Black Man. He didn't take any of them, but honey was one of the things offered, and yours was missing that morning." "You think he took mine? You think that he supposed it an offering left by you?" The excitement he manifested was out of proportion, I thought, to my speculation. I took a sip of the tea he had made. The ginger was heat. I felt it spread comfortingly through my belly, even as his words unnerved me. More likely someone in our own camp took it. How could he creep amongst our very tents, unseen? "Unseen and unfelt," he corrected me. "You said he is invisible to your wit. Likely the same is true for the other witted ones. So I think he took the honey, and with it bound his fate to ours. It connects us, you see, Fitz." He drank from his cup, his eyes near closing in enjoyment of the warm liquid as he did so. When he set the cup down, he had nearly drained it. He reached for a bright yellow coverlet which looked as insubstantial as the stuff of his tent walls, and draped it around his shoulders, then kicked off his loose boots and pulled his narrow feet up under him. "It connects him to both of us. I think it might be highly significant. Do you see that it could change the outcome of our mission here, especially if I let it be known that the Black Man had accepted our offering?" My mind raced through the possibilities. Would such an announcement win the Out Islanders to his side? Turn the Narcheska and Piotr against him? Where did it leave me, not only in relation to them, but in terms of how Chade saw me? The answers were not comforting. It could create a greater division in our party than there is now. He lifted his cup and drank the rest of the tea before answering. "No, it would only expose the division that already exists." He looked at me, and his expression was almost pitying. "This is the culmination of my life's work, Fitz. You cannot expect me to refuse any weapon, any advantage that fate gives me. If I must die on this cold and forsaken island, at least let me die knowing I've achieved my aim. I drank off the tea in the bowl and set it down beside his cup. I spoke firmly. I'm not going to stay here and listen to this nonsense. I don't believe any of it. But I did, and it tightened my guts more than any cold or danger I'd ever faced. And you think that if you refuse to believe it, it can't come to pass? That is nonsense, Fitz. Accept it, and let's make the best of what time we have left. There was such terrible calm in his voice that I suddenly wanted to strike him. If death was truly lurking in wait for him, he should not be so placid and accepting of it. He should fight it. He should be made to fight it. I drew a deep breath. No, I won't believe it, and I won't accept it. A thought came to me, and I tried to speak it jokingly, but it came out as a threat. Remember what I am to you, White Prophet. I'm the catalyst. I am changer, and I can change things, even the things that you think are fixed. Halfway through my jest, I saw emotion transform his face. I would have halted my words, but once begun they seemed to proceed of their own accord. The expression on his face was so stark, it was as if I stared at his bared skull bones. "What are you saying?" he demanded in a horrified whisper. I looked away from him. I had to. "Only what you've been telling me for most of our lives. You may be the prophet and foretell things, but I'm the catalyst. I change things. Perhaps even what you've foretold." "Fitz, please." The words drew my gaze back to him. "What?" He was breathing through his mouth as if he'd run a race and lost. "Don't do this," he begged me. "Don't try to stop me from doing what I must do. I thought I'd made you understand it back there on the beach. I could have run away from this. I could have stayed in Buckkeep, or gone back to Bingtown, or even gone home, or back to where home once was. But I didn't. I'm here. I'm facing it. I'm afraid, and I don't deny that. And I know this will be hard for you, but it is what I've been aimed toward all these years. You understand duty to family and king. You understand it all too well. Please see that this, now, is my duty to what I am. If you set out to defeat me simply for the sake of keeping me alive, you will render all my life meaningless. All we have gone through up to now will be for nothing. You'll be condemning me to live out my years knowing that I failed. Would you do that to me?" He gave me a piteous look. I gave him a few moments to calm before I spoke quietly. "So, you were saying, if I see something killing you, I'm to let it happen, even if I can prevent it?" Suddenly he seemed confused. "I suppose so." "What if it's the wrong thing? What if I see a bear killing you and you're supposed to die in an avalanche, and I do nothing, so you die in the wrong way, and it's still all for nothing?" He looked at me blankly for a moment. "But that... No, I think you'll know. When the time comes, I think you'll know what... And if I don't? If I make a mistake, what then?" "I don't..." He faltered to a halt. I pounced. "Do you see how stupid this is? I cannot possibly stand by and watch you die, fool. I know that, and you know that. You'd be asking me to be profoundly different from who I am. You'd be making the change, not me. And didn't you once tell me that precipitating the change was my task, not yours? So don't ask it of me. If fate demands that you be dead, well, then I'll probably be dead too. At that point, I doubt if it will matter much to either of us." I stood abruptly. "And that's the last that we're saying about this. This is a discussion that I choose not to have. It's late. and I'm tired. I'm going to bed. The change that came over his face shocked me. I saw naked relief in his eyes. I think then I understood just how much he truly feared what he felt he had to face. That he had not revealed it to anyone was as great a show of courage as I have ever known. As I lifted the tent flap, he spoke again. "Fitz, I've really missed you. Don't go. Sleep here tonight. Please?" So I did. Chapter 16. Elf Bark. Elf bark, more accurately called Delven tree bark, is a potent stimulant with the unfortunate additional effect of making the user prey to feelings of despondency and fearfulness. For this reason, it is often used by slave owners in Chalced to increase the hours that a slave can work, while at the same time dampening his spirit. Taken steadily over a long period, it is addictive, and some say that even taken sporadically the herb can permanently alter a man's temperament, making him suspicious and defensive even with his closest companions, while eroding his sense of self-worth. Yet even with all these disadvantages, there are times when the risks are worth it for the stamina it may confer in times of necessity. It is less volatile a drug than either caris seed or sindin, in that those two may lead to wild surges of emotion and false euphoria that may prompt actions both foolish and dangerous. The best quality of elf bark is obtained from the new branch tips of very old trees. Incise laterally along the twig and then around it at each end of the cut. Slip a fingernail or knife point under the bark edge and carefully loosen it from the branch. The freed bark will immediately curl into a cylinder. Store it thus in a pouch in a cool, dry place until the bark has dried enough to be grated into a powder which can be infused as a tea. If the need is immediate, a tea can be made from the freshly harvested bark, but it is far more difficult to judge the strength of the herb's potency from the colour of that tea. Reichal's Table of Herbs. I emerged from the fool's tent very early, before the rest of the camp was astir. I had slept poorly, besieged by formless nightmares. Towards dawn I lay awake and wished that I possessed Nettle's skill for mastering such uneasy dreams. That put me in mind of her. I wished to speak with Chade and Dutiful privately, without even Thick listening in. I walked to the edge of our camp area to relieve myself. Deft was on guard duty and gave me a passing nod. I went directly to the prince's tent, walking softly. I had forgotten that I had assigned swift guard duty there. The boy was watchful as a fox, for as I drew close, the tent flap lifted slightly, bearing not only his vigilant eyes, but also the point of an arrow set in his bow. "It's me," I said hastily, and was relieved when he eased the bow and lowered the quarrel. I cudgelled my brain for an errand to send him on, and then fell back on suggesting he fetch some clean snow to melt for wash-water for the prince, reminding him not to venture beyond the flagged boundaries of the camp. As soon as he trudged off, bucket in hand, I slipped inside the dim tent. "Are you awake?" I asked quietly. Dutiful sighed heavily. "I am now. I feel as if I've been awake for most of the night. Lord Chade?" A muffled grunt was his only reply. Chade had the blankets pulled up over his head. "This is important, and I have to talk fast before Swift comes back," I warned them. Chade lifted the covers a small crack. "Talk, then." He yawned tremendously. "I am too old for this camping out in the snow after hiking all day," he muttered venomously, as if it were all my fault. "I talked with the fool last night, after he and Civil fought." "Ah, yes, and we spoke with Civil, or Civil spoke at us, for quite a long time. I had had no idea that your charade at Galekeep had been so convincing. Civil is quite distressed that we allow Swift to spend time with Lord Golden," Chade replied grumpily. Dutiful snickered when I scowled. "The truth is that Civil would rather believe that than the truth. The fool charted it out for me. He thinks that Siddle's parents, or at least one of them, were the traitors who sold Dutiful to the piebalds." I suspect that her father is the one that broke the engagement between them, and that perhaps he did so more because Sybil had opposed the piebalds than because Siddle had behaved foolishly. I was rewarded by Chade poking his nose out of his blankets. I watched him ponder, turning the pieces to see if they fit. After a moment he said, almost grudgingly, "Yes, he could be right. Siddle's parents would have been well positioned for all that was done. Would that I had an extra message bird to send these tidings to the Queen. But I have just the one for Buckkeep and one for the Hetgird to bring them back to fetch us. There are no birds to spare." I raised an eyebrow at him. "Thick and nettle?" I asked bluntly. I wondered if he had kept the prince in ignorance. Chade shook his head, tangling his white hair against his blankets. "No, that link is not ready to bear tidings as heavy as this. Think of the consequences if the message were incorrectly interpreted, or if the girl refused to believe Thick's tidings. No, that arrangement must be trained and tested with simple messages, both sent and received, before we can rely on it for serious purposes." He sighed heavily, the sound an unuttered rebuke to me. "Thick will sleep in our tent tonight. Before he dozes off, Dutiful will ask him to convey greetings to Nettle and to pass on some simple message to the Queen, one that will provoke a response from her. The creation of that will take some thought. If it goes well, then we will try a more weighty message the next night, but only when we are certain that messages are being relayed accurately will we pass on our suspicions of a traitor." He nodded to himself, and then rolled his head to look at the prince. "Agreed?" "Agreed." Dutiful gave a small sigh of his own. "Let us hope that Queen, I highly doubt it, will be receptive to communicating with me via the skill." And he, too, gave me a pointed look that placed the blame squarely on my doorstep that he and his cousin did not already know one another. "I did what I thought best," I said stiffly. And Chade, ever one to seize an advantage, agreed smoothly with, "Of course you did. You always act from high motives, Fitz, but next time it is up to you to make a significant decision based on what you think is best. You may remember this, and reflect that perhaps I have a few more years of experience than you do. Perhaps the next time you will give my opinion of the matter a bit more weight." "I will keep your advice in mind," I agreed, and this time my words were formally cool as well as stiff. Never had I thought to have my loyalty tugged between Chade and the fool, as if it were a rag desired by two puppies. Each had conceded that the decision would be mine, but apparently neither trusted me to make it without prompting. And then Swift returned with a pot packed full of snow, so I excused myself and left. The prince watched me go with thoughtful eyes, but I felt no touch of his mind on mine. By that time the rest of the camp was well astir. Pyotr had arisen early, Riddle told me, and had gone ahead to scout out the first part of our journey. He did not like the balmy breeze, heavy with moisture, that blew over the snowy ground. Even Thick was up and blundering about in the tent, scattering the contents of his pack in an effort to find fresh clothing. When I told him that we were travelling light, and would both wear what we had on the day before, he looked quite displeased. I reminded him that when he first came into the prince's service he had but one set of clothing to his name. At that he knit his brows as if thinking deeply, then shook his head and said he did not recall such a time. I did not think the point worth arguing. I bundled him into his outer clothes and got him out of the tent so our guardsmen could strike it. I found food for us, plain porridge and a bit of salt fish. He wasn't pleased with the breakfast, and neither was I, but it was all that we had. Then I busied myself lightening his pack into mine. All the while I spoke to him encouragingly about the day's travel, saying that now we knew how to walk over this glacier we would do better and keep up with the others. He nodded, but in an unconvinced way that made my heart sink. With a casualness I didn't feel, I observed, "I didn't sleep well last night. Bad dreams, but doubtless you had Nettle for company, and soothing dreams to welcome you." "No." He pulled off his mitten to scratch his nose, and then spent a few moments putting it back on.
"Bad dreams were everywhere last night," he observed darkly. "Nettle couldn't change them. When I called her, she just told me, 'Come away from there, don't look at that.' But I couldn't, because they were everywhere. I walked and walked and walked through the snow, but the dreams just kept coming up to me and looking at me." He took off his mitten and poked thoughtfully at his nose. One had maggots in his nose, like boogies but wriggly. It made me think I had maggots in my nose.
No, Thick, your nose is fine. Don't think about it. Come, let's walk around and see what everyone else is doing. We were among those first to be ready to depart. I was anxious to be on the move, for the clear sky had filled with low clouds. The wind was damp, and the prospect of either snow or rain was daunting to me. The others seemed to be taking a very long time to get ready, even though Piotr prowled through the camp, casting anxious looks at the sky and beseeching us to get an early start. Thick began to complain of being too tired to hike and too bound up with layers of clothing. To distract him, I took him with me to watch the fool take down his tent. Swift was already there, helping him. The lad's pack, quiver and bow were neatly stacked to one side as he followed the fool's instructions for dismantling the wooden poles that had supported the tent's airy fabric. I noted in passing that the peculiar arrow I had seen him holding the day before was now in his quiver. The tent collapsed swiftly. The poles disassembled into pieces no longer than a good arrow. I had thought his little oil pot for his fire was heavy clay, but when I picked it up out of curiosity, it felt light and almost porous. The airy coverlets crushed down into a bundle the size of a small cushion. When all had been stowed, the fool's pack was sizable and probably heavier than mine, even with Thick's belongings in it. Nevertheless, he shouldered into its harness and hefted it onto his back, without a grunt. Never before had I seen a camp so neatly and swiftly stowed, and my admiration for elderlings' skill at devising such things increased. The elderlings made such marvellous things, and then they vanished. I've always wondered what made an end of them. I was not trying to start a conversation so much as distract Thick. He was rubbing at his nose again. When the dragons perished, the elderlings perished with them. The one could not exist without the other. The fool spoke, as if he observed that leaves were green and the sky blue, as if that were a fact everyone accepted. Before I could comment on that astonishing statement, Thick dropped his hand from his nose and asked,
"What's an elderling?"
"No one really knows," I told him, and then the look on the fool's face stopped me. He looked as if he would burst with it if I didn't give him a chance to tell. I wondered when he had acquired the knowledge and why he chose now to share it. Swift, sensing excitement, drew closer. The elderlings were an old people, Thick. Old not just in how long ago they prospered, but old in how many years they numbered to a life. I suspect that for some of them memory reached back beyond even the long spans of their own lives, back into the lives of their forebears. Thick's brow was furrowed as he endeavoured to understand. Swift was already enraptured in the tale. I interrupted. "Do you know these things, or do you guess?" He pondered this for a moment. "I am as sure of these things as I can be, without either an elderling or a dragon to consult." Now it was my turn to look puzzled. "A dragon? Why would you consult a dragon about the elderlings?" "They are intertwined." The fool appeared to choose his word carefully. "In all I have read or heard, we never find one without the other. It seems that they create one another, or are somehow necessary to one another's being. I cannot explain it. I can only observe it." "So if you succeed in bringing back the dragons, you restore the elderlings as well?" I asked recklessly. "Perhaps," he smiled uncertainly. "I don't know. But I do not think it would be an evil thing if that happened." And that was as much talk as we had time for. Piotr had returned, and he wanted us on the move as swiftly as possible. The prince called for Thick, and we hurried to him. Chade sent me a brief scowl. What was that long conversation about? "Elderlings," I replied, well aware that both Dutiful and Thick were sharing our thoughts. "Lord Golden believes that if he can restore dragons to the world, the elderlings would return as well. He feels there is some link between them, though he cannot explain what it might be." "And that was all?" "Yes." The brevity of my reply let him know I resented his prying. I wondered if Dutiful's skill silence meant he approved or disapproved of Chade's attitude. Then I told myself it didn't matter. If the time came when it was truly up to me whether the dragon lived or died, then I would decide. Until then, I refused to torment myself with it, or to sever my friendship with either of them. Piotr formed us up for the day's journey. Today we took our places right behind the prince's company. He warned us that the mellow wind now sweeping over the glacier ahead of us could make the surface unpredictable. We would follow the old established trail, looking for the poles and banners that marked it, but should remember that conditions changed and the trail was not absolutely trustworthy. Snow could blow across recent fissures, making it look like sound ground. He cautioned us again to be sure of our every step. Then, staves in hand, we moved out in a line. For the first part of the march, Thick and I kept up well enough. He coughed, but not as much as he had, and he trudged along gamely. Pyotr moved us more slowly today, plunging his stave ahead of us before every step he took. He was correct about the treacherous weather. Although the warmer breeze soon had us loosening our hoods and collars, it sculpted the damp snow into fantastic shapes. The bluish shadows cast by the icy forms imparted a dreamlike quality to the frozen land we traversed. Twice Pyotr turned us aside from his chosen path. The first time he prodded the snow, only to have the crusty surface suddenly give way beneath the pressure. The top of the snow sagged, then collapsed, and fell into a deep hollow before us. The winds had sculpted an airy bridge out of the frozen crystals, too fragile to bear any creature's weight. He turned us and took us around the revealed chasm. Our second detour came in the afternoon. By then Thick had grown weary and discouraged. The damp snow clung heavily to our leggings and boots, and before long the main party outdistanced us until we followed in their trodden path. We had just crested a long, low ridge when we met them all coming back towards us. Pyotr had found very soft snow, his stave sinking into it to the depth of a short man, and had turned back to seek a better route. It had been a weary climb, and Thick muttered curses as we turned and followed them back down into the trough of icy landscape. The summer daylight bouncing off the blue and white snow dazzled our eyes. We squinted until the tears came, and our brows ached with the tension. And still Pyotr urged us onward. We hiked far longer that second day, both in distance and time. The sun began its slow roll along the horizon, and still we pushed on. Thick and I followed at a substantial distance, and I soon began to wonder if Pyotr would ever stop for the night. Twice Thick had stopped and refused to go on. He was tired. The damp snow was soaking through his boots and leggings. He was cold, he was hungry, and he was thirsty. He was a litany of my own complaints, and listening to him whine them only seemed to make them more unbearable. It was hard enough to talk myself into going on without prodding him along as well. His music today was a dull thudding of percussion against me, a steady and relentless rain of blows made of the crunch of our feet on the crusty snow and the keen sound of staves driving into crystalline snow. If I walked in front of him, Thick lagged far behind, so I had to walk behind him, enduring his methodically slow poking of the snow in front of him. As the evening shadows lengthened, it became a tedious repetition of the day before. As I seethed along behind him, one slow step after another, the situation seemed to become more and more intolerable. My anger grew, slowly but steadily, like a fire methodically fed coal, one lump at a time. When had I been thrust into this role? Why did I endure it? Why had Chade chosen me for this demeaning role? It had to be a punishment, a deliberate humiliation. I had been a warrior for the Farseers once. Now, in retaliation that I had taken my freedom, Chade humiliated me by making me nursemaid to a fat, smelly moron. I tried to recall all the logical reasons, to ask myself who else should be the watchdog for one so powerfully skilled as Thick, and yet I could no longer convince myself of the necessity of my loathsome task. My thoughts spiraled down into an ever deeper chasm of frustration and anger and resentment. With an effort, I controlled myself. In a sugary voice, I coaxed him along. "Please come along a bit faster, Thick. Look, they've begun to set up the camp. Don't you want to get to the camp and get dry and warm?" He turned his head to glare at me.
You say nice words, but I know what you are thinking at me. Like knives and rocks and big knobby sticks. Well, you made me come here, and if you try to hurt me, I'll hurt you back even worse, because I'm stronger than you. I'm stronger, and I don't have to obey you.
Foolishly, he had warned me. I threw up my skill walls. In the moment before Thick's skill blast hit me, I became aware that all my animosity towards him had died, like a fire suddenly smothered under a wet blanket. His attack hit me, an iron hammer on an anvil of cheese. He had not touched me, and then I felt as if he had crushed my body in his grip. I staggered, and then fell into the snow, feeling that the very blood must burst out through my skin, as Thick suddenly demanded,
Why are we mad? What are we doing?
It was a child's wail of dismay. He must have thrown up his walls against me and experienced the same loss of anger that I had. He waddled through the snow toward where I had fallen as the long-threatened rain began to pelt us. I rolled away from his touch, knowing that he meant well, but fearful that if he touched me, my walls would fall before him. I'm not hurt, Thick, really, I'm not. I'm just a bit sick, and stunned, and rattled, and aching as if I'd been flung from a horse. I got my knees under me and lurched to my feet. No, Thick, don't touch me, but listen, listen. Someone is trying to trick us. Someone is using our own magic to put bad thoughts in our heads, someone we don't know. I knew it with sudden certainty. Someone was employing the skill against us.
Someone we don't know,
he said dully. Dimly I was aware of Dutiful trying to skill to me. Doubtless they had felt some shadow impact of Thick's attack on me. I ventured to drop my walls for an instant, to skill to them. Be wary, guard your thoughts. And then I slammed my defences tight against the insidious fingering of skill that had attempted to once again infiltrate my mind. I knew that I should try to strike back, or at least follow the skill thread back to them. It took every bit of courage I possessed to drop my walls. I reached out wildly, skilling in all directions to see who had been poisoning my mind against Thick. I felt nothing, and no one. Chade and Dutiful and Thick were there, walled against me. I thought of groping toward Nettle and decided against it. My attackers might not know of her. I would not show her to them. I drew a shuddering breath, and then once more threw up my skill walls. I felt only marginally safer. We had an unknown enemy. I would not rest until I had uncovered all I could about them.
It's the same ones that made my bad dreams too,
Thick announced decisively. I don't know. Maybe.
I know. Yes. It's them, the bad dream makers.
Thick nodded emphatically. The rain was coming down steadily, shushing against the snow around us. I hoped the others had already put the tents up and that there would be some sort of dry shelter awaiting us when we arrived. All day long the wet had crept up me from the damp snow. Now it drenched down on me, completing my misery. Come on, Thick, let's go to the camp, I suggested, and we lurched forward through the snow that packed unevenly under our feet. Keep your skill walls up, I cautioned him as we slogged along. Someone was trying to make us think bad thoughts about each other. They don't know that we are friends. They tried to make us hurt each other. Thick looked at me dolefully.
Sometimes we are friends. Sometimes we fight.
It was true. Just as it was true that I did resent always being his caretaker, they had found my resentment and irritation with Thick and fed it, just as Verity used to seek for fear or arrogance in our enemies and feed it until our foes made some deadly mistake. It had been a subtle and well-planned attack by someone who had touched my mind enough to sense the feelings I hid from all others. That was unnerving. Sometimes we fight, I admitted to Thick, but not to really hurt each other. We disagree. Friends often disagree, but we don't try to hurt each other. Even when we're angry with each other, we don't try to hurt each other because we are friends. Thick gave a sudden, deep sigh.
I did try to hurt you. Back on the boat. I made you bump your head a lot. I'm sorry now.
It was the most sincere apology I'd ever received in my life. I had to reciprocate. And I'm sorry that I had to make you come here on a boat.
I think I forgive you. But I'll get angry with you again if you put me on a boat to go home.
That's fair, I said after a moment. I tried to keep the dread and discouragement from my voice. Thick shocked me when he halted and suddenly took my hand. Even through my skill walls I felt the steady warmth of his regard.
I always got angry at my mum when she washed my ears, he told me. But she knew I loved her. I love you too, Tom. You gave me a whistle. And pink sugar cake. I'll try not to be mean to you any more.
The simple words caught me off guard. He stood, lips and tongue pushed out, his round little eyes peering at me from under his knit cap. He was a toadish little man, and his nose was running. It had been a long time since I'd been offered love, on such a simple and honest basis. Strangely enough, it woke the wolf in me. I could almost see the slow, accepting wag of Night Eye's tail. We were pack. I love you too, Thick. Come on, let's get out of the wet. The rain turned colder and was sleet by the time we staggered into camp. Chade came to meet us. As soon as he was within earshot of a whisper, I warned him, keep your walls up. Someone tried to fog us with skill, much as Verity used the skill to confuse and confound our enemy during the time of the Red Ship War. They sought to turn Thick and me against each other, and very nearly succeeded. Who is behind it? Chade demanded, as if he thought I would actually know.
The Bad Dream People,
Thick told him earnestly. I shrugged at Chade's scowl. It was as good an answer as any that I had. Camp that night was a miserable place. Everything was either wet or damp. The tiny fires we could have allowed ourselves from our precious fuel wouldn't burn. Piotr once more set boundaries for our camp, and then risked himself to reconnoitre tomorrow's route for us. A dim glow, as from a single candle, came from the Narcheska's tent. The Fool's was a gorgeous, beckoning blossom in the night, and I longed simply to go there, but Chade had demanded my presence, and I recognized the need for my full report to him. The prince's tent was made smaller by the spread of wet clothing. No one even pretended it would dry by morning. Chade and the prince had already changed into fresh clothing. A fat candle in a metal cup tried sadly to heat a small kettle of snow water. I took Thick's coat and boots outside to shake the wet clumps of snow from them, while he put on a long wool shirt and dry socks. Somehow, stepping outside again made the bite of the wet wind worse. I took Thick's garments back into the tent and found drying space for them on the floor. Tomorrow would be a miserable hike when we had to re-don our damp garments. Well, there was no help for it, I thought bitterly. Still, this is not like any quest to slay a monstrous beast for a fair damsel that I've ever heard a minstrel sing, I observed sourly as I re-entered the tent.
No,
Thick agreed sadly.
There should be swords and blood, not stupid wet snow.
I don't think you'd like swords and blood any better than the wet snow, Thick, the prince observed glumly. But at the moment I tended to agree with Thick. One savage battle already seemed preferable to this endless slogging. With my luck, I'd probably get both before the end. We have an enemy, I announced to them. One that knows how to use the skill against us. So you said, Chade observed. But Dutiful and I have conferred, and we felt nothing of that. He poured the lukewarm water over tea herbs, scowling sceptically as he did so. That confounded me for a moment. I had expected that if anyone chose to attack us, they would make an attempt against the whole coterie. I said as much, and then added, why would they target only Thick and me? We appear to be amongst the lowliest of your servants. Anyone aware of the skill must be aware that Thick is not what he seems to be, nor you. Perhaps they realized Thick's strength and sought to get rid of it by having you two destroy each other. But why not strike immediately against the prince and his trusted adviser? Why not turn you against each other and sow discord at the top of the command, rather than work from the bottom up? It would be nice to know that, Chade conceded after a moment's pondering. But we don't. Indeed, all we have is that you and Thick felt you were under attack. The prince and I felt nothing, until you two turned on one another. That was rather impressive, Dutiful added, rubbing his temples wearily. He suddenly gave a huge yawn. I wish this was over and done with, he said softly. I'm tired, I'm cold, and I have no real heart for the task I must do. That could be a skill influence subtly applied to you, I warned him. Your father used the skill that way to confound the steersmen of the red ships and send them onto the rocks. The prince shook his head. My walls are up and tight. No, this comes from within me. He watched Chade pour some yellowish tea from the pot, scowl, and return it to steep some more. It's not a skilled influence, Chade concurred bitterly. It's the damned fool, talking to the wit coterie and the Hetgerd folk, stirring up sympathy for the dragon and preying on the Hetgerd superstitions. Hold to your resolve, my prince. Remember, you gave the Narcheska your word that you would lay the dragon's head on her mother's hearth for her. That you did, Pyotr observed heavily as he lifted the tent flap. May I come in? Yes, you may, Dutiful replied. And yes, I recall what I promised, but I never promised to take joy in the doing of it. My wit had warned me that someone had approached the tent, but I had expected it to be Swift or Riddle. I wondered why the Outlander had come, and hoped he would not hold his tidings until I had departed. But the nod he gave me seemed to concede my right to be there. Nor did he offer any ominous words of danger on the path ahead, but instead gave a hard smile as he said, Today was little joy for any of us, and tomorrow will be as wearying. After such a cold and wet day, I thought I would share with you our cure for such a miserable journey. He sighed heavily. This weather will not make our task any easier. The rain eats into the snow, weakening places that once were sound. Tomorrow we must be wary of avalanche as well as crevasses as we cross the saddle of the island. As he spoke, he was unwrapping a dark cake from a stained square of fabric. I was hungry, and my nose was keen. Whatever it was, it had been soaked in brandy to preserve it. He broke a piece from it, revealing raisins, bits of suet, and what was probably dried apple. The brandy smell grew stronger. Thick sat up eagerly, but warily. I was still shielded from his skill, but his worry reached me faintly. Fish oil. Would it taste of fish oil? Pyotr seemed to notice my avid stare, for he grinned as he offered me the first chunk. You look to be the one coldest and wettest still, he observed. It was true, since the others had already changed into drier clothing. I took it gratefully. As I bit into it, he said, These cakes are what our warriors call courage cake. We make them with dark, thick honey, dried fruits, and strengthening herbs, and then all is soaked in brandy to make it keep well. A man can fight a day or travel 2 on but a handful of this. The sweetness and brandy echo filled my mouth. As I swallowed, I caught a familiar aftertaste. The bitterness of elf bark had been cloaked by the cloying sweetness of the honey, suet, and fruit. I knew I should warn Chade, even as my weary body shouted in anticipation of the surge of energy it would bring. Then the world went dead around me. I do not know how else to describe it. The first time I encountered forged folk was also the first time I was aware that I had the wit magic. I had never realized that I had an extra sense of the kinship of all creatures until I saw living beings that made no imprint on that sense. Forging removed one from the intertwining net of life, made humans into individual unconnected things that ate and raped and existed with absolutely no empathy or sympathy for other living creatures. Only in meeting them had I discovered how the wit connected me to all living things. This was a similar experience, but its antithesis. I had thought of the skill magic as a magic that only linked me to other skill users. Now I was suddenly severed from all the myriad tiny connections it made to all folk. The great voice of the human world, the constant murmur of other thoughts and minds around me, was stilled. I blinked and hastily probed an ear with my finger, wondering for a fraction of a second what had happened to me. I saw, I heard, I smelled, I touched, and the taste of the food lingered still in my mouth, but some other sense, unnamed and unknown, until that instant, had been completely quenched in me by that single bite. I made a sudden prodigious effort to reach Chade and Dutiful with the skill, but it was like asking a frozen hand to grip. I remembered how once that sense had been triggered, but now it was a numbed place inside me. Smiling, Pyotr had handed Thick a chunk of the cake. The little man had his mouth opened wide, and his hand was travelling toward it. I lunged to catch his wrist and pulled it away from him. He moved his mouth after it, snapping at the treat in a gesture that would have been comical if it were not such a threat to the coterie. "Elf bark!" My deprivation of the skill made me shout the word, as if mere voice alone could not convey such a warning. I immediately moderated my tone, behaving as if my remark were intended for Thick alone. "No, Thick, you know the herb makes you sick. Let me have that, And I promise that I'll find you something else good to eat. No, thick, please.
What herb? I'm not sick. It's mine. It's mine. You said we were friends and wouldn't hurt each other. Let go. Not fair. It's not polite to grab.
In his love of sweets, he struggled with me for it. I dared not let him have even a taste. Never had I had such a strong reaction to the herb. I felt the rush of its energy through me, and wondered how deeply would I fall into the inevitable trough of despair which followed elfbark use. Then I had scooped the handful of cake from his grasp. He sat down flat on the floor, gave one angry sob, and then went off in a coughing fit. I handed the cake hastily to Chade with the improvised warning, "I wouldn't eat this in front of him, sir. I know how he is about sweets. If he sees you having some without him, well, I predict a disruption that would deafen us all." I wondered if Chade and Dutiful reached towards me with the skill. I wondered if Thick tried to make me stumble into the fire in revenge, but I felt absolutely nothing. No touch of them brushed against my senses. My wit knew they were still there, and that was a comfort. But the skill threads that had run amongst us were all severed. Pyotr scowled, looking on the verge of affront. Chade reacted more swiftly than I could have hoped, saying, "Ah, yes, I recall what an effect it had on you last time, Thick. It wouldn't be good for you now. Don't fuss, there's a good fellow. I'm sure we can find something just as nice for you." He turned to Pyotr with a conspiratorial wink. The prince's good fellow stayed awake a day and a night, and then fell into such a black mood that nothing could cheer him for several days. Not the sort of thing to invite on such an expedition as ours. Come, Thick, don't scowl like that. I think Prince Dutiful has some sugar barley sticks that he has been saving for you." The prince was already rummaging in his pack, and Chade hastily took the mashed handful of cake from me, deftly returned it to the rest of the cake, and wrapped it up again. He tucked it immediately into his pack. "I'm sure the prince and I will enjoy a bit of this later, perhaps after Thick has fallen asleep," he confided to Pyotr in a lowered voice. "I, for one, will appreciate what a herb like elfbark can do for an old man. I wasn't aware that it was used in the Out Islands." "Elfbark?" Did Pyotr feign his ignorance? "We have no plant by such an odd name. There are herbs in the cake, but each mother's house has its own recipe for it, and the ingredients are jealously guarded. But I can tell you that this is from my own home, the same mother's house the Narcheska shares. This courage cake has been a food that has sustained the Narwhal clan for generations." "Doubtless it is," Chade exclaimed delightedly, "and I look forward to trying it later tonight, or perhaps early tomorrow morning, to have its invigoration with me for the day after a sound night's sleep. Poor Tom, I know what an effect elfbark has on you. You may enjoy it, but I doubt you'll get a wink of sleep tonight. I have told you before not to indulge in it at evening, but, well, there's no talking to you on that topic, is there?" I essayed a grin I didn't feel. "That's true, Lord Chade, sir. No matter how long you might lecture me, doubtless I'd not hear a word you said." A tiny change in his eyes suggested he understood me only too well. He poured weak tea for himself, sipped it, and then coughed loudly, nearly gagging, and vigorously thumping himself on the chest. In a wheezing voice he added, "You are dismissed, Tom Badgerlock. Get yourself a bit of food, but please report back here before you sleep. I think Thick will wish to sleep here tonight." "Yes, my lord." His mimed action had not been lost on me. I left the tent, and by a roundabout route walked to the far corner of the camp. The rain had stopped, but the wind still blew. At the outskirts of camp I thrust 2 fingers down my throat and tried desperately to gag up the bite of cake I'd eaten. It didn't work. I'd fasted too long, and my belly had taken it down too swiftly. What little I brought up left me shuddering with its bitterness. I ate a handful of wet snow to try to clear the bile from my mouth, kicked loose snow over my vomit, and went shaking back towards the tent. More than mere cold chilled me. I think that once a man has experienced the insidious treachery of poison, he never fully recovers from it. To know that you have taken something into your body, to be aware that it is working changes, debilitating changes, with every beat of your heart, is an excursion into horror which is hard to describe. I had tasted the elf bark, and I already felt its impact. What if there had been other drugs in there? Ones I had not tasted, working damage I did not yet suspect. I tried to rein my mind away from that precipice. It made no sense, I told myself. The cake had been a gift from Piotr, delivered without apparent guile. We were here to accomplish his mission of slaying the dragon. Why would he attempt to poison one of us? Yet I could not quite dismiss it as a perverse twist of luck that he had fed me a form of the herb strong enough to obliterate my magic. I was cold and wet and shaky. I didn't want to join the guardsmen in our tent until I had finished calming myself. In a sort of instinctive retreat to safety, I found myself outside the fool's tent. I fumbled with cold hands at the tent flap. "Lord Golden," I called softly, belatedly recalling that he might have other guests. There must have been some note in my voice that alerted him to my distress. He flung the flap open and beckoned me hastily in. Then, "Stand still, don't drip everywhere." He had already changed out of his hiking clothes. He looked warm and dry in a long black robe. I envied him. "Piotr fed me a bit of cake. It had elfbark in it, and I've lost my skill magic." The words tumbled from me, broken by my chattering teeth. "Take off your wet things." He had begun rummaging in his pack almost as soon as I entered. Now he dragged out a long coppery garment. "This will probably fit you. It's warmer than it looks. How could elfbark steal all your magic in one bite? It's never affected you that way before." I shook my head. "It just did, and someone is attacking Thick and me with the skill, trying to make us hate each other. It nearly worked until I thought Thick was going to attack me with the skill, so I put up my walls, and then I could suddenly think my own thoughts, and I knew that I didn't really resent having to nursemaid him all the time. It's not really his fault, and even if I don't like having to do it, I shouldn't take it out on him, should I? If anything, I should be angry with Chade, not Thick. He's the one who has put me in this position, and I think that half of it is that he's trying to keep me so busy that I'm separated from you so I won't be influenced by you, because he wants me simply to follow his orders and not to think." "Stop!" the fool exclaimed, alarmed. I halted in mid-word. I opened my mouth to ask what was wrong, but he held up both hands. "Fitz, listen to yourself. I've never heard you rattle on that way. It's disturbing." "It's the elfbark." I shivered with the restless energy that coursed through me. The last of my wet clothing slapped onto the pile, and I gratefully accepted the garment he held out to me, then flinched at its chill weight in my hands. "It's cold. It's cold as iron. What is this made from? Fish scales?" "Just trust me and put it on. It warms quickly." I had little choice. I pulled it over my head and it slithered down my body. The long robe reached almost to my feet. I shifted my shoulders in its grip, and it suddenly relaxed. That's strange. It felt tight across my shoulders and chest, and then when I flexed my shoulders it just settled on me. Look, it even reaches to my wrists. It's like unimaginably fine chain metal. Is this more elderling magic? Is this from the Rain Wilds? I wonder how they made it. And from what? Look at the way the colour shifts when I move. Fitz, stop chattering like that. It's unnerving. The fool had taken possession of my wet clothes. As he lifted them, a fine trickle of water ran out of them. "I'm putting these outside to drain. It's hopeless to expect them to dry by morning. Do you have others?" "Yes, in my pack. But I left that in the prince's tent. I left the keg of Chade's explosion powder there too, and Thick's things were mostly in my pack. But that's all right, as he is there and he'll need them, so it's good that they're already there." I heard myself babbling and managed to stop talking before he commanded me to. For a few moments longer I shivered, and then I felt the robe returning the warmth of my body to me. With a sigh, I sank down onto the fool's blankets and drew my icy feet up under me. A moment later, I had unfolded myself and restlessly tried a new position. The fool re-entered the tent and regarded me curiously as I stood and paced a turn around his tiny candle. "What is it?" "It's like ants running under my skin." I pulled my straggling hair back from my face and refastened my warrior's tail. "I can't sit still. I can't stop talking and thinking, and I can't really think in any sort of order, if that makes any sense at all." My hands suddenly felt too large for me. I systematically popped each of my knuckles, and then shook my hands loose again. I looked up to find the fool staring at me. His teeth gritted. "I'm sorry," I apologized hastily. "I can't help it." That's obvious, he muttered. Then more clearly he added, I wish I had some way to help you, but giving you herbs to calm you might not be the best solution. I fear, too, the plunge in spirits that must follow this wild flight you're on. Never have I seen you so besieged by restlessness. If the pit of bleak despair that follows Elfbark is as deep as this craze is lofty, I fear for us all. I saw by his face that he was serious. I dread it too. That is, I know I should dread it, but I simply can't focus on it right now. Too many other thoughts overwhelm me. How will I dry my clothes before tomorrow? And I was supposed to report back to Chade later, yet I do not think I should wander through the camp in this robe, however warm it is. Yet I cringe at the thought of putting my wet clothing back on, even for the brief walk back to Dutiful's tent. I left my pack there, with all my dry things in it. Thick's things are in it too, but that's good, because Thick is there, and he'll need them. Hush, he begged me, interrupting the outpour of my thoughts. Hush, please, Fitz, and let me try to think. Always before, Elfbark has done no more than damp your talent, and that was passing. Do we dare hope that this will wear off and your magic return? I shrugged wildly. I don't know. I don't think we can judge anything about this by what Elfbark has done to me before. Did I tell you how close Thick came to eating it as well? No, you didn't. The fool spoke carefully, as if I was slightly mad, and perhaps I was at that time. Would you try to do this for me? Leave your hair and your mouth alone. Fold your hands in your lap, and tell me what happened to you today, the whole day, please. I had not realized that I was tugging at my lower lip until he mentioned it. I folded my hands in my lap and made an effort to report to him, as if he were Chade. I watched his face grow graver as I spoke, and I knew that my words rattled out like hailstones, and that my tale was disjointed, told in bits and patches as I wove the events back and forth in my mind. Before I had finished, I was up and pacing the small confines of his tent. I could not master my agitation. A sudden inspiration came over me. Here, I cried, advancing on him, my bared wrist thrust out to him. Let us test it and see if my skill is as gone as I think it is. Touch me. Try to reach into me with the skill as you once did. He stared up at me, his face gone slack with astonishment. Then a sickly smile of disbelief spread over his face. You're asking me to do this? Of course, yes. Let's find out how bad it is. If you can still reach me, then perhaps my skill will come back to me as the herb wears off. Let's try it. I sat down beside him and set my forearm wrist up on top of his knee. He looked at his faded fingerprints on my wrist and then gave me a sideways look. No, he drew back from me. You are not yourself tonight, Fitz. This is not something you would ordinarily allow, let alone request. No. What? Are you scared? I challenged him. Go ahead. What can we lose? Respect for one another. That I would do such a thing when you were as good as drunk. No, Fitz, stop tempting me. Don't worry. I'll remember tomorrow that I suggested this. I need to know. Is my magic dead in me? In some isolated corner of my soul, I felt alarm. I wanted to stop and think, but the anxiety wouldn't let me. Do it now. Do something now. Do anything now. The drive to be doing anything, was a pressing need that could not be denied. I reached out and took hold of his slender wrist. His hand was ungloved and unresisting. As if fitting together a wooden puzzle, I set his hand to my wrist. His cool fingertips fell into alignment with the scars he had left on me. I waited. I felt nothing. I looked at him quizzically. He had closed his eyes. A moment later he opened them. They were deep gold and devastated as he said in disbelief, Nothing. I feel the warmth of your wrist under my fingers. I reach for you, but you are not there. And that is all. My heart lurched sideways in my chest. I instantly tried to deny what we had just established. Well, doesn't prove anything, I suppose. We've never tried this before, so what do we know what to expect? Nothing. Nothing at all. Tomorrow I may awaken and find the skill as strong in me as ever. Or not, the fool suggested quietly, watching my face. His fingers still rested on my wrist. Perhaps we shall never connect in this way again. Or not, I agreed. Perhaps I shall wake just as isolated and deaf as I am at this moment, perhaps. I stood up, pulling my wrist from his loose clasp. Well, it's no use thinking about it and worrying about it, is it? As well to fret over whether it will be wet or dry tomorrow. What will be, will be. I paused, thinking I should keep still, but then the question burst out anyway. Do you think Piotr did this to me purposely? Do you think he knew that Elfbark can destroy the skill? And how does he know that I have the magic at all? And if he wants me to help the prince kill the dragon, why would he disable me? Unless he doesn't really want us to kill Icefyre. Maybe he's lured us here so the prince will fail. But that makes no sense, does it? He looked battered by my onslaught of questions. Can you be quiet, Fitz? He asked me earnestly. And after a moment's thought I shook my head. I don't think so. I shifted restively as I spoke. I was suddenly miserable. I could not find a comfortable position in which to be still. I was aware that I was sleepy, but could not recall how to let go of wakefulness. I suddenly wanted all of it to go away and leave me in peace. I dropped my head into my hands and covered my eyes. All my life, I've done everything wrong. It's going to be a long night, the fool observed woefully. Chapter 17. Icefyre. Now, this is the tale of Icel Sealshoes and the dragon Icefyre, and what befell her in the years when Wisel was the great mother of her mother's house. Wisel took a dislike to a young man that Isel had brought home to her bedding, and she gave her reasons 3. He was bandy-legged and hollow-chested, and all knew those are traits that may be passed on to children, and Wisel did not wish her mother's house to be full of his bandy-legged weaklings. His hair was red, which Wisel also did not desire in her descendants, and whenever spring came to the islands and the willow trees drooped with tiny furry tails, the man sneezed and wept and coughed, and was no use at all for the spring chores. And so, when Icel went forth one summer day to gather crowberries from the upper slopes of their mountain, Wisel told the other women to gather clods of earth and rocks, small enough to sting, but not cause major injury, and drive Icel's bedmate away. This her sisters and mother and aunts did, with a good will, for none of them liked the way he simpered at them whenever Icel was absent. When Icel returned and found her bedmate fled, she wept, and she ranted, and finally she vowed she would go to the dragon and ask for vengeance on her own kin. All know that is a great sin against a mother's house, and yet she was so wroth she would not listen to reason, nor accept the hearty black-haired young warrior they offered her in place of her pale, scrawny stripling. And so she went to Aslevjal, and waited for the tide of the year, and then slipped under the icy shelves of the glacier to go deep within its heart and beg of the dragon her evil wish. Deep beneath the icy cap that domes the island, she beached her tiny boat on a silty shore. She lifted her torch, but did not pause to wonder at the beauties of Icefyre's blue ice tomb. Instead, she climbed out immediately, and made her way through the twisting blue tunnels to where she might look up at the dragon encased in the ice. And there she melted a hollow in the ice with the blood of the lamb she had brought with her, and begged him to make barren all the women who had driven her bedmate away from her side. Badgerlock's translation of an out-island bard's song. I recall the rest of that night, and the following day and night, as one recalls fever dreams. My mind shies away from remembering the misery I endured. It was all in your mind, Chade told me some time later, and it stung that he dismissed so lightly all that I had endured. All of life, I wanted to tell him, is in our minds. Where else does it take place? Where else do we add up what it means to us and subtract what we have lost? An event is just an event, until some person attaches meaning to it. I survived it. Anyone who makes a difference between such a herb and a poison has never been plunged into such depths as I sounded. At some point that night, Chade sent Riddle looking for me. He draped a blanket around me and hurried me, barefoot and clad in the ridiculous elderling robe, back to the prince's tent. There, if I recall correctly, I spent several hours telling Chade just how much I despised myself. Dutiful later told me that he had never lived through such a tiresome recounting of any man's imagined sins. I recall that several times he tried to reason with me. I spoke openly of killing myself, a fleeting notion that I had often considered but never before uttered. Dutiful was disgusted at such a maudlin fancy, and Chade pointed out to me that it would be a selfish act that would not correct any of my stupidity. I think he was more than a bit weary of me by then. And yet it was not my fault. It was the despondency of the drug, not any rational consideration by me, that kept me talking through the night and on into dawn. By morning Dutiful knew far more of my youthful excesses than I had ever planned on divulging to him. If he had ever been tempted to experiment with elf bark or caris seed, I am sure that long evening cured him of his curiosity. When Thick could stand no more of my over-emotional account, Riddle was summoned to escort him to the witted coterie's tent, where Webb took him in hand and settled him for the night. Chade and Dutiful had planned to attempt to contact Nettle with the skill that night, but my indisposition made it impossible for them to focus. Before Thick fled, they made an attempt as a coterie to reach me with the skill. They had no more luck than the fool had. When I told Chade about that encounter, his face darkened, and I knew he disapproved that I had even attempted that experiment with the Tawny Man. The next day, both Riddle and Webb walked with Thick and me. I am sure that Riddle was assigned the task by Chade, but I think Webb came for me. To this day, I wonder what Thick told him to make him think it necessary that he attend me. I walked in a silent black despair, through an endless torment of bright ice and gently blowing snow. Riddle and Thick walked ahead of us, speaking little. Webb came right behind me, and said not a word all day. Summer had regained its grip, and the wind that sculpted the dunes into fantastic forms was gentle and almost warm. I remember that Webb's bird circled over us twice, crying forlornly, and then went back to the sea. The presence of his witbeast reminded me savagely of the absence of mine, and sent me into a fresh pit of mourning. I did not sob, but the tears ran down my face in a steady flow. Emotion can be more exhausting than physical endeavour. By the time Piotr announced that we would set our tents, I no longer cared about anything. I was without volition, as I stood and watched them put up the tents. Vaguely I remember that Piotr apologized to Chade that his courage rations had so incapacitated me. Chade accepted the apology in an off-hand way, replying that I had always had an unpredictable temperament and been prone to abusing herbs. I knew why he said such words, yet they struck to my heart like a dagger. I could not bring myself to eat the bowl of porridge that Webb eventually brought me. I went to my blankets while everyone else was still awake. I did not sleep, but stared up at the shadows of the tent's recesses and tried to imagine why my father had ever lain with my mother. It seemed an evil thing they had done. I heard Webb playing his little instrument for Thick outside the tent, and I suddenly missed the funny little man's skill music. Eventually, I must have slept, and heavily. When I awoke, it was late in the day. All around me were the tousled pallets of the men-at-arms, empty. I wondered why they had not wakened me, and why we had not struck camp and begun our day's march. I crawled shivering from my blankets, grimaced at the robe I still wore, and hastily pulled on my coat and outer trousers. I stuffed the robe into my pack, still wondering at the silence of the camp. I dreaded that some threat of the weather had forced us to delay our journey. I emerged from the tent into a steady sweep of mild wind, laden with tiny crystals of snow swept down from the bulging shoulder of glacier that loomed over us. Around me, the camp seemed almost deserted. Webb was tending a kettle of food on a tripod over a tiny fire in a clay pot. The pot was settling into the snow as its heat melted the ice around it. "Ah, you're awake," Webb said with a welcoming smile. "I trust you're feeling better?" Yes, I am," I replied, somewhat surprised to find it was true. The unreasoning blackness of yesterday's mood had lifted. I did not feel cheery. The loss of my skill still weighted me heavily, and the task before us daunted me. But the deep despair that had led me to wishing to end my life had lifted. Slowly a dull anger began to rise in me. I hated Pyotr for what he had put me through. I knew that Chade's strategy with the man required me to refrain from any vengeance, but I refused to believe that those rations held an ordinary amount of elf bark that his comrades could consume without devastating effects. I'd been deliberately poisoned. Again. I hoped that sometime before I returned to the Six Duchies, fate would afford me the chance to even things with Pyotr. All my training as an assassin forbade me the luxury of vengeance. Ever since King Shrewd had first made me his, I had been taught that my talents were used at the will of the crown, not at my personal judgment or for private vengeance. Once or twice I had strayed outside those guidelines, with devastating results. I reminded myself of that several times as I surveyed the area around me. Our camp was pitched on a gentle slope of snow. Not far away, a ridge of black rock broke jaggedly through the snow's crust. Above me towered a steep mountain. It was like a cup with a piece broken out of its lip. Here and there black stone outcropped from the snow crust, its bowl cupped ice and snow, a frozen cascade that sloped down towards us. We were camped on the final, flattest spread of the spill. "You're very quiet," Webb observed gently. "Are you in pain?" "No. Thank you for your concern. I've just been given a great deal to think about." "And your skill magic has been stolen from you." At the glance I gave him, he held up a fending hand. "No one else has deciphered that secret. Thick was the one who accidentally explained it to me. He was quite distressed for you. Annoyed by you, too, but worried for you. Last night he tried to explain to me that it wasn't just your bleak mood and constant talking and fidgeting that alarmed him, but that you were gone from his mind. He told me a story from when he was small. His mother let go of his hand one night on a crowded street during a fair. He was lost for hours, and he could not find her, not with his eyes or his mind. From the way he told his tale, I think she abandoned him, and then thought better of it later that night and came back for him. But he took a long time to explain to me that he knew his mother was there, but she wouldn't let him touch her thoughts. With you, he says, you are just gone, as if you were dead, as his mother is dead now, and yet you walk around and he sees you. You frighten him now." Like a forged one, I must seem to him. Webb winced sympathetically. I knew then that he had experienced the chilling presence of forged ones, but then said, "No, my friend, I feel you still, with my wit. You have not lost that magic. And yet what use is it to me without a partner?" I asked the question bitterly. He was silent for a moment, then spoke resignedly. "And that is yet another thing I could teach you, if ever you have the time to sit and learn." There seemed little I could say to that, so I asked a question. "Why haven't we moved on yet today?" He gave me a quizzical look, then smiled. "We are here, my friend. This is as close a camping site as we shall find. Pyotr says the dragon used to be hazily visible in the ice near here. Prince Dutiful and Chade and the others are following Pyotr and the Narcheska up to the dragon. The Hetgerd witnesses have gone with them, up there." He pointed. The glacier's polished and sculpted surface was deceptive. Where it appeared smooth and continuous, there were actually many falls and rises in its surface. Now, as I watched, our people emerged in a long line like a trail of ants higher on the icy hillside. I spotted Pyotr in his furs, leading them, with the Narcheska at his heels. Everyone was there, following Pyotr up the hillside immediately above us. Only Webb and I had remained in camp. I commented on that. "I did not want you to wake alone. Riddle said you had spoken of ending your own life." He shook his head sternly. "I believed better of you, and yet, having seen your black mood yesterday, I did not want to take the chance." I would not kill myself. That was a passing madness, the herb's toxin speaking rather than any true thought of mine. I excused myself. In truth, looking back on the wild words I had uttered the night before, I was ashamed that I had even spoken such a thought aloud. Suicide has always been deemed a coward's act in the Six Duchies. "And why would you use such a herb, knowing it would affect you so?" he asked severely. I bit my tongue, wishing that I knew what Chade had said of my debilitation. "I've used it in the past, for great pain or weariness," I said quietly. This time the dose was far stronger than I thought. Webb sighed in a great breath. "I see," he said, and no more than that. But his disapproval was strong. I ate the congealing mass in the kettle. It was Outislander food, stinking of oily fish. They made a soup from sticky, dry cubes of cooked fish, mashed with oil to bind it. Heated with snow water, it made a greasy chowder. Despite the foul flavour, I felt more myself after I had eaten it. There was still a strange absence all around me. It was more than Thick's music silenced. I had grown accustomed to threads of awareness that extended to Dutiful, Chade, the Fool, and Nettle. I had been torn free of that web of contact. Webb watched me eat, and then clean the kettle. I banked the tiny fire in the clay pot with small hope it would survive. Then, "Shall we join them?" he invited me, and I nodded grimly. Pyotr had marked a trail with bright scraps of red fabric on sticks driven into the snow, both to the left and right. Webb and I followed the meandering path up the face of the glacier. At first we spoke little. Then, as we walked, Webb began to speak to me, and finally I listened. "You asked what the use of the wit is, when you do not have a companion. I understand that you mourn your wolf still, and that is only fitting. I'd think less of you if you'd rushed into another bonding simply for the sake of assuaging your own loneliness. That is not the old blood way, any more than a widowed man should wed someone simply to provide a mother for his bereaved children, and someone to warm his bed. So you are right to wait. But in the meantime you should not turn your back on your magic. You speak little to the rest of us witted ones. Those who do not know you share our magic think you avoid us because you despise it. Swift included. Even if you do not wish to let them know you too are old blood, I think you should correct that impression. I do not understand fully why you keep both your magics a secret. The Queen has said she will no longer allow persecution of the witted, and I have seen that you fall under her protection in any case, and if you have the Farseer magic, the skill, as I believe you do, well, that has always been an honourable and well-regarded magic in the Six Duchies. Why cloak that you serve your queen and prince with it?" I pretended that I was too winded to answer immediately. The climb was steep and steady, but I was not that taxed by it. Finally, I surrendered to his silence. I'd be giving away too many pieces of who I am. Someone will put them all together, look at me, and say, "The witted bastard lives. The killer of King Shrewd, the ungrateful bastard who turned on the old man who sheltered him." I do not think our Queen's policy of tolerance towards the witted is ready for that yet. "So you will live out all the rest of your years as Tom Badgerlock?" It seems likely to me. I tried to keep the bitterness out of my voice, and failed. "Do you feel that?" Webb asked me suddenly. "I feel it's the wisest thing to do, if not the easiest," I replied reluctantly. "No, no, open your wit, man. Do you feel something more immense than you've ever felt before?" I halted and stood silent. The wit is like any other sense. One becomes so accustomed to the sounds of the day or the smells of the cooked fires that one ceases to pay full attention to them. Now I stood still, as if listening, but actually unfolding my awareness of the life net around me. There was Webb, warm and hearty and near. Further up the trail I sensed the others, a confused string of beings emanating various degrees of fatigue and discomfort. My sensation of those who were witted was slightly sharper and clearer than for the ordinary folk of the party. I could not feel Webb's bird. I suspected she was out over the water feeding. Only the ordinary, I began to say, and then stopped. Had I felt something? A very large, subtle swelling of the wit. It was as if a door had opened briefly and then closed again. I grew more still and closed my eyes. "No, nothing," I commented, opening them again. He had been watching my face. "You felt it," he told me, "and I feel it still. Next time you sense it, hook onto it. Hook onto it." He shook his head regretfully. "Never mind. That is one of those things that one day you'll have time to learn from me." It was the closest he had come to a rebuke, and I was surprised by how much it stung. I knew I deserved it. I found the strength to be humble, and asked, "Do you think you could explain it to me as we walk?" He turned his head and lifted his eyebrows in gentle mock surprise. "Why, yes, Fitz. I could do that, now that you ask me to. Choose someone in the party ahead of us, someone unwitted, and I'll try to explain to you how it's done. Some old bloods theorize that it is how pack hunters settle on one animal in a herd and mark it out as their prey. Perhaps you've seen young wolves or other predators that fail to make that first step in hunting. Instead of selecting a single animal to hunt, they charge the entire herd or flock, and all prey evades them. That is, of course, one of the strengths of a herd. Prey animals cloak their individuality from the hunters and hide in plain sight of them. And so, very belatedly, began my lessons with Webb. By the time we had caught up with the others, I had been able to single out Chade and be aware of him, even at the moments when he was not in my line of sight. I had also felt, twice more, that immense heave of presence in my wit sense. But unlike Webb, I had felt such a sensation before. I kept that piece of knowledge to myself, though it made my heart sink to do so. I knew a dragon when I felt one. I expected the wide shadow of wings to sweep over me, for I knew of no other way to explain how I could sense so large a creature, and then feel no trace of it. But the skies above me remained blue, clear, and empty. When we reached the others, they were standing in the scant shelter of an outcropping of rock. Out-Islander runes were cut into the surface of it in a wavering line that wandered back beneath the ice level. The Hetgerd witnesses stood near the rock, and their displeasure at being here was writ large on their faces. Yet most of them looked sourly amused, too. I wondered why. One of their men was on his knees, doggedly digging at the ice that had pushed up against the rock. His tool was his belt knife, and he clashed the iron blade against the stubborn ice as if he was stabbing someone. He'd make a dozen strokes, and then brush away a negligible amount of chipped ice. It seemed a futile task, but he was intent on it. Longwick's men had brought their tools up with them. They carried shovels and picks and pry bars, but as yet they had not put any of them to work. They stood at the ready, bored and uninterested as any good soldiers usually are, and awaited to be assigned their task. I did not wonder long why they had not yet begun. As we approached, Chade and Dutiful were face to face with the Narcheska and Piotr. The other members of the wit coterie stood idly nearby. Thick had sat down in the snow behind them and was humming aloud to himself, nodding his head in a rhythmic counterpoint. "Yes, but where?" Chade demanded, and from his tone I knew it was not the first time he had asked his question. "Here," Piotr replied patiently. "Here." He swept one arm wide, indicating the small plateau we stood on. "As the runes on the rock say, here sleeps the dragon Icefyre. I have brought you to him, as we agreed we would do, and the Narcheska has accompanied us to witness your task. Now, it is up to you. You are the ones who must unearth him and take his head. Is not that the task the prince agreed to within his own mother's house?" "Yes, but I didn't think he'd have to chip a whole glacier into shards to do it. I thought there would be some indication of where he was. There's nothing here, just ice and snow and rock. Where do we begin?" Piotr lifted his shoulders in a heavy shrug. "Anywhere you like, I suppose." One of the Hetgerd witnesses gave a bitter chuckle at his words. Chade glanced about almost wildly. His brief look acknowledged that I was finally present, but seemed to think I would not be of much use. He tried again with Piotr. "The last time you were here and could see the dragon, where was he?" Piotr shook his head slowly. "I've only been here once before, with my aunt, when I was a boy. She brought me here to teach me the way, but we never saw the dragon, only the writing that marks his place. It has been at least a generation since the dragon was visible through the ice." This seemed to spark something in the Owl clan member, for he suddenly stepped forward from the huddle of Hetgerd witnesses. He smiled slightly when he spoke, nodding to himself. "My grandmother saw him when she was a girl. I shall tell you what she told me, and perhaps you will gain wisdom from it. She came here with her own mother's mother to leave a gift for Icefyre and ask for greater fertility amongst our sheep. When they got here, her mother's mother showed her a dark shadow, just visible through the ice when the day's sun was strongest. "There he is," she told my grandmother. "He used to be much easier to see, but every year the ice grows, and he sinks further away. Now he's only a shadow, and there will come a time when people will doubt he ever existed. So look well, and make sure that no descendant of ours shames us by doubting the wisdom of their own people." The bard ceased his telling as abruptly as he had begun it. He stood, his cheeks reddened by the wind that blew his long hair, and nodded to himself, pleased. "And would you know then where we would begin to look for the dragon?" The owl laughed. "I do not know, and I would not tell you if I did." "I am curious," the prince said more gently. "What was the offering made to the dragon, and how did he accept it?" "Blood," Owl replied promptly. "They cut the sheep's throat and let it bleed out on the ice. The mothers studied the shape of the puddle it made, and where it sank in, and where it pooled on the surface. They judged that they had pleased Icefyre with their gift. Then they left the sheep's carcass here for the black man, and went home. The next spring, many of our sheep dropped 2 lambs instead of just 1, and none of them were touched by the flux. We had a good year." Owl glanced sourly around at us. "That is the sort of luck we used to receive for honoring Icefyre. Dishonor and doubt him, and I dread to think of the misfortune that will befall your houses. And our houses too, like as not, for being present," Seal observed sullenly. Pyotr did not look at them as he reminded them, "Our mother's house has accepted all that may come from this. It will not fall upon you." "So you say," Owl snorted disdainfully. "Yet I doubt you speak for Icefyre, who would destroy him for a woman's whim." "Where is the dragon?" Chade broke in, his exasperation complete. His answer came from an unexpected source. "He's here," Swift said quietly. "Oh yes, he is. His presence ebbs and surges like a wild tide, but there's no denying he's here." The boy swayed as he spoke, and his voice was far away. Cockle set his hand to the young man's shoulder, and Webb left me to hasten to Swift's side. "Look at me," he commanded the boy, and when Swift was slow to comply, he gave the lad a shake. "Look at me," he urgently ordered him again. "Swift, you are young and never bonded. You may not understand what I'm telling you, but keep yourself to yourself. Do not go to him, and do not let him come into you. This is a powerful presence that we feel, splendid and awe-inspiring, but do not become absorbed in that. I feel in this creature the charm of a great cat, the beckoning wile that can bond a youngster whether he would or no. You can feel the dragon? He is definitely here, and alive?" Chade was incredulous. "Oh, yes," Dutiful replied unwillingly. For the first time I realized how pale he was. The rest of us were ruddy-cheeked with the cold. Dutiful stood very still and slightly apart from us. He looked at the Narcheska as he spoke. "The dragon Icefyre is indeed here, and he is alive, though I do not understand how that can be so." He paused as if thinking deeply, his eyes going afar. "I can just brush my mind against him. I reach for him, but he ignores me. Nor do I grasp how I can be aware of him one moment, and then feel him fade beyond my reach the next." I tried not to gape, as the prince carelessly revealed that he was witted. I was also surprised that he seemed to be sensing the dragon with his wit, when I could barely perceive him. Some time ago I had realized that the prince's wit ability was not as strong as my own. Had his lesson with Webb sharpened it? Then an alternative shocked me. Did he speak of the wit, or of the skill? In my dreams, the dragon Tintaglia had touched me with the skill. I suspected that she had used the skill magic to find Nettle as well. I transferred my gaze to Chade. The old man looked deeply thoughtful and frustrated. It was thick that decided me. He seemed completely absorbed in his humming, nodding his head in time. I wished that I could hear his skill music, and wished even more that I could provoke him to raise his skill walls. I had never seen the little man so enraptured. "Do not go groping after him," Webb gave the command without regard for the prince's rank. "There are legends, very old wit tales of the fascination of dragons. It is said that they can infatuate the unguarded mind, inspiring a near slavish devotion. The oldest songs warn of breathing of the exhaled breath of a dragon." He turned suddenly, putting me in mind of a commander ordering his troops, as he said to Cockle, "You know the song I speak of, do you not? Tonight it would be a good song for all to hear. In my youth I gave little thought to such old songs, but in my older years I have learned that much truth can be hidden in the old poetry. I would hear it again." "As would I," Chade unexpectedly agreed. "And any other songs you know that may have to do with dragons. But for now, if our prince's witted coterie can sense this dragon, perhaps they can guide us in where we should begin our digging." "Tell you where he is so you can dig down to kill him? No, I, for one, won't do it." Swift uttered the words with sudden, wild passion. He looked more distressed than I had ever seen him. Chade rounded on him immediately. "Do you so quickly forget your vow to your prince?" The boy could find no words. His face flushed and then paled. I watched him struggle to find his loyalty and wished I could help him, but I knew, possibly better than anyone there, how torn he might be. "Stop this," Webb said quietly, as the old assassin fixed Swift with his stern stare. "It is nothing to do with you," Chade said quietly, and for the first time I saw Webb's anger. It came as a physical bunching of his muscles and a swelling of his chest. He contained himself, but I saw how difficult it was for him. So did my prince. "Stop this!" Dutiful echoed Webb's words, but he gave them the inflection of royal command. "Swift, be calm. I do not doubt your loyalty to me. I will not test it in this way, setting one of my men to decide between what his heart says is right and what he has vowed to do. I do not judge that I can honourably lay that burden upon him. Nor is my own will certain in this." He swung his gaze suddenly to the Narcheska. She did not meet his gaze, but gazed out over the snowy plain below us. He surprised me by going to her and standing before her. Piotr took a step as if to intervene, but Dutiful did not offer to touch her. Instead he said quietly, "Will you look at me, please?" She turned her head and lifted her chin to meet his eyes. Her face was still, save for one brief flash of defiance in her eyes. For a moment Dutiful said nothing, as if hoping she would speak to him. All was silent save for the shushing of the wind as it stirred the old ice crystals on the glacier's face and the crunching of snow underfoot as the men-at-arms shifted their weight in readiness. Even Thick's humming had ceased. I spared him a glance. He looked perplexed, as if he were trying to recall something. When the Narcheska held her silence, Dutiful sighed. "You know more of this dragon than you have ever revealed to me, and I have never mistaken this task you have given me for a maiden's challenge to her suitor. There is no woman's whim in what you ask me to do, is there? Will not you tell me the greater import of this task you have laid upon me, so that I may judge what best to do?" I thought he had won her, until he added that last phrase. I could almost feel her distress that he might flinch from doing what he had said he would. I saw her retreat from the honesty that had tempted her into a pique worthy of any court-bred young noblewoman. "Is it thus that you fulfil your pledges, Prince? You said you would do this thing. If it daunts you now, speak it so plainly, so all may know the moment at which your courage slipped." She did not have her heart in the challenge. I saw that, and so did Dutiful. I think it hurt him all the more that she flogged his pride with such a merciless dare, and it did not even come from her heart. He took a deep breath and squared his shoulders. "I keep my word. No, that is not the exact truth of it. I have given my word to you, and you choose to keep it. You could give it back to me and release me from this task, but you do not. So, by the honours of both my mother's and my father's houses, I will do what I have sworn to do. Webb spoke. This is not a stag you hunt for meat, my prince. It is not even a wolf that you slay to protect your flocks. This is a creature, as intelligent as yourself, if the legends be true, and that has given you no provocation to kill it. You must know. And then Webb halted his words. Even as provoked as he was, he would not betray his prince's secret wit. You must know what I shall now tell you. He lives, this Icefyre. How he does, I do not know, nor can I say how robust the spark that lingers in him. He flickers in and out of my awareness like a flame dying on a final coal. It may be that we have come all this way and arrived only in time to witness his passing from the world. There would be no dishonour in that, and I have travelled far enough at your side that I think it is not in you to slay any creature that lies defenceless at your feet. Perhaps you shall prove me wrong. I hope not, but—" and here he turned to his witted companions— "if we do not fulfil our prince's request to help him locate the dragon, if we do not unearth Icefyre from this ice that grips him, I believe he will die, just as surely as if our prince took his head. The rest of you may do as you will in this, but I shall not hesitate to use what magic Ada has blessed me with to discover the dragon's prison and free him from it." He lowered his voice. "It would, of course, be much easier if you all helped me." During all of this, the Hetgerd contingent had held themselves apart. I stole a glance at them, and was only mildly surprised to see the fool standing not with them, but beside them, as if to show plainly where his loyalties lay. The owl, their bard, had that listening look so familiar to me from my days with Starling. Every word uttered here would be fixed in his memory, to be later set in the swinging, lurching rhymes of the Outislander bard's tongue. Speculation and dread played over the faces of the others. Then Bear, their leader, thudded a fist on his chest to draw everyone's attention to him. "Do not forget us, nor forget why we are here. If it is as your wizards say, if the dragon lives but only feebly and you unearth him, we will witness that. And if the Six Duchies farmer prince kills our dragon when he is in sickness and unwarlike, then all the wrath of every clan will fall not just on Narwhal and Boar clans for condoning such a cowardly act, but upon the Six Duchies. If the young prince does this to make an alliance, and stave off further war with the gods' runes folk, then he must be sure that he does it in the manner agreed upon. He was to meet our dragon in fair combat, not ignobly take his head as he lies ailing. There is no honor in taking a battle token from a warrior who is already dying, and not by your own hand." The fool stood silent through the bear's declaration, and yet something in his stance made it seem the man was his spokesman. He did not have his arms crossed on his chest, nor did he scowl forbiddingly. Instead he looked deeply at Dutiful, the white prophet pondering the man who might be his antagonist in his quest to set the world on a better path. The look sent a chill up my back. As if aware of my gaze on him, he suddenly turned his eyes to mine. The question in them was plain. What would I do? How did I choose? I looked away from him. I could not choose. Not yet. When I saw the dragon, I thought to myself, then I would know. And a cowardly part of myself muttered, if he dies before we chip him out of the ice, then all is solved, and I need never stand in opposition to Chade or the fool. It was no comfort that I suspected they were both aware of that secret hope. Piotr spoke in reply to the bear. He said, in the weary way of a man who explains something for the 100th time to a stubborn child, "The Narwhal Mother's House accepts all consequences of this act to our own. Be it so. If the dragon rises against us and curses our descendants, If our kin and fellows turn against us, be it so. We accept we have brought it upon ourselves. You can bind yourself, Bear declared angrily. But your words and gestures cannot bind Icefyre. Who is to say he will not rise to take his vengeance on any who came here to witness his betrayal? Pyotr looked down at the snow in front of his feet. He seemed to brace himself, as if preparing to shoulder a heavier burden on top of what he already bore. Then he spoke slowly, clearly, as if saying his lines in a ritual, yet his words were plain as bread. When the time comes to take sides, lift your weapons against me. I vow I will stand and face them all. If I am defeated, let every man of you bloody his weapon in me before I die. Midway through his speech, Eliania had gasped in a sharp breath and surged forward as if to stand in front of him. He thrust her aside roughly, a harsher treatment of her than I had ever seen him make, and he held her out from him at arm's length, with a firm grip on her upper arm, as if to hold her apart from whatever he had just taken onto himself. Her body heaved, as if she stifled sobs or screams, as she hid her face in both her hands as he spoke on. If Icefyre is all the legends say he is, then he will recognize that you have championed his cause, and he will not hold you or your mother's houses responsible for what we did here. Does that satisfy you?" When his words were finished, Pyotr abruptly drew Eliania close to his side and embraced her there, muttering words into her hair as he bent over her, words I could not catch. A terrible gravity had seized every Outylander face at Pyotr Blackwater's words. Again I was left groping after the full meaning of some foreign gesture. I felt that somehow he had once again bound them as well as himself. Was there some shameful attachment to what he had offered them? I did not know, but could only guess. Dutiful was a white-faced witness. Chade stood motionless and silent, and I longed to once more have the skill in me. It seemed to me that there was suddenly too many ways the dice could fall now. If the dragon was dead when we unearthed him, if he was alive, if he fought, if he didn't, if we slew the dragon and took his head, but Pyotr died keeping his word. I suddenly found myself sizing up the Hetgerd witnesses as warriors, estimating who I could kill by fair means and who must fall to foul. A glance at Longwick showed him issuing soft-spoken commands to his men, and I suspected that the prince would now have a shadow at every moment of the day and night. But strangest of all, perhaps, were the actions of Webb, Cockle, Swift, and Civil. Ignoring all else, they walked a random searching pattern over the snow and ice, looking intently down, as if each had lost a diamond and must find it amongst the sparkling crystals of snow. Webb was the first to find a stopping place. He was silent and motionless, waiting. Swift came to a halt perhaps a dozen paces away from him. A ship's length from him, Civil scrambled down a steeper piece of ice and then stood still. Cockle was the last to choose his place. He had an uncertain look on his face. He moved slowly, hands outstretched and seeking, as if feeling for rising warmth where none could exist. Slowly he walked away from all of them until he came to a halt about 15 paces away from Webb. The minstrel appeared uncertain as he looked up for Webb's approval. Webb nodded slowly. "Yes, I believe you are right. He is immense, larger than any creature I have ever seen. Here beneath my feet I feel him strongest, but if that is where his slow heart beats, or where his head rests, I cannot say. Perhaps it is only where his tail tip is closest to the surface. Each of you others drop a token to mark where you stand. Then walk toward me and tell me if you judge it as I have." Cockle pulled off his mitten and let it drop into the snow where he stood, while Civil plunged his staff in and let it stand. Then each made his careful way back to Webb. Dutiful and I exchanged a glance, and then, as if simply curious, walked towards the Witmaster. I watched Dutiful's face, but I do not think he was as aware of the sensation as I was. It came and went, flickering like a guttering candle. Even when I stood at my prince's shoulder near Webb, my wit sense of the dragon was not consistent. But I agreed with Webb. When I did sense him, I sensed him more strongly here. Webb and the others of the wit coterie had kept their eyes down, as if they could see through the snow. Now, one by one, they lifted their gazes. Dutiful waited until Webb's eyes met his. I do not know what passed between them in that stare. Perhaps they measured one another. But when Webb nodded slowly, the prince dipped his head once in agreement. He turned to Chade. "This is where we will begin the digging," he said. Chapter 18. Ice. My Lady Queen, you know I remain your most loyal servant. I do not question the wisdom of your judgment, but ask that you temper that wisdom with the reflection that perhaps what we have endured has pushed us past the bounds of justice into retribution. I assure you that the report of a massacre of piebalds is a gross overstatement. If we of the old blood have erred, it is in that we have held back our hands so long from taking the actions that will convince the renegades among us that we will no longer tolerate their incursions against their own folk. This is, in a sense, a cleaning of our own house, and the filth that we must scrub out of our blood shames us. Look aside, we beg you, whilst we scour from our bloodlines those who degrade us. Unsigned letter following the Grimston bloodbath. And so we dug in the ice. Longwick sent Riddle and Hest down to our camp to bring up the shovels, picks, and pry bars. While they were gone, Longwick asked the prince solemnly, "How big a hole do you wish, my lord?" Dutiful and Chade drew it out on the snow, an area large enough for 4 men to work in without getting in one another's way. Riddle, Hest, and I were the diggers. Longwick worked alongside us, to my surprise. I suppose he felt that his reduced company of guardsmen made it essential that he take a hand as well. The guardsmen worked with a will, but awkwardly. They were fighters, not farmers, and though they knew the essentials of throwing up emergency earthworks, they had never had to work on a glacier before. Neither had I. It was an enlightening experience. Digging ice is not like digging in soil. Soil is made of particles, and particles give way before the blade of a shovel. Ice forms alliances and holds tight to itself. The top layer of loose snow was the most annoying, for it was like shoveling fine flour. There was little weight to each load, but it was difficult to control where each shovelful landed. The next layer was not so bad. It was like digging old packed snow once we broke through the icy crust. But the deeper we went, the more difficult the digging became. We could not shove a spade in and lift and throw out a shovelful of snow. Instead, we used picks to break the ice into chunks, and in the process sent shards and chunks of it flying at one another. Once the ice was loosened, we could scoop it up and toss it up and out of the hole, where the others loaded it onto one of the sleds and hauled it away from the hole's edge. If I kept on my cloak, my back ran sweat. Taking it off meant that frost collected on my shirt. We did not work alone. A compromise had been reached, for the prince's witted coterie were the ones to haul the ice from the hole's edge. After a time the 2 groups took turns at the picks, the shovels, and the hauling. By the first nightfall we had a hole that was shoulder deep, with no sign of a dragon in the bottom of it. As evening fell, the winds rose, sending flurries of loose ice crystals scurrying across the surface of the glacier. As we gathered at our camp below to eat our lukewarm food as we clustered about the tiny potted fires, I wondered uneasily how much snow the winds would sweep into our excavation. Although our earlier division had been forgotten in the day's labour, camp that night recalled it. We all huddled in the scanty protection of the circled tents, which broke the wind somewhat and gave an illusion of shelter on the bare and windswept ice. It was not a large space, yet within it we assorted ourselves. The het-girt warriors were friendlier towards the witted and the fool than they had been, trading rations and conversation with one another. Their skinny bard, Owl, sat next to Cockle while he performed for us. Cockle sang 2 songs without accompaniment, for he was not willing to risk either his hands or his instruments by exposure to the chilling wind. One was about a dragon who so charmed a man that he left his family and home and never more was seen. If there was some great truth hidden in it, I did not find it. As Webb had mentioned, it spoke of the man breathing of the dragon's breath, and in that moment giving his heart to the creature. The other song had an even more obscure reference to dragons, yet all kept silent and listened to them thoughtfully, as Cockle's solo voice battled with the sweeping winds. The only competing voice was Thick's. He sat near Dutiful, humming and rocking to himself. Although Chade tried several times to shush him, a few minutes later the little man would take up his music again. It worried me, but there was nothing I could do. I had glimpsed Piotr and the Narcheska earlier in the day, looking down on our work. Both of their faces seemed very still, caught between hope and dread. Dutiful had gone to speak to them, but I had not heard his words, nor any reply from them. The Narcheska had stared at him as if he were a stranger accosting her when her mind was full of other matters. Tonight they did not join us for the evening food and fire, but went directly to their tent. The dim light of a candle glowing within it was the only reminder of their presence. When Cockle's song was finished and we had thanked him, I was full ready for bed. As much as I wanted private talk with Chade, Dutiful and the Fool, I longed for sleep more. My body had not fully recovered from my elf-bark excess, and the afternoon of heavy work in the cold had exhausted me. I rose, stretching, and Chade beckoned me to his side. When I went to him, he asked me to bring Thick to the prince's tent and help him prepare for bed. I thought at first it was an excuse to have quiet time to speak to me, but when I stood over Thick, my concern deepened. Thick rocked from side to side, humming continuously. His eyes were closed. I hesitated to touch him, just as a burned child hesitates to reach again toward the fire. Then the deadness of my skill persuaded me that any leap of his mind to mine would actually be a relief rather than a shock. So I set my hand to his shoulder and shook him gently. Not only was there no jolt of skill, but Thick gave no sign of rousing. I shook him again, more firmly, and finally had to drag him to his feet before he showed any sort of wakefulness. Then he blubbered like a suddenly wakened babe, and I felt like a beast as I steered him towards the prince's tent. As I tugged off his snow-caked boots and outer garments, all he did was mutter semi-coherent complaints about the cold. Without prompting, he crawled into his blankets, and I tucked them down around him. I had just finished when Chade and the prince came into the tent. "I'm worried about him," I said quietly, tipping my head towards Thick. From beneath the mounted blankets, a soft humming had already commenced. "It's the dragon," Chade said darkly. "We think," Dutiful amended wearily. He sat down on the edge of his pallet and bent over to drag off his boots. "We can't be sure. We try to skill to Thick, and it seems as if he is there, but he just ignores us." I delivered the news I had carried all day like a stone. "I've had no indication that I'm recovering. My skill is gone." The prince nodded heavily, unsurprised. "I reach for you, and it's like you are not there at all. It's a strange sensation." He lifted his eyes to meet mine. "It makes me realize that for most of my life you have been a tiny presence in the corner of my mind. Did you know that?" "I feared that," I admitted. "Chade and I discussed it. He said that you had had strange dreams when you were small, dreams of a wolf and a man." For an instant Dutiful looked startled. Then a slow smile dawned on his face. "Was that you? And Night Eyes?" He suddenly took a deep breath and looked away from me. "They were some of the best dreams I ever had. Sometimes at night when I was young, I would try to have the same dreams when I was falling asleep. I never had the same dream twice, but sometimes I'd have a new one." "Even then you were teaching me to skill, how to reach out and find you. And Night Eyes, oh, Ada, Fitz, how you must miss him. In those dreams you were one creature. Did you know that?" Sudden tears ambushed me. I turned and brushed at my face before they could fall. "I suspected so. Nettle sees me so, still, as a wolf man." "Then you went into her dreams too?" Was there a note of jealousy in the prince's voice? "Not intentionally. For either of you. I never imagined that I was teaching either of you to skill. Nettle I sometimes deliberately looked in on, trying to see Burrick and Molly, because I loved them, and I missed them, and because Nettle was my daughter." And me? For that solitary instant, I was glad my skill was gone. I never wanted the prince to know the role I had played in his conception. Verity might have used my body to get him, but he was still my king's son. Not mine. Not mine in any way save the way his mind had called to mine. Aloud I said, "You were Verity's son. I did not consciously seek you out, and I was not aware of your sharing my dreams, not until much later." I glanced at Chade, and was surprised to see that he was barely following our conversation. He seemed to be looking into a distance, and not seeing what was before his eyes. "Chade," I asked him worriedly, "are you all right?" He drew a sudden breath, as if I'd wakened him. "I think it is the dragon that is fascinating Thick. I was trying to get his attention, but his music is strong and all-consuming. Neither the prince nor I can sense the dragon with the skill, yet when I reach after Thick with the skill, I can sense something there. But it's odd. It's like seeing the shadow of a man, but not the man himself. I cannot tell anything about him, other than that he's there. Dutiful says that from time to time his wit catches a whiff of Icefyre, only to have him vanish like a scent when the wind changes." I stood still for a moment and sent my wit questing. After a time I came back to them. He's there, and then he isn't. I can't tell if it's something that he is doing deliberately, some sort of wit camouflage, or if, as Webb suggested, he's very close to death. I glanced at Dutiful, but his thoughts had followed a different track. I wondered if he had heard what Chade and I had said at all. "I'm going to try to skill to Nettle tonight," he announced suddenly. "We need a real link with Buckkeep, and she's our only hope of one. I also think that if any one of us can distract Thick from the dragon, if that is what is fascinating him, then she can. Even if it isn't the dragon, she may be our best chance of reaching him." I was stunned. I didn't want him to try this. I did. "Do you think you can reach her? Perhaps it would be a lot easier to do if I actually knew her." The emphasis he placed on those last words made it plain it was my fault that he didn't. I think he had heard my reluctance in my question and been stung by it. I swallowed that and let him speak on. "I only brushed minds with her that one time, and that was through you. Reaching her on my own is going to be difficult." Anxiety gnawed at me. I knew I should not ask the question of him, but I did. "If you do, what will you tell her?" He stared at me bleakly before replying. "The truth. I know it's a novel idea, but I thought that at least one Farseer should try it." I knew he was trying to provoke me. The events of the day had been difficult for him, and my prince was behaving like a petulant 15-year-old, trying to find someone to put the blame on. I tried again to let it go past me. "The truth is a large thing. Which part of the truth do you plan to tell her?" I asked, and tried to smile as I awaited his answer. "For now, only the parts that belong to me. That I am Prince Dutiful, and I desperately need her to pass on tidings to my mother, and then convey to me her advice. I want my mother to know about Siddle and her parents, as much to be wary of them as to rescue Siddle, I'll admit. And if she will listen to that message and accept it, then I will tell her my fears for Thick, that a dragon is stealing what little mind he has. Then I'll ask her to distract him from it, if she can reach him." He sighed suddenly. "I suppose I shall be lucky if I get that far in a conversation with her." He gave me another doleful look. I think at that instant I felt most keenly the loss of my skill. I did not want Dutiful to speak to my daughter out of my hearing and awareness. I feared what he might accidentally reveal. He might influence how she thought of me before I had a chance to let her know me on her own. He answered my thought as if he had heard it. "You'll have to trust me, won't you?" I took a breath. "I do trust you," I said, and tried to make that statement not a lie. "I'll be with the lad," Chade told me, and then laughed aloud at the dismay on my face. "No, don't say you trust me. I don't think I could stand it." "But I have to trust you," I pointed out, and Chade nodded. Then I asked, "What did you think of what went on today? Do you think that the Hetgerd folk will turn on us and attack if the dragon is unearthed alive and we attempt to take his head?" "Yes," Dutiful answered me. "Without doubt. I think that the absence of the black man's approval has inflamed every superstitious fear that they have. I think you are right, Chade agreed. I noticed that tonight, as we were retiring, they set up yet another offering to him at the outskirts of camp. I shook my head at Chade. I know what you are thinking. Even if I could do it, I don't think it would be wise. If the offering was taken now, would not they interpret it as him finally approving of them because they had spoken out against the prince's quest? Too late for chicanery in that area, Chade. I suppose you are right, he said without apologies. And if you were caught stealing the offering, it might rouse them to immediate action. No, best to wait. He sighed and rubbed his arms vigorously. I am so tired of this cold. I'm too old to be this chilled all the time. The prince rolled his eyes silently. I changed the subject. Please be careful, both of you, when you reach after Thick. And Dutiful, be very wary contacting Nettle. I am sure I did not imagine what happened to Thick and I that day. Someone was using the skill to turn us against each other. Whoever he is still out there. He found Thick's mind once. When you skill to Thick, you may be betraying yourselves to him, and if he follows you, Dutiful, he may find Nettle when you reach for her tonight, or you may attract the dragon Tintaglia to yourself. I suddenly felt a coward because I could no longer hope to protect either of them. Be careful, I said again. I will, Dutiful replied irritably, and I was sure he was not giving my warning the weight it deserved. I looked at Chade. Have you ever known me to be anything but careful? My old mentor asked me. Yes, I have, I nearly said. When you went after the skill, you went after it with abandon. I fear you will do so again and risk all I hold dear in the process. But I held my tongue, and contented myself with a nod to his question. It feels strange to know you have so much to do tonight, and there is no way I can help you accomplish it. I feel useless. If you have nothing for me here, then I'll be seeking my bed. I'm exhausted. I rolled my shoulders. I should have been practicing with a shovel those last months in Buckkeep instead of a sword. The prince gave me a grudging chuckle. Chade asked gravely, Are you going to see the Fool tonight? Yes. I waited, on guard. Will you sleep there again? I didn't ask how he knew I'd slept in the Fool's tent before. There was no emotion in my voice as I replied. Possibly. I don't know. If we talk late or if he wants company, I may. It looks odd to the others, you know. No, don't scowl at me, that's not my concern. I've known you too long to have any illusions about your preferences in bedmates. I mean only that it may appear to the others that you share his opinion on Icefyre, that we must dig down to the dragon and free it rather than fulfilling the task the Narcheska has put upon our prince. I stood silent for a moment, pondering that. Then I said quietly, I can't help what people think, Chade. You won't avoid him. I met his eyes. No, he's my friend. Chade folded his lips for a moment. Then, very cautiously, he asked, Is there any chance that you could persuade him to our way of thinking? To your way of thinking, I corrected him. I doubt it. This isn't some whim he has suddenly conceived, Chade. All his life he has believed he is the White Prophet. Part of his mission in life is to restore dragons to the world. I don't think I can persuade him that that is not a good idea. You've been friends for a very long time. He cares deeply about you, Chade observed delicately, which is exactly why I wouldn't attempt to influence him in that way. I pushed my hair back out of my face. The drying sweat from my digging was beginning to chill me. I ached, and not just in body. Chade, in this you will have to trust me. I cannot be your tool, and I cannot promise that I will act in a certain way, regardless of what we dig up. This one time in my life, I have to be true to myself. Anger twitched his face, and then, in a flash so swift I almost missed it, hurt. He turned aside from me, putting his countenance in shadow as he said, I see. I had thought your vow to the Farseers meant more to you than that. And, foolishly, I had thought that perhaps we had been friends a long time. Perhaps even longer than you and the Fool. Oh, Chade. I was suddenly so weary I could scarcely speak. You are far more to me than a friend. You have been my mentor and my parent and my protector when many hands were lifted against me. Never doubt that I would lay down my life for you. And he is a Farseer, Dutiful suddenly interjected, startling both of us. One whose vow to his family has already cost him many things. So, this time, as your prince, I command this, Fitz chivalry Farseer. Keep your vow. To yourself. Be as true to your own heart as you were to Verity's, and to King Shrewd's before him. That is the command of your king. I looked at him, amazed, not just at the generosity of his command, a freedom that no other Farseer king had ever thought to grant me, but also at his sudden change from sulky 15-year-old to heir to the throne. He frowned slightly at my puzzled look, completely unaware of what he had done. I found my tongue. Thank you, my prince. That is the greatest boon that any Farseer king has ever granted me. You're welcome. I just hope that I haven't done something truly foolish. For we must both recall that regardless of what decision you make for yourself, I must hew to my promise to the Narcheska. I am here to take the dragon's head, and much joy may she have of a frozen skull. Abruptly he was a morose boy again. I looked at him, and was newly reminded of how difficult all this must be for him. He had left stolen kisses behind on Mail Island. I doubted he had had a private word with Eliania since we'd left her mother's house. He shook his head to my sympathetic look. I can only try to do right, and hope that this time I have truly guessed what right is. That makes 2 of us, Chade grumbled. No, 3, I contradicted him. He was bent over by the little firepot, and had succeeded in waking the embers to a single tongue of flame. He took a small piece of coal and added it to the tiny fire. I am too old to be doing this any more, he repeated his favourite complaint. No, you're not. You'll only be old when you try to stop doing this. I think this trip has done you good. I hunkered down beside him. Chade, please believe this of me. This isn't about whether you or the fool pulls my strings. It isn't a contest of will between you two to see who holds my heart. Then what is it? He demanded grudgingly. I tried to give him an answer. I need to see what is true before I decide what stance I'll support. We've all known since before we left Buckkeep that there is an undercurrent to the Narcheska's request. There may come a time when you are glad I hesitated and did not blindly obey her will. Her handmaid, Henja, was connected somehow to the piebalds. I'll wager whatever you like on that. She and Piotr and their mother's house defy the majority of the Hetgerd to put this condition on the prince. Why? What do they gain? What value to them is a rotting dragon's head? She does not seem pleased with having to ask this of me, Dutiful observed quietly. She is hard as stone in her determination that I must do this thing for her, yet she does not seem to regard it with anticipation or eagerness, but dread and reluctance, as if it is not of her will that she asks this. Then whose? Piotr's? Chade slowly shook his head. No, his interests run with hers, and she is loyal to him. I think that if she asked this to please him, she would take more pleasure in it. No. So, Fitz asks our basic question. Whose will? I gave my best guess. Henja's. She has power over them somehow. We have seen that, and she is connected to the piebalds, who have no love for us. The piebalds? Chade pondered this. Do you discount the fool's pale woman, then? He asked the question keenly. I do not know. What have we seen or heard of her? Nothing save what the fool has told us. The Outislanders speak of her as an old evil, a malevolence from the past to be avoided, but not with the dread of something that lurks now. Our Six Duchies dragons killed her and Kebal Rawbread, or so I have often heard. Yet the Outislanders still connect them with this island. They say they mined the black stone here to ballast their white ships. And there is no denying that the aborted stone dragon back at our landing spot stinks of red ship forging. A sudden yawn ambushed me. Oh, go to bed, Chade rebuked me. At least you can rest. Tonight the prince and I shall reach far and see if we cannot persuade Nettle to aid us. I will admit that I long to know what is passing in the Six Duchies these days. If the piebalds have stirred to action there, it might tell us that they play a double game. Perhaps, Dutiful agreed with a yawn, and I suddenly pitied him. I was going to honest sleep. He had a night's work ahead of him. Yet as I bade them good night and left their tent, I sensed that he regarded Nettle as a challenge he anticipated as well as dreaded. I set aside worrying about that as I left the tent. It was pointless. I was out of that game for now, perhaps for always. I felt the earth lurch under me as I considered that thought, and then forced myself to go on. Would it be so terrible to go through the rest of my life unskilled? Could not I think of it as being free of the skill? I made a brief stop at the guardsman's tent. Longwick kept a weary watch at the opening. He nodded at me silently as I slipped inside, amongst the heavily sleeping men-at-arms, and then out again. He did not ask what I was about. Chade's man. Chade's men, I corrected myself, looking around at the sleeping forms. Every guardsman on this island with us had been hand-picked by him, for both discretion and loyalty. How ruthlessly would they obey his commands? I was still pondering that when I paused outside the fool's tent. I listened for a moment to the sweep of the wind that stirred flurries of ice crystals in a storm at ankle height. Every now and then a gust would propel a stinging onslaught into my face. But wind and rustling ice was all I heard. Within the fool's tent all was silent, but the bright figures on the outside of the thin, tight fabric glowed with the life of the tiny fire within. "May I come in?" I asked quietly. "A moment," he replied, as softly. I heard the rustle of fabric, almost indistinguishable from the wind, and after a brief wait he untied the door-flap and admitted me. Clinging frost came with me. It could not be helped, yet the fool still winced as I brushed it from my clothes. I took the bundled elderling robe from inside my coat. "Here." I brought it back. He was reclining on his pallet, the covers already drawn up around him. The tiny kettle crouched hopefully over the candle fire. He lifted his brows and smiled. "But I thought you looked so fetching in it. Are you sure you won't keep it?" I sighed. His fey levity was too much at odds with all else I felt that evening. Chade and Dutiful are going to try to reach Nettle tonight, with the skill. They fear that the dragon is stealing Thick's mind, and hope that Nettle can distract Thick from Icefyre. "And you choose not to help them?" "I cannot. I cannot find a single shred of the skill inside me. I only know that Thick is troubled because of the way he hums. Always before, he skilled out his music. Why does he hum and mutter now? It's a change, and I don't like changes, especially changes I don't understand." "Life is change," the fool observed placidly. "And death is an even greater change. I think we must resign ourselves to change, Fitz." "I'm tired of resigning myself to things. My entire life has been one long resignation." I dropped the robe on his pallet and then sat down heavily on the end of it, forcing him to draw his feet up out of the way. I pulled my mittens off and held my hands out to his feeble fire, trying to warm myself. "Ah, Catalyst, can it be that you do not see all the changes you have made? Some by your resignation and acceptance of circumstance, some by your wild struggles. You can say that you hate change, but you are change. Oh, please." I folded my arms upon my drawn-up knees and dropped my head onto them. "Don't talk about that tonight. Talk about anything else but that, please. I can't think about choices and changes tonight." "Very well." His voice was gentle. "What do you want to talk about?" "Anything. Something about you. How did you get here, after we left you behind at Buckkeep town?" "I told you. I flew." I lifted my head from my arms to regard him sourly. He was smiling a small challenge at me. It was the fool's old smile, the one that promised he was telling the truth when he was obviously lying. "No, you did not," I spoke firmly. "Very well, if you say so." "Coterie must have helped you find passage, against Chade's advice, and you came here on a ship with a bird's name." I was guessing wildly, knowing that there would be some small kernel of truth at the bottom of his wild tale. "Actually, Coterie counselled me to stay in Buckkeep in our very brief meeting. I think it taxed her will to say no more to me than that. It was sheer good fortune for me that I encountered Burrick arriving at Buckkeep Castle as I left. But as I have agreed to tell this tale, let me tell it in order. Let us go back to the moment at which I last saw you, when I thought that you were hastening to my aid. I winced, but he went on evenly. The harbour-master summoned the city guard, who were very efficient at removing Lord Golden and his belongings. As you probably have suspected, they detained me until after the ships had sailed. Then I was dismissed, with many apologies and assurances that it had all been a terrible error, but word of the incident spread. By the time Lord Golden returned to his lodgings with his baggage, his creditors had descended, convinced that he had intended to flee the city without paying them, as indeed he had. They were happy to confiscate most of his baggage and gear, all save one pack containing the absolute minimum essentials for his survival, which he'd had the forethought to leave in his Buckkeep chambers. The little copper kettle was puffing steam. He lifted it from the small flame and poured water into a gaily decorated teapot. I had to smile. I gestured about the tent. The bare essentials. He arched one golden brow. For civilized adventuring, yes. He put the lid on the teapot. It was shaped like a rose. And why should one attempt to get by with less? Now, where was I? Ah, yes, Lord Golden, stripped of his possessions and glamour, was no longer Lord Golden, but only a fleeing debtor. Those who thought they knew him best were astonished at the way he lithely spidered down the outside of his lodgings to land lightly on his feet and run off into the alleys. I vanished. He made me wait. He rubbed one eye and smiled at me thoughtfully. I bit the inside of my cheek until he finally gave in and went on. I went to coterie, by ways and means that I shall leave to your imagination. I think she was quite astounded to encounter me waiting for her in her bedchamber. As I have told you, she urged me to stay at Buckkeep within the castle under her wing until you had completed her mission. I had to decline, of course, and— Here he hesitated for a time. I had words with Burrick. I think you know that already, or suspect it. It shocked me that he recognized me immediately, much as you had. He asked me questions, not because he needed answers, but to confirm what he had already ciphered out for himself from an earlier interview with coterie. He paused so long that I feared he would not go on. Then he said softly, "At one point he was so furious at what I told him, I thought he would strike me dead. Then, abruptly, he began to weep." And again he halted. I sat there, my tongue turned to ashes in my mouth. Almost I hoped he would not go on. When he did, I know he left much unsaid. Bereft of any support from the castle, I foolishly thought to return to my inn to see what rags of my fortunes my creditors might have left me to aid me in my flight. My stripped apartments looked as if a horde of locusts had despoiled them. Yet worse was to come. The landlord had seen me enter, and he had taken bribes from my creditors to contact them immediately if he heard or saw me. And he earned his greasy coins well, for a second wave of furious former friends appeared. You would have thought that they had honestly earned the money that they had won in wages from me, so righteously outraged were they. So, once more, I fled. This time I fled the entire city, not so much in fear of my creditors as in fury at my friends. You had betrayed me, Fitz, and yet perhaps it was your turn to betray me, given that I had so badly failed you. What? I was astounded that he could say such a thing, but when our gazes met, I saw ancient shame in his deepening eyes, and recalled a time in the mountains when my enemies had used him against me. You know I never counted that against you. It was not you, fool. It wasn't. And perhaps when you betrayed me, it was more Chade than you. But the damage was done, none the less. And I was furious and frightened and desolated to think that perhaps I had come so far only to be defeated by him I most trusted. I fled Buckkeep on foot, eluding my pursuers, yet knowing I could not do so for long, and wondering what I might do next. How could it be, I wondered, that the catalyst could change events so that the White Prophet was so completely defeated? And slowly it came to me that it could not be so. that there was a deeper pattern at work than I had first glimpsed. I resolved to give myself to it, though I could not guess what it might be. I had turned my head on my arms so I could watch him as he told the story. Now I gave a sigh and relaxed into my hunch. He reached from beneath the covers to pour a scanty share of tea into a cup and a bowl, then gestured that I should take whichever I wished. The pot had plainly been made for one person, travelling alone, and it touched me that he still offered to share. I lifted the bowl and sipped from it. It tasted like flowers, a mouthful of summer in this land where winter always reigned. The heat of it was fleeing rapidly, briefly warming my hands as it passed through the crockery. The fool's long, elegant fingers wrapped the cup as he drank his share. "Go on," I urged him, when he had let the silence grow. I knew it was a trick of the storyteller to do so, but I did not begrudge him the drama. "Well, my second horde of creditors had paid heed to the tales of the first. They were soon after me. I ran, and swiftly, but Lord Golden's dress was a bit ostentatious to blend in with the crowd, and my pack encumbered me. You recall the hill outside Buckkeep where the witness stone stands still?" Of course. I was intrigued. It was the last place I would have fled to. The bare black stones stand upon the barren hillside there, as they have always stood, weathered and impervious to all. The folk of the Six Duchies have long used them as an oath place. Lovers pledge to one another there. It is said that if two men duel there, the gods will see that justice is done. The righteous will win there, if nowhere else. It is an oddly solemn place, bereft of brush or clinging vines. There would be no cover there for any hunted creature to hide in. But why go there? He lifted one narrow shoulder in an eloquent shrug. I knew I could not get far. If I were captured and taken back to Buckkeep, doubtless my creditors would have not only taken my kit, but put me to drudgery to work off my debt. I and my mission in the world would be completely undone. So I resolved to rely on fate, and test an idea that I formulated long ago. The witness stones are gateway stones, Fitz, just like the skill pillars that you have used before when in dire need to flee. Except, of course, that long ago someone or something obliterated the runes from the sides of the witness stones. Perhaps they are so old that they wore away naturally. Perhaps some ancient skill user decided to put an end to their usefulness. In any case, the runes that tell where they lead are gone, leaving only the weathered marks where they used to be. As I ran toward them, my pack heavy on my back, I thought back over what you had told me of your adventure on the treasure beach with Prince Dutiful. I knew that I might choose the wrong facet of the stone, and find myself plunged into deep, cold water. I sat up straight in slow, cold horror. Fool! It is far worse than that. What if a stone had fallen face down and you were flung from it into solid earth? Or what if you choose a destination where the stone had been shattered, or... All those thoughts rushed through my mind as I raced toward it. Fortunately, there was no time for me to choose, no time for me even to wonder if there was enough of the skill left on my fingers to work the stone. I struck the stone, fingertips first, knowing only that I must pass through the portal. He paused. I was leaning intently toward him, my heart in my throat. To pass through a skill portal had always been difficult for me. We knew so little about them, only that some standing stones carved of memory stone and marked with runes could serve as passageways to distant places. I had used them less than a dozen times in my life, and never without dread and uneasiness. Some of Regal's inexperienced skill users had lost their minds when they were forced to use the skill portals. Using one had jumbled Dutiful's memory of our time on the treasure beach and left us both exhausted. The fool smiled sweetly at me. "Don't look like that. You know I survived." "At what cost?" I asked, knowing there must be one. "Exhaustion. I emerged somewhere. I have no idea where. Nowhere I've ever been before. It was a city in ruins, and still as dead stone can be. There was a river near it. That is as much as I can tell you. I slept. I don't know how long. When I awoke, dawn was all around me, and the skill pillar towered over me. This one shone clean of lichen or moss, with each rune standing out as clear as if they had been chiselled yesterday. I studied them for a long time, afraid and dreading, and yet knowing they offered me my only hope. I narrowed my choices down to 2 of them, that might possibly be the one I wished. And then I entered the pillar again. No, I groaned. Exactly how I felt. I emerged feeling as if I had taken a bad beating, but I had come to the right place. He made me ask the question, enjoying it. Where? Do you remember the broken plaza, like an ancient market circle, the one where the forest was trying to encroach? I stood on top of a stone pillar there, and for a moment, in a dream, I wore the rooster crown. You saw me. You remember it. I nodded slowly. It was on our road to the stone garden, where the stone dragons slept, before we roused them and sent them to fight the red ships, where they sleep again now, verity as dragon amongst them. Exactly. Again, I went down that forest path, and I saw him there. But he was not the one I sought. I found girl on a dragon there, sleeping, her arms clasping the neck of her dragon, just as you had told me. And I woke her and made her understand that I must come here, and once again I mounted behind her, and she flew here with me, and left me. So you see, old friend, I did not lie to you. I flew here. I sat bolt upright, suddenly wide awake. 100 questions swelled in me, but I asked the most important one. How did you wake her? It takes the wit, the skill, and blood to wake a stone dragon. Well do I know that. It did. And it does. The skill I had on my fingertips, and blood was easy enough to come by. He rubbed his wrist, possibly remembering an old cut. I did not and do not have the wit, but you may remember that, foolishly, I had already put some of myself into Girl on a Dragon when I was attempting to complete the carving of her and wake her. As did I recalled guiltily. Yes, I know, he said softly. It is still in her. You put in the memories you could not stand to recall, and the emotions you would not let yourself feel. You gave her your mother abandoning you, and never knowing your father. You gave her Regal's torment of you in his dungeons. You gave her most of all the pain of losing Molly and your child to Burrick, of all people. You put into her your fury and your hurt and your sense of being betrayed. He gave a little sigh. It is all in her still. The things you could not allow yourself to feel. I left all that behind me long ago, I said slowly. You cut out a part of yourself and went on, less than you had been. I do not see it that way. My reply was stiff. You cannot see it that way, he informed me calmly, because you cannot truly remember how awful any of it was, because you put all of it into Girl on a Dragon. Can we leave this? I asked, almost frightened, almost angry, but confused over what would scare or anger me. We must, because you already left it long years ago, and only I will ever know the full depth of what you felt about those things. Only I fully remember who and what you were before you did it, for we are bound together, not only by skill and fate, but also because both of us live on, inside Girl on a Dragon. Because I knew what went into her, I could reach her and rouse her. I could convey to her my desperate purpose. And so she brought me to Aslevjal. It was a strange journey, wild and wonderful. You know I have ridden with her before. I was with her when she and the other dragons attacked not just the red ships that assailed the Six Duchies, but the white ships that were the cruel tools of the Pale Woman. It was strange for me to be caught up in true battle. I did not like it. No one does, I assured him. I put my brow back down on my knees and closed my eyes. I suppose not. But this time, flying with her, it was different. There was no killing to witness, no other dragons flying beside us. Instead, it was just she and I. I sat behind her and put my arms around her slender waist. She is a part of the dragon, you know, not a separate creature at all. Rather like a girl-shaped limb, more than anything else. So she did not speak to me, yet, strangely enough, she did smile, and from time to time she would turn to look into my face or gesture to something on the world below us that she wished me to see. She flew tirelessly. From the time I climbed up behind her, and the powerful beat of her dragon's wings lifted us through the canopy of tree limbs until the moment that we landed on the black sand beaches of Aslevjal, she took no rest. Nor did I. At first, we flew through blue summer skies of the lands beyond the mountain kingdom. Then higher we flew until my heart pounded and I was giddy, over the snowy peaks and trodden passes of the mountains, and then back into summer. We flew over the villages of the mountain kingdom. They nestle into the crooks and flanks of the mountains, and their flocks are scattered over the steep pastures like white apple blossoms litter the orchard meadow after a spring windstorm. I saw it, in my mind, and smiled faintly when he spoke of flying over a Six Duchies hamlet early in the morning, and the one lad who looked up and saw them and ran whooping into his cottage. And on he spoke, of rivers like silver seams in the land, and planted fields like patchwork when seen from above, and of the ocean, wrinkling like paper tipped with silver. In my mind I flew with him. I must have fallen asleep, lulled by his strange story. When I awoke, night was deep all around us. The camp outside our tent was still, and his pot fire held only a single flickering flame on a wick in the oil. I was huddled beneath one of his blankets, fallen over sideways on his bed. He slept, curled like a kitten, his brow nearly touching mine. On the other end of his pallet, his breathing was deep and even, and one long hand was palm up on the blankets between us, as if in offering, or beseeching something of me. Sleepily I reached over and set my hand in his. He did not seem to wake. Strangely, I felt at peace. I closed my eyes and sank down into a deep and dreamless slumber. Chapter 19. Below the Ice. The Outislanders have always been raiders. In the years before the Red Ship Wars, there were raiding incidents, as it seemed there had always been. Individual ships led by the Caemperor of a clan would make a quick strike, carrying off stock, harvested crops, and occasionally captives. Bairns took the brunt of these clashes, and seemed to relish them much as Shokes enjoyed its border disputes with Chalced. The Duke of Bairns seemed content that they were his concern, and made little complaint of dealing with them. But with the appearance of the red-hulled ships of Kebel Rawbread, the rules of engagement changed. Suddenly, the ships appeared in groups, and seemed more intent on rape and ruin than on a quick acquisition of goods. They burned or spoiled what they could not carry off, slaughtering herds and flocks, torching grain in the fields and storehouses. They killed even those who did not resist them. A new malice had appeared in these raids, one that delighted not just in theft, but also in destruction and devastation. At that time, we did not even know of the Pale Woman and her influence over Rawbread. Scribe Fedran, A History of the Red Ship War. In the morning, when we reached the edge of our pit, both Riddle and I groaned. Then we went to work, lifting and flinging the snow that had blown in to half fill our excavation of the day before. This snow was lighter and unpacked, but for all that it was frustrating work. It was like shoveling feathers, and half of what we lifted floated free to drift back to the bottom of the hole. It was nearly noon before we had cleared it all down to where we had left off the evening before. Then out came the picks, and we began to break ice and scrape it up and shovel it out again. I ached at first, and then I didn't, and then I began to hurt in new places. That night I dropped into an exhausted sleep, deeper than dreams of regret. The wind blew again. Every night the wind blew. Every morning we began our task by clearing the previous night's drifted snow. Yet slowly, relentlessly, we toiled, and the pit deepened. When we could no longer throw the ice out of the pit, we dug a ramp at one end. After that we shovelled the ice onto one of the sleds, and 2 men would drag it up out of the pit and away to dump it. The task was beyond tedious. and we found no sign of a dragon in the bottom. Worse, my wit sense of him grew fainter, not stronger. The workforce grew after the first day. Our first addition was Prince Dutiful, rolling back his sleeves and taking up a pickaxe. Chade limited his participation to supervising. He reminded me of Sybil's cat, who perched at the edge of the pit and watched us, with supreme lack of interest. When the Narcheska entered the pit, Dutiful stopped his work to warn her that the flying ice from his pick might injure her. She gave him an odd little smile, between sad and flirtatious, and cautioned him to be wary of the flying ice that her own pick might free. And then she set to work beside him, swinging her pick with a country girl's competence. She used to help dig the rocks out when we were preparing the new fields in spring, Pyotr observed. I turned to find him watching her with a mixture of pride and chagrin. "Here, give me your shovel for a time, while you rest yourself." I saw his aim and surrendered my tool to him. After that, both Narcheska and Pyotr worked alongside us, with Pyotr taking care that he was never far away from his ward. The Narcheska seemed to take care that she was never far from the prince. It was the first sign of warmth Eliania had shown towards Dutiful in days, and the prince seemed to take heart from it. They conversed in quiet, breathless bursts, between pick-strokes, and took their rest periods together. Pyotr watched over them, sometimes disapproving and sometimes wistful. I think he had come to like our prince, despite himself. The witted coterie decided that it supported the idea of freeing the dragon, and hence had no qualms about helping with the digging. When the fool applied his wiry strength to both digging and moving ice, the Hetgerd representatives cautiously came to watch. By the third day they were helping to drag sledloads of snow and ice from the pit to dump it. I suspect that curiosity to see the ice-encased dragon was as much their motivation as any other. On the fifth day, Chade sent Riddle and young Hest back to the stored supplies on the beach. Pyotr was uncertain about sending them off, and cautioned them many times to follow the flags we had posted along our route, and not to wander from it. He looked grave and apprehensive as they set out. They took a sled, for they were to bring back food and the spare shovels and picks we had brought, now that he had a larger workforce. Chade also told them to bring back all the canvas, in the hopes of rigging a windbreak or cover for the excavation that might block the blowing snow that thwarted our efforts each night. I suspected they would also retrieve the rest of the little kegs of explosive powder. I wanted nothing to do with that when I thought of it in the evenings, but by day, when I was battling the ancient hard ice, I sometimes longed to discover what it might do. We dug on. If I paused to rest and looked at the sides of our pit, I could see the layers in the ice that marked the passing winters. Every year more snow had been deposited here, and every following year yet another layer had blanketed it. It occurred to me that we were digging down through time, and sometimes as I looked at the layers I wondered when the ice I stood on had fallen as snow. How long had Icefyre been down here, and how had he come to be here? Deeper we dug, and still saw not one scale of a dragon. From time to time, Chade and Dutiful would consult with the witted coterie. Each time they assured the prince and his adviser that they still, from time to time, felt the stirring of the dragon's being. I agreed with them. Yet those consultations also made me aware that my own wit was substantially stronger than Dutiful's. I was not as perceptive as Webb, but I thought I was at least on a footing with Swift. Cockle was probably a bit stronger than Dutiful, and Sybil stronger than the minstrel, but not as sharp as I was. It was odd to be able to perceive that the wit might be a strong or weak talent in a man. I had always thought of it as a sense that people either had or didn't. Now I perceived that it was like an aptitude for music or gardening. The strength of it varied widely, just as skill ability did. Perhaps it was Thick's prodigious skill strength that kept him latched so firmly to the dragon. The little man seemed to have become a complete idiot, staring vacantly before him and humming. Occasionally he would pause and make small motions with his hands. Neither the tune he hummed nor his hand motions conveyed anything to me. Once, when I was taking my rest after a digging shift, I sat down next to him. Hesitantly, I set my hand to his shoulder and tried to find my skill ability. I had hoped the fierce skill fire that always burned in him would reignite my own talent, but nothing happened, except that after a short time Thick shrugged my hand away, much as a horse might shudder a fly from his coat. Even his interest in food had waned, which concerned me most of all. Not only Galen, my first skill instructor, but Verity had warned me of the danger of becoming too absorbed in the skill. It was always the first hurdle that new initiates had to leap, and for many it had been a deadly one. The skill instruction scrolls recounted many sad tales of promising students who were swept away in the skill current, losing all touch with our world as they enjoyed the unique contact that the magic provided. Eventually such people were so enraptured that they lost interest in food and drink, in talking with their fellows, and eventually stopped caring for themselves at all. One warned that such a skill user would become a great, drooling babe, and Thick seemed poised on the brink of such a decline. I had always supposed the danger was the fascination with the skill itself, for I had often felt that pull myself. But if Chade and Dutiful were correct, then Thick was being seduced not by the skill, but by the attraction of another, more powerful mind. I made several fruitless attempts to engage him in conversation, which drew minimal responses from him, until finally, in annoyance, he told me to
Go away. Bothering a busy person is not polite.
And then he went back to his staring and rocking. The skill remained dead in me. It was all the more frustrating in that Dutiful had made contact with Nettle. Twice he had touched minds with her, trying to persuade her of who he was and what he needed. The first time she slammed her walls against him, saying she was in no mood for silly stories, and why would a prince be trying to contact her in a dream? The second time she was more receptive, for I think he had piqued her curiosity. She even tried, with little success, to distract Thick from his preoccupation, though I think she did so more out of concern for him than to please the prince. Dutiful accompanied her on that mission, but could make little sense of the dream imagery she used. He could explain only that Thick seemed to have gone to a place where his little song was an essential part of a far grander piece of music, and he could not be lured away from it. It was a frustrating analogy. As for conveying the prince's messages to the queen, Nettle said she would make mention of her odd dreams to Cotrican, if chance afforded her a private moment with Her Majesty, but that she would not risk making a fool of herself before the ladies of the court. She had done that several times already, with her lack of court manners, and had no wish to give them any more amusement than she already had. That gave me a pang. If I had consented from the beginning to letting her know her history, and to her visiting the court, she would have grown up in the company of ladies and gentlemen, and would not have been shamed by her country ways. I wondered if Cotrican now groomed her, in both studies and manners, so that she might take up a role as secondary heir to the throne. I longed to be able to talk to Nettle, to find out how much they had told her of her heritage, and to give her my explanations for why she had been raised as she had. But my lack of the skills silenced me, and I could only nightly beg of the prince that he be circumspect in what he told her. Daily we continued to dig. The work was back-breaking, and the food both limited and boring. Nights were cold and windy, and we looked forward to the men returning with canvas. But they did not. Chade gave them an extra day, and then two. The Hetgerd men claimed to have glimpsed the Black Man circling our camp at night, but their offerings were never taken, and the flowing snow erased any tracks he might have left. In one of our nightly talks, the fool said that several times he thought he had felt the Black Man's presence and suspected that we were observed. I too had experienced that uneasy sensation of being watched, but could never see anyone spying on us. I suspected that Webb did too, for twice he summoned Risk from her shoreside scavenging and asked her to fly over our camp. He told me that she saw nothing out of the ordinary, just snow, ice, and a few protruding rocks. In the brief times when we were not digging, eating, or sleeping, Webb would find moments in which to work on my wit with me. He said, without cruelty, that it was actually good that I was currently unpartnered, as it gave me more focus on the magic, without making it specific to one creature. He added that Swift, too, seemed to be benefiting from studying while unencumbered, from which I gathered that the lad's lessons continued as well as mine. When he was with me, Webb focused on making me see how the wit connected all living things, not just those of old blood, but all. He showed me how he could extend his wit and wrap it around Thick, to become more perceptive of his needs and feelings, even though Thick remained unaware of him. It was not an easy discipline to master, for it involved surrendering my own needs and interests to subservience to his. Watch a mother with an infant, any kind of a mother, human or beast. There you will see this done on the simplest and most instinctive level. If one is willing to work at it, one can extend that same sort of perception to others. It is a worthwhile thing to do, for it conveys a level of understanding of one another that makes hate almost impossible. Seldom can one hate a person if one understands that person. I doubted that I would ever achieve that level of understanding, but I tried. One evening, as I was eating with Dutiful and Chade in their tent, I tried extending my wit to include Chade. I let go of my own hunger and aching back and anxiety about my lost skill, and focused myself on the old man. I saw him as clearly as if he were prey. I studied how he sat, his back straight, as if he were too stiff to even slump, and how he kept his gloves on while he spooned up the pallid mush that was our evening repast. His face was a study in contrasts, red nose and cheeks, while his forehead was pale with the cold. Then, as if I suddenly saw his shadow for the first time, I glimpsed an aloneness that trailed back behind him to his earliest years. I suddenly felt his years and the strangeness of a fate that had sent him, in his old age, to camp on a glacier alongside the boy he would make king. "What?" he demanded suddenly of me, and I startled, realizing that I had been staring at him. I scrabbled for an answer and then replied, "I was just thinking of all the years and times when I've sat across from you and wondered if I'd ever truly seen you at all." His eyes widened, almost as if he feared such a thought. Then he scowled and said, "And I'd hoped you had had something useful in your mind. Well, this is what I've been pondering. Riddle and Hest haven't returned with the supplies. They should have been back by now. Today I asked Webb if his bird could seek for them. He said it was difficult to convey to her that we wanted news of 2 specific men, rather as if I asked you if you had seen 2 specific gulls. He asked her to look for 2 men with a sled. He said she did not see them." Chade shook his head. "I fear the worst. We need to send someone back, not just to look for Riddle and Hest, but also to bring back the supplies we need. Longwick told me tonight we have food for 4 more days, 5 if he cuts the rations again." He rubbed his gloved hands together wearily. "I never thought it would take this long to dig out the dragon. All the reports had seemed to say he was near the surface, even visible years ago. Yet we dig and find nothing." "He's there," the prince assured him, "and every day we get closer." Chade snorted. "And if I took 1 step southward every day, I'd be getting closer to Buckkeep, but no one could tell me how long it would take me to get there." With a groan, he got up. Sitting on the cold earth, even with the several layers of bedding beneath him, was obviously uncomfortable. He moved slowly around the cramped tent, cautiously stretching his legs and back. "Tomorrow I'm sending Fitz to see what became of Riddle and Hest, and I want you to take Thick and the Fool with you." Thick and the Fool? Why? It was obvious to him. "Who else can I spare from the digging? Removing Thick from the dragon's vicinity may restore him. If it does, then leave him with Churry and Drub on the beach with our supplies. Have him skill to us from there whatever news he has." "But why the Fool?" "Because it takes 2 men to pull the sled when it's loaded, and I don't think Thick will be of much use to you at that. I suspect you'll have to put Thick on the sled to get him to move from here, and you are one of the few people who can manage Thick at all. So you have to be one of the ones who goes. Fitz, I know it's not an assignment you would choose, but who else can I send?" I cocked my head at him. "Then you aren't just trying to send the Fool and me away from the digging area before the dragon is uncovered?" He sighed. "If I sent you, and not the Fool, you would ask if I were trying to separate you. If I sent the Fool and not you, I'm sure you'd say the same. I suppose I could ask Webb to take Thick and another man for this errand, but he does not understand Thick's skill ability. And if something has befallen Riddle and Hest, well, I think you more capable of dealing with a threat than—" He suddenly threw up his hands and said in defeat, "Do what you will, Fitz. You will anyway, and the Fool will only go if you ask him. I've no power to send him anywhere, so you decide." I felt a bit sheepish. Perhaps I had been looking for motivations that truly didn't exist. "I'll go, and I'll ask the Fool to go with me. To be honest, I'll welcome the change from digging. Make a list of what you want brought back." Privately, I had resolved that I'd scavenge any driftwood I could find on the beach and bring it back with me, regardless of how much weight it added to the load. Chade could do with a good, roaring blaze, I decided, even if it only lasted one night. Be ready at first light, then, Chade advised me. The fool was not as pleased to leave the digging as I was. But what if they reach the dragon while we are gone? What if I am not here to defend him? The Hetgerd Guardians and the witted coterie oppose killing him as much as you do. Don't you think there'll be enough? We were bedded down together, sleeping back to back for the body warmth just as we had in the mountains so many years ago. Truth to tell, I gained little from it, for the fool's body had always felt cool to the touch. It was rather like sleeping alongside a lizard, I thought. Yet if he did not give off much warmth, the solid feel of his back against mine was a reassurance of camaraderie that I had not felt since Night Eyes had died. There is security in knowing that a friend has your back, even if he is sound asleep. I don't know. I'm too close to where all my visions stopped. He paused, as if he expected me to ask a question, but that was a topic I did not wish to explore. Then, do you think we ought to go? He asked cautiously. I shifted in the bed, groaning as my aching muscles complained. I don't think I thought much about it. Chade has been telling me what to do for so long that I simply accepted I should go, but I would like to know what has happened to Riddle and Hest, and I'd like to see if Thick recovers himself when he's moved away from the dragon's influence. And, I shifted and groaned again, I wouldn't mind a few days of doing anything other than shoveling. He was quiet. I was too, pondering his silence. I wondered what was making him take so long to make up his mind. Then I laughed aloud. Ah, yes. I nearly forgot. I am the catalyst, the one who makes changes. And this would be a change in what you think you should do, so you cannot decide whether to oppose it or not. The silence stretched so long I thought he had fallen asleep. The day had been the warmest we had had so far, making sodden work of our task. I listened to the wind and hoped the night's cold would crust the surface of the glacier and keep the wind from blowing snow into our excavation. I had almost dropped off to sleep myself when he said, "You frighten me, sometimes, when you give voice to my thoughts. We will go tomorrow. We'll take this tent for shelter, shall we?" "That sounds fine to me," I said, as I drowsed off. And so the next morning we set off. Longwick issued us 3 days of supplies, which,